All right, greetings, each and every one of you. I will be here giving my own commentary on the beef sector. I'm going to make a public announcement. I will not be associating with anybody in the beef sector. I will be standing 10 toes down. What I have realized is some people are in, intimidated by me and by what I have to say. They always try to shut me down. They always try to like close me off when I am up on panels doing my own thing. So, what I'll be doing going forward, I will be giving my own commentary here because I feel like my supporters that do like me and support me and subscribe to me, I really appreciate y'all. Seriously. And I'm getting so fucking tired of these individuals trying to label me or put me in this box of just like original or basic. Baby, I'm far from fucking basic. Let's start there. I'm far from basic. And the conversation over at Nessa's channel, I got the ladies to start talking. And what I'm realizing is people are studying the fuck out of me. People are studying me. They're trying to see how I move and all this and that. So to clear things up, Queen Tulsa will be rocking on her fucking on from now on out. I don't need nobody to come up here and give me any validation. Hold on one second, y'all. Cause I'm trying to give me one second. I'm trying to mm, okay, so I'm trying to revamp this right quick. So give me one second. I've noticed that, you know, I'm very smart, I'm very intelligent, right? I don't need nobody to come on my live. I don't need to host a panel because I'm a real content creator. I don't have to sit here and let you guys look at content that other people have done. Like, that's their work. I'm going to give you my unbiased opinion. So, when it comes to Pastor J. Wilson, Epic Car Chronicles, and how Queen Tulsa becomes the ultimate rescue hero, which I have been on several panels. And that's the reason why people want me up there because I'm going to ask the questions that need to be asked. So, in this broadcast, this is what we're going to do. Buckle up because this video is about to take off. Huh. It's about to take you on a wild ride. Join Jay Wilson as he gets bombarded by content creators in an unforgettable driving experience. In this video, must see moment. Queen Tulsa breaks it down, sharing hilarious insights and behind the scenes footage that you won't want to miss. Get ready for unforgettable laughs, epic reactions, and a closer look at the challenges of being in the spotlight while behind the wheel. If you love entertaining and real conversation, smash that like button and subscribe for more incredible content. So let's get up into it. So you got Jay Wilson over here. And the funny part about it is, like, I had got majority of this tea before I even hit that live. So I don't know if Ness is over there feeling herself and she's gathering her people around her. The reason why I supported Ness is because A, she gave me an opportunity. She shared my live out and things like that. So it's no issue there. But when I come on these individuals' panels and you want to tell me, hush, be quiet, and this and that, first and foremost, I'm an adult. I am not a kid. First and foremost, y'all go get y'all's kids, the ones that don't have their kids in custody, go get your kids and start and try to parent them. I don't need you coming over here trying to parent me and trying to tell me to be quiet. Dory, you done stole a woman's husband. We are not the same, baby. I didn't steal my husband. My husband was a single man. He was on an app and he found me, right? So I'm very different from the chicks that y'all are seeing out here on these streets. Very different from them. I didn't steal a dude. I ain't trying to hem up a dude. I ain't trying to do none of that. I'm just here trying to have a good time, right? And in the midst of me having a good time, right? These old haters that have no clue about journalism. You have no clue. You don't even have the decorum. When we talk about Dory, you will forever be talking over people and doing the most. Let me tell you something. Let me help y'all out. Let me get all about the tea. Because this is my mentor. Like, I didn't go to no rinky dink. Like, I didn't go to hold on, y'all, because hold on. Hold on. Let me drop my mentor's link in the chat. Okay. I wasn't messing with no rinky dink ass person that was on YouTube that that was listen here. I learned from the best. Period. Get into it. Now, we're gonna go down a rabbit hole a little bit because my mentor is all about the tea. This lady is in celebrity news. Listen here, Wendy Williams used to get her tea from All About the Tea. Now, her link is right there. That's my mentor. That's who I learned from, right? Just to put clarity to it, a black woman helped me out. And one thing I can say is my mentor ended up hitting a situation to where individuals on YouTube, they were going at her and things like that. I'm a loyal person. Look me up, Queen Tulsa. Look and see if you see any videos about me going at all about the tea. Let's see here. One thing that I do respect and I admire, I honor anybody that gives me the time of the day. This particular woman, all about the tea, her name is Monica. This woman saw something in me. She saw the star in me. She knew that I would grow. You know what I'm saying? And me out here on these YouTube streets, I'm going through my little situation. God's got me. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, I'm that girl. Been her. Been her. Okay. I want you guys to know I've been that girl. Been her. I don't have to run around here acting like I know somebody. Listen here. Been her. Been that girl. I've always spoke out, even against my family. And that's what made me a target in my family. I had my whole family turn on me, y'all. I had my whole family turn on me. So that's why I'm able to walk alone, 10 toes down. I don't need nobody. Nigga, if my family can turn on me, anybody can turn on me. And let's get that straight. Okay? I'm very passionate about the stuff that I talk about. Let's get that straight. And it's been a lot of people that try to like dim my light, try to make me feel like I'm just not nothing. Listen here, Ness. My husband, I had him on your live. I'm letting y'all know that I got a real motherfucking G behind me. Peep this out. I had my family turn against me, but my husband was there. My husband. My husband was there before my mama, my sister, my brother, my daddy, and everybody. So that's why me and my husband, we rock so hard. That's my best friend. That's my best friend. My husband is my best friend. Hey, under new management, I'm about to mod you up. We about to give you a wrench because I support you. If anybody knows me, I support the ladies. I like to have a good time. I don't be without it drama and chaos. But listen here, if you want it, you can get it. If you want it, you can get it. But listen here, DJ, crank my shit up. I'll be right back.
Pussy, hey man. All that gangsta shit you talking about a thuka when I see you, pussy nigga, don't be caught with that. All that shit you posting on the book, pussy nigga, when I see you, don't wanna talk about it. These niggas be talking like the batter. Make a pussy ass nigga come up at his adder. These niggas talk shit till they hoe. Until I get hit, these fuck niggas gon' know about it. Where was you, nigga, when I was trapping? Where were you, nigga, when I was broke, didn't have it? Pussy ass nigga never fronted me a pack. Now the niggas act like I owe them my answer. I was on my ass, nigga, act like the hat. Niggas got mad when I started living lab. A nigga powered up, got deeper with the rap. Ran into a plug, had to start speaking Spanish. Same niggas that I grew up with, come to find out, same niggas on that fuck shit. I'm on that block, don't get fucked with. Big ol' thuka for them niggas on tough shit. Sippin' on tech at the bottom. If it ain't no more red, then I'm back on that tough shit. Bitch, we gon' trap for the luck shit. These niggas say that they gon' bust, ain't gon' touch shit. These niggas want my position. These niggas wanna be me with a passion. These niggas know I was trapping. These niggas know I had dope for rap. These niggas know I'm in traffic. Pussy ass niggas just wanna post stats. Oh, you wanna switch? Then let's get it crackin'. Know you a bitch and you ain't been no action. What's up? Streets turn a nigga to a savage. All I knew was mama cause I never heard of dad. But mama always gone cause mama had habits. So growing up a nigga never really heard of fans. I used to stay with my partners till their mama couldn't stand. Was staying with Lil Greg around the time he lost his grip. I used to have to borrow money every day, I couldn't stand. I was taking anything a motherfucker tried to hand me. Stayed with my bitch till the hoe thought she ran. I just want your purse, bitch, I don't want your pain. I was on the road kicking dough for the zany. Now I'm on the road doing shows in Miami. I'm down for the scheme, understand it. Thought he got lean, but that nigga got whammy. Used to have love for buffet. I don't know what happened, I'm not understanding. All that gangsta shit you talking about a thuka when I see you, pussy nigga, don't be caught with that. All that shit you posting on the book, pussy nigga, when I see you, don't wanna talk about it. These niggas be talking like the batter. Make a pussy ass nigga come up at his adder. These niggas talk shit till they hoe. Until I get hit, these fuck niggas gon' know about it.
Period. And that's just on G shit. You niggas gonna know about me. I don't care if you believe in me or not. But listen here, you niggas gonna see me on a big screen. I don't give a listen. I don't give a about what y'all talking about, how y'all see me. I know who the fuck I am. I know who I am. And you know what I'm saying? Like it be some extra ass shit going on. Like for real. Hey, DJ, play here. I'm just gonna say this right now. Some of y'all don't even know when you got a real person standing beside you. And listen here, I ain't about to prove myself. I ain't about to come out here and preach to you that I'm real. Listen here, nigga. I come from kicking in doors. Okay? Kicking in motherfuckers' doors. I done changed my life. I ain't that girl no more. I was out here heavy in the streets. I know about the street life. I know about it. I know. Hey, what's up, Deceit? You sexy little thing here. Listen here. Shout out to our royal Nisi, the Budgetnisa. Listen here. We might need you on a payroll. Shit. Okay. He said we were over Ness exposing, re-exposing Jay. Man, fuck all that. To be honest, and Dory, fuck you for real. Cause you was on some bullshit. Like, I know you over there and you trying to get your name out there and shit like that. You over at Ness's channel and you gotta kiss her ass, you gotta lick her butt and do what you gotta do. But listen here, I ain't with none of that. I guess a lot of you niggas forgot. Hold on, nigga, let me call my siblings. Nigga, my daddy was a millionaire. I've been around motherfucking money. Been around money. Nigga, we had a lake house. We had big houses and all that. Rode in the fanciest fucking cars. But that shit don't mean nothing to me. That shit don't mean nothing to me. Don't mean that to me. Because I'm going to tell you like this. Even with that nigga having all that money, I was put in harm's way. Even though that nigga had money, that nigga had millions of dollars in his bank account, I was still put in harm's way. Ain't now one of you hoes about to sit out here and try to chastise me or try to put me in my place when I'm out here defending you bitches when these niggas is out here kicking y'all to the fucking curb. Bitch, I done took my whole wig off to stand up for you bitches. I don't feel no type of way. I'm still going to support you. I ain't gonna feel no type of way. I'm still gonna support you. I'm just telling you how I feel. Man, y'all on some other shit. I ain't on that other shit. Miss me with that bullshit. Miss me with that bullshit for real. I ain't on that fake phony shit. I'm real as they fucking come. How much more do I have to show you motherfuckers? Man. Ugh. Y'all niggas be tripping for real. Y'all niggas be tripping for real. Nah. Y'all was coming at me. Man, I got that woman on there and I got that woman to talking. And then y'all up here coming at me. I'm the one that's up there. Y'all can't take my motherfucking position. I'm the little Wendy Williams. It's in me. You can study me. You can watch all my motherfucking videos, but you will never be the Queen Tulsa. I'm one. That shit bothers me. Hey, beautiful. How you doing?
Hey, what happened?
Man, we was over at Nessa's channel, and I'm over there, speaking my piece and stuff. And you got Dory them over there like, oh, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Treat me like I'm a fucking kid or something. Like, bitch, I'm a whole married woman. Okay? I'm a whole
Mm.
married woman. Don't nobody tell me what to do. Oh, shh. Be quiet. Stop it. That be the shit that I be on. If I'm out here and I'm working for you, I ain't working for you. I'm working for the Lord. And if the Lord say, okay, she's included, she's included. But if I'm out here working for the Lord and I'm standing up for women and I'm saying that this shit ain't right, let me move in my purpose. Don't distract me. We had a beautiful
Mm.
woman, a seasoned woman from Trinidad, and she had come up there and she had started, letting us know all the tea about Jay Wilson. Half of this stuff I didn't know. You know, I'm all about equality. I'm all about fairness. And if we got a nigga out here dating a fucking married man and he's married to a woman, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with it.
And why do
I
you
got a
have a problem
problem.
with it?
Man, because I feel like it's not fair to that lady. That lady probably has no fucking clue.
Mm.
You know what? It just hits different. It hits different. I had to deal with this shit with my mama. She dealt with a bisexual dude, find out this nigga was sleeping with men. Like, that is nothing cool to me. There's nothing to slap hands about. This is a problem. And some of our women are getting HIV and AIDS and other transmitted diseases because niggas don't want to be honest about what they do. That is a problem to me. I would never be okay with it. Never, ever, ever be okay with a man sitting up here doing it with a woman and then you out here getting bent over by a man.
Right.
Are you okay? Like, no, that you tripping. Pick what you want. Give these women, because our black women, if you look at statistics, our black women is taking this shit.
Hmm.
They want to give a dude a chance. I get it. I get it, ladies. I get it. I get it that you want a black king. I get it that you want your forever. Your forever is out there, but sometimes he may not even be a black man. I dealt with plenty of black men. My last nigga was a fucking Marine. If I was just materialistic, I would have stayed around for the motherfucking check whenever he got it every month. But no, I'm not about to sit up here and deal with the disrespect. You cheating on me, you put your hands on me, he bust my eye vessel. One time the me and this nigga got into a fight, he choked me out so bad that it bust my eye vessel. I had my experience with the black nigga that wanted to take me out. I'm
Mm.
against it. I'm against it. I'm
So let me ask you a question. So would you have this dialogue with Jay Wilson, knowing how sensitive he is? Would you tell him this stuff?
Yeah, I would, because it's heartbreaking. I just feel
Mm.
like people deserve to know who they dealing with. They're just like me going out. I'm in public. Just let's just say I'm single. I'm out. I'm floating around. Yeah, I may get a nigga number, but do I get the right to go and trick this nigga and make him believe that he's with somebody who he assumes that I am? It's not right. It's not right. That's what I'm on the side of right. And when I'm out here, this man's talking about, oh, he can go and pull a woman. But are you going to be honest and open and tell this woman that you slept with men? Because when you talk about men in our community, the black men that are scared to come out, how are you going to be vulnerable enough to tell another black woman, hey, well, I sleep with women? Well, because sometimes our black women, they ain't with that stuff. If they want a black king, they want a black king, and they want to know that you there for them. They don't want to find out later on that you was over here sleeping with Tom, Dick, and Harry. It's not right to them. But I will be willing
Right.
to have a conversation with him, and I do want to have a conversation because he was like, "Oh, well, I had sex with a trans man." Well, baby, let me just help you out, Jay Wilson. That trans man identified as a man. So you didn't have sex with a woman. Even though that individual had the woman parts, that's not how they identified. And I don't feel like you
Right.
should put that code or that label on that person because it's very disrespectful. Because I'm pretty sure when you was hitting that cat, that wet cat. Okay, shout out to the ladies and no disrespect. I love pussy because I knew pussy before I knew dick. Okay, get into it. But you wasn't ramming that woman saying, oh yeah, yeah, you look like a man, but you a woman. You weren't saying none of that. You respected that person for whatever they identified as in your moment of knocking it out.
Right.
I, you know what I'm
And
saying?
to add to that, people are saying that because the trans man had a vagina, that makes Jay Wilson bi, but I don't think of it like that. I mean, or that looks at it like he likes women. I don't look at it like that because everything that Jay Wilson is attracted to is masculine and manly. But he was so ashamed or embarrassed that he couldn't even be his gay self and just talk about the fact that he likes men, and that's just what it is. I'm still not getting the insecurity that he has, because Ness was like, well, you only like men or whatever, you only deal with men, and he got offended by that, and I'm like, you're a gay man, why are you offended?
Well, see, this is the thing with someone like me. I don't have a problem with saying, "Hey, I'm only interested in men." Yes, I've had vagina before, and if you heard my story, vagina was really forced up on me, and I'll even take it a step further. It's been females that took advantage of me.
Mm.
It was when I was younger. It was females that took advantage of me. Then when I got older, and my sister's best friend, I'm thinking, she just wanted to drink. She invited me over for drinks. I'm like, okay, cool. I thought it was just me and her. We over there, we chilling, we drinking. Next thing you know, apparently I blacked out. The next time I woke up, I was laying on my back, and she was right there, and this dude was right there. I don't know what happened to me. I don't know what happened to me.
Mm.
Only thing I know is I woke up and I was kind of like going in slow motion, like everything was just moving slow for me. So I didn't know what happened to me. I didn't even know that I even was roofie. I was roofie. And these two individuals sat up there and took advantage of me.
Mm.
You
Well,
feel me?
mm.
I don't
I'm
hate
sorry, I didn't.
women. Yeah, I don't hate women. I love women. But just growing up in my household, my mama and my sister, it was just so violent against me. I look like my mama out of all the kids, when I'm all dressed up and stuff. I look like my mom out of all the kids. My oldest sister, she came to me. She didn't even have to come to me because God had gave me a gift to where I saw that my stepdad had molested her. I didn't see the act, but I saw them in the room. When I went to my mama and told her, hey, because me and sis had a conversation before I went to mama. And when I went to mama, my sister sat up there and made it seem like I was a liar. I ain't here to take the woman down. I'm here to protect the woman. I protected my mama when my cousin was trying to fight her. I had some off. Y'all know the off spray? I sprayed my cousin,
Yeah.
a female in the face from her and her brother jumping on my mom. So I
Mm.
I don't know if I told y'all this before, but when I was younger, I saw my daddy in the apartments that I met my husband. That I had grew up in, but I met my husband. He stayed there. But in those same apartments, I just told God, God, give me strength. Whenever I can, I'm gonna protect my mama. And God answered my prayers because when I got older, it was niggas that tried my mom, and I had to throw them blows to them. Even with my sister, I had to stop jumping into her stuff because I fucking busted bless a vessel in her boyfriend's eye for putting his hands on my sister. You ain't about to put your hands on my sister, not in my house and not in my face. Not if I hear about it. I don't care if I wasn't there. If my sister come to me and tell me that you lay hands on her, the next time I see you, nigga, it's on. And it ain't no questions. It ain't none of that. And I could call my brothers and sisters right now. They don't call me because I'm the nut in the motherfucking family. I get real. Don't let these titties, don't let this attire fool you. You touch mine, it's going down. And it is what it is. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. I don't care who you is. You could be my daddy, nigga. Me and my brother was about to fuck my daddy up one year, and my mama told us not to. But I'm serious. I don't care. This is a life that I live, but you're not gonna cross my boundaries. You're not gonna disrespect the women. You're not gonna do all this. And when it comes to that, it draws me back to my childhood because I had to protect my mama. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Tulsa,
Yeah.
I wanted to say that I heard to your point, and and then Doria, but to your point, I wanted to say that you said you don't like when men are not honest with women about their sexuality. Now, I wanted to say, or about what they're doing sexually. I wanted to say with Jay Wilson, I remember, I forgot what the context of the conversation was, but he said something to the effect of, it was a conversation about men not being honest with women, men that are on the DL, or bisexual men not being honest with women and sleeping with men. And his exact words were, or he said something to the effect of, well, people have to protect themselves. how I, that was his response. People have to protect themselves. And I'm
I'm
like, yeah.
confused. Is he? Can you explain? I'm
Bessie, go
confused.
ahead and elaborate. She's talking about Jay Wilson saying, you know, about this whole DL stuff. You just have to protect yourself. I don't feel like you should just have to protect yourself. That
Got
person
it.
that's laying down with you should be a man or woman enough to tell you, hey, this is what I'm into. This is what I'm doing. He should give you that opportunity to say, yes, I'm with it, or no, I'm not. And I'm just not backing down from that. I'm not. And Bestie, you know, me and you had got
Mm.
into it over there on Nancy's channel because I felt like y'all was
Yeah.
shushing me. But me and you was on the phone earlier, and our
Mm.
passion and our drive about this whole situation, I've been amped up ever since we had that conversation.
Right now, I
So
get it. And Nessa sent me over. I was coming anyways
yeah,
to talk to you because she didn't understand it now, and now I
yeah.
fully get it now.
But remember,
And we
I
were
had told you
so
I was triggered. Remember, I had told you I was triggered,
yeah, and then we were laughing, joking, and then it kind of went. But then it did go
but I'm
the other way
still
in my
on it.
mind. Right?
I'm
No, I
still on
understand.
it
And I'll
because
talk to her too. Yeah.
I feel like there's not enough people out here standing up for our ladies. I mean, even though I'm trans, I didn't collaborate with Dory. I didn't try to
Mm.
collaborate with Spark. I didn't try to collaborate with people in my community. They don't get it. Dory is the only one that got it. Dory understands me. Dory gets me. Shout out to my brother Wani11 says, sending love prayers to you and all victims of violence. Go off, says, listen here, let's thank her and then we'll come right back to this conversation.
Okay.
All right. Winnie Houston, where you at? Thank you all so much for supporting Queen Tulsa, the show, whether it's a like, a share, a subscribe, a Cash App, a PayPal, or a Zelle. Thank you for coming by and watching the show. And this is your commercial for being acknowledged for just being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Without you, who would be watching? Thank you for tuning in. Shout out to
Yeah,
Brother
Tulsa.
Wani. Y'all take
Thank
over.
you so much. I wanted to say, and like Nessa was like, "Can you talk to Tulsa?" And of course I will. Tulsa, she knows we're besties, and I think we ain't gonna bring up J Dub, fuck that, and all the
Well,
disruption and
sis,
stuff like
let her
that.
know I was triggered. And the reason why I'm
Yeah, I
triggered is
am. I
because
will.
me, you, and Dissy, we was on your channel earlier and we was having a great uh build. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that, that carried over, to Ness, and then, it was just like the conversations that Joyful was saying and she was bringing up really she made some valuable points.
Right.
And when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to us, I just feel like, if you with the women, be with the women. But don't sit up here and be trying to act like you with the women and then you turn on them. That's my thing. I'm not gonna turn on you, Dory. I'm not gonna turn on this. I'm not gonna turn on
Likewise.
this heat. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if I
Well,
Well,
say
see,
well,
I'm
Tulsa.
Tulsa, because I wasn't there. What was the context of why? What made you say
Well,
that?
let me answer this question real quick because I'm glad you asked that. This heat. Now that we have the bigger picture, see, Tulsa, Ness, and me, and a lot of people in the chat, and G State the World, they call Joyful. Her name is Joyful. Also, that's just from Club Chat. We all know Jay Wilson for his works. And so when we were, and I get it now. I get it. I get it. Sometimes you don't get things in real time. Tulsa's triggered also because we know Jay Wilson. So, and you can hear the passion and the not even frustration, but when Jesus Take the Wheel was recapping from the time he started on YouTube, okay, to today. You can hear her disgust, my disgust, and there was laughter because he's an idiot and all the things he's doing. Tulsa's been over there supporting him. He doesn't really support her. And then the issues that we brought up on my channel today, all that was very triggering for her. Now I see the full picture because we know the situation with Jay Wilson. Tulsa really doesn't know everything.
Right.
So it was easier for us to swallow as gross as it was. It's like you ever played that game when you were in Halloween and they tell you put your hand in the bucket and it's nothing but grapes, but they tell you it's eyeballs.
Hmm.
We know it's grapes. Tulsa didn't know. She's thinking it's disgusting eyeballs. So that even more so triggered her because she kept interrupting and then trying to not steer the conversation, but
But
help
Dory,
out the commentate. Yeah, and it just
but
got disruptive and things like that. Mhm.
what was exactly the trigger for Tulsa? Like, what was it? Because when after I'll be honest, like after we had that conversation
Mhm.
I'm
on
gonna
your
tell you what
channel,
the trigger
I had to
was.
step away,
Well,
Oh yes,
finding
so
okay,
I
out
go
didn't
ahead.
watch.
finding
Mhm.
out that he was fucking women and then he was still fucking men, it triggered me because my stepdad, who was married to my mom, tried to fuck me. Or I don't know if he wanted to fuck me or suck my dick or whatever the case may be, but that was a trigger. And I don't like deceptive men. I just don't. I don't. And it's nothing that can
Right,
make me feel a certain type of way because I feel like you take away the woman's option, you take away her choice. And when we talk about the climate that we're in, and that most niggas ain't talking about, is that women are not having control over their bodies, and that's how they produce us. Hello? So that's what bothers me. It's is that you're gonna go out here, you're gonna lie to these women, and then you're gonna lay up with these women, and you're not gonna tell them that you're laying up with men. And there's so many women that end up with motherfucking AIDS
I was
because
gonna say,
somebody
and
didn't want
before
to
we,
tell
yeah.
their story.
Mm.
Go ahead,
And
Bessie.
for
I'm
those that are
sorry.
in the bushes trying to bone carry, Ness and Tulsa are good. So please don't start that. Continue on, Tulsa, because I was thinking the same
No,
thing about
Bessie,
the
you
download
get me.
brother.
You get me. You
Hmm.
get me. You know my frustration. And that's
Yeah,
my
they're good.
frustration. You know, yeah,
Shakim
I
is
was
good.
over here
He's good.
chilling. I was
Yeah,
chilling
we're
at
all
this
good.
nigga's channel and his panel and stuff like that. I didn't
Hmm.
know half of this stuff. So yeah, I got triggered
It,
because
yeah, it's a
I've made
lie.
conversation where I don't believe that men should be screwing women and screwing men at the same time, and either parties don't know. I just feel
And
like
then
that's
the way
messed
he
up.
was sticking up for you also. And so you're thinking, he's a knight in shining armor. I
I thought
totally get
everything
it.
was good.
Because we never discussed Jay Wilson offline. Like we don't, because I know that she, was over there with him and supporting his channel. And then, you have to think too. As hard as she works, this
Hold
man
on,
has come.
Betsy. Address
Mm-hmm.
this comment right here because apparently they
What
don't know
is
our
what?
relationship. They said
What?
Dory gonna be dragging you next week behind the scenes. This is my best friend. She don't do
Like
that.
who is that? Is that the same? This is
Black
weird.
power.
Like yeah, and I told someone else was like, Dory will throw you under the bus for an opportunity. Don't you know I'm the hardest working person alongside Tulsa up on YouTube, and I'm a seasoned content creator in the beef sector, and I'll go live with zero people. Like you don't know me, but I'm glad that you spoke. You and the other person because guess what? I know you're not in my corner, and it's even better for me. So thank you for speaking up. I'm not mad at you. Not at all. It's typical. Anyways, with no
And
foundation at all. No examples. I'm not. That's one thing about me. I'm not even explaining myself. But I just. I'm sorry. I
Well,
just
listen
believe in
here,
karma. I
Dory.
believe in karma too much. Go ahead.
But Dory, me, you are. I'm all about what you show me. I don't care what your experiences was last year, last month, last week. What
Mm-hmm.
you show me, and you've only shown me like love, grace, gratitude, and I've shown you the same. I love
Like
you as a
yeah.
black sister. And even when those
Love you
niggas was
too.
trying to come up at you, like I told you, don't you worry about them. I got them. Don't you address no niggas.
Mm-hmm.
I got the niggas. You just do you.
Yeah.
Didn't I tell you that? Don't you
Mm-hmm.
any dude that come up against you, you let me know. I'm gonna go at them. This he go ahead. I think
Mm-hmm.
you had
yeah,
something to say,
because it,
baby.
it does. Yeah, it does seem kind of weird how the dudes always want to, you know,
Huh.
I mean, argue with you, Tulsa, or argue with Dimples, or argue with Lady Sparkle. That is just very telling. And I don't know what type of class and masculinity these men have taken,
Huh.
but they get an F. You know what I'm saying? Because, you're there's nothing masculine about arguing. First of all, with
Right.
anybody. It's a,
Huh.
like we said, this arena that we're in is a women's sport because it's feminine. It's feminine to do all this going back and forth,
Right. Yeah.
debating. What we really doing? We're not even debating. We're arguing. Some channels we debate, but most of the time we're arguing. It's not masculine for a man to click on a link and he just needs to argue with a girl. And it's just like, what? I mean, it's very sassy to me. It's just
That
very
was this
sassy.
guy named Wes, this he from
Yeah.
over from Limit Channel.
And he
He was so
wanted to argue
fucking
with you
annoying.
so bad, Dory. And
Both
yeah.
of us, yeah.
And what I
He was
do, I
talking.
check that nigga. I check that nigga. Like
Mm,
nigga, what's up? Like we on the topic. Is you gonna contribute or you? What the fuck you doing? And that's dropped him. Okay, so that was
oh,
my
she did.
moment.
Oh,
And
he.
yeah, I
Mm,
protected
mm.
y'all in that moment. Like nigga, you over here talking about some other stuff. We on this. What you doing? Next, go ahead and get rid of. She got rid of him. I'm
Yeah,
here to
we kept telling
protect
him to
y'all.
go back over
But
the
listen
limit,
here,
but he was bringing that
as a
same shit.
as a trans woman, I don't give a fuck what they talking about. They want to identify me as a man. Okay, I'm the man. I'm the man around this motherfucker. Right?
Mm,
Any dude that come up against y'all, I need y'all to let me know. Let me know who they are, and I
mm,
got it. I don't want y'all fighting these men. Let me do it. Because I got the best of
mm.
both worlds.
That
Oh
shit was
my god.
crazy. You're
Let me
right.
do
It's like
it. Take the pressure off you. Be a lady.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm a trans woman, but I need y'all to be a lady. Let me handle this. Any of y'all grievances, any of these niggas coming at you, let me know. Let me put my email up here. I don't care. Get in contact with me however you got to do it. But if they come at you, I want you to let me know because I'm going to go at it. I'm the new lady in the chat. I'm the new trainee that's going to be going after all these men that's going after these women. Okay. First of all, we need to protect the black woman. Okay. First of all, we come from one. And like Tupac said, why is it that we want to go at our black women, want to degrade them and do all this other malicious type shit? The reason why I'm going so hard is because I got married on September the 7th. September the 7th was when Tupac got killed. Do you hear me? Do you hear
Mm-hmm.
me? So I'm serious about
Yeah.
this shit. I'm serious about it. Listen here, I'm the Messiah out in these motherfucking streets. God's got his hands on me. I don't care what nobody say. I'm the Messiah out here. I'm gonna come and check you. I'm gonna give you the business. Don't you run up at these women trying to go at them. You come to me. You forward that shit to me. I want it. I want the heat. I want the smoke. I want
You
it.
know what else is so crazy though, y'all? This
I'm
heat
gonna
Tulsa
protect
and the
you
Royals.
because listen here, we got plenty of motherfucking niggas running around here. Oh, I'm straight, this, that, and third, but they could give a fuck about the women. Guess what? I'm here for the women. Let's go.
And did you notice that? Did you hear about Brooke? Like, Zia tried to flag her community board, and he ran when Malik hit the link over their message yesterday.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that yesterday. I mean, ZX to he's all talked. He's all talk to me. He's all talk.
Mm,
The moment you got to pull a gun out and you're a man for a woman, oh my god.
right. Mm? Yeah, you doing okay over there, Bessie?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh my
But
bad.
Yeah. Just
no, you
woosah.
talking
Just
about
woosah.
she pulled a pew pew out on a woman. Let's
GX
address
did.
that fact
GX
right
did.
there. Let's address that fact right there because first of all,
Cause
if
she
it was
came to his house. She pulled up on him because he had been harassing her for years online.
but
And
peep this out. If it was a
yeah.
trans woman that pulled out a gun, a pew pew on a woman, that would be so out of place. That would be so inappropriate, and it's so inappropriate for this heterosexual man that's supposed to like women
Allegedly. Mm-hmm.
allegedly, and then he pulls out a pew pew on this woman. Like, what type of masculinity is that? Who raised you? The thing is, we got to protect our women. And listen here, I'm gonna say it loud and proud. Black men, you don't see any other races go out there and try to
Mm.
disrespect the Hispanic woman in front of all her family. Go out there and try to
Huh.
disrespect the Indian woman in front of all her brothers and all that. See what's
Yeah.
gonna happen to you. But y'all be
Mm.
so cool to let a nigga talk about your black sister, whether if she's your sister from another mother. But you will let somebody out here disrespect her because that's what you seen in the house. You think it's
Mm.
cool. You don't think the women are worthy. Women are worthy. Do you understand? They carry the child for 9 to 10 months or how many ever
Mm.
months they carry it. Don't you know that these women could go through unalignment while they're trying to push out your seed? Can we get down
Huh.
through there? Y'all are black women. Y'all are black women. Y'all know how it is.
Yeah.
Y'all are at the head of the table trying to raise men because you're single parents because that nigga ran out because he didn't want to hold up his responsibility of the fucking act that he did while he was in between your legs.
Right. Right. And you know what's just so crazy is that, and like, 'cause I can
Man,
see
I'm
why you
going
triggered.
in tonight.
I know that's right. But yeah, it's just crazy how like, you know, they sit over there on his Jay Wilson's platform, they listen to his bull crap. People come out and tell the truth. And now he's running and saying he's doing political news, he's not doing beast sector because he can't control the situation. And he is operating fear. And like I said, he came and say that he's GAY, you know? Oh shit, Toast, this is my husband calling me from the road. I'll try to come back on, okay?
Okay, baby, do your thing.
All right,
Tell me
okay, all right,
hello.
see. Oh, I will.
Go ahead,
Okay,
answer.
thanks. Oh, all right, bye.
Okay. But this he
Yeah.
just hearing everything that I said, go ahead and sound off and engage. What are your thoughts and what are your opinions?
Well, I definitely agree with you when it comes to the Jay Wilson stuff. I wanted to know, what did you think about him just disregarding women, and it's basically saying like they need to protect themselves, just like it ain't that big of a deal.
I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree with any of that because, yeah, you have some women out here that are rowdy and, they might try to push your buttons, but that comes with, you got to have self control. And so, even with a real man not agreeing with the woman, he's not going to go off and say all those malicious things to that woman. He's going to try to bring some type of resolution to the situation. And I feel like because he doesn't deal with women on a regular, then that's his disconnect.
Exactly.
Like for real.
And
Um,
sometimes I feel like some people have like a hatred. I feel like some of them have like a hatred when it comes to women. You know what I'm saying?
but listen, I've been well, we'll say galestic, and you place it with the M. I've been galested by women. I've
Mm,
actually, and if nobody ever said it, I'm gonna say it. I've been molested by women. I've had women, do me up, straddle me, and you know, at that point in time in my life when it happened, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know to go tell. This is just like, you shush, be quiet. Let me just have some fun with you, you know?
right.
So when people always say, oh, well, they gay because they got F by a man. No, it was a woman. It was a woman
Mm,
that took me. I mean, and, you know, to this day, I never told my mom that she did it, you know?
right. And what I also wanted to ask you is, what do you think of? Because I noticed that you've been very adamant about your feelings when it comes to Pizarro, when it comes to Brianna, when it comes to Nika. Are you cool with any of them, or you just basically see them, and what is that?
You know what? I was cool with them, and I actually took a liking to Bree. I actually bought one of her advertisements situations, and she come through my channel and shared me out. I don't really have an issue with her. It's just like when she gets on that transphobic rant, then that's when I have a difference of opinion. And even with like Pizarro and Lady Nika, I never had an issue with them. It's just like they're scamming really amped me up to go after them because it's like when you have real people out here working real jobs and they looking forward to, real content. They have people out here saying, "Oh, this is what you're gonna get," and it's all false. I don't feel like it's fair to people, and so there's an issue. So I'm gonna jump in and I'm gonna damn expose you because I just feel like when you out here and you've been in the B sector for so many years, why are you paying for people to jump into your challenge? If it's not salacious, if it's not a gimmick and all that, why would you have to pay people? Well, it lets me know that they was running some behind the scenes mess. And I've got firsthand experience when I judge Lolo's competition, and I had more people that outvoted me that wanted to vote a person in that didn't bring much to the table. So I'm all about even when it comes to what's her name, sister, when it came to lemons Halloween costume contest, I feel
Hmm.
like sister should have won because sister, she came in, she had on a work outfit, she gave you the paint on her leg, she gave you a whole scenery and this that and the third, and they wasn't judging fairly. So that's why I'm always going to be against these scammers. What are your thoughts?
Well, I can definitely understand where you're coming from. I mean, a lot of people be looking at them sideways. Well, mostly Pizarro sideways when it comes to um and then they, of course, people have said things about Nico or whatever, but a lot of them look at Pizarro sideways because they think that there's been some misappropriations of funds. You know what I'm saying? And you know, we're trying to, people. Pizarro's losing trust. She's losing trust with certain people and things like that because it's like is why are you doing so many challenges on your channel? Why, I mean, is this like your money grab? Is this your version of a money grab? Is this your job? This is, I mean, it's a lot of questions to be asked there because we know that whatever she claims, there's a lot of things that Pizarro says that you can just hear her and you can know that it's a lie. From her saying like the, there's just been so many times like she has been caught in lies and she got mad at me, because I basically talked about a previous conversation that we had when I had my first channel and she said that she didn't have that she's never been on a plane. Every time you hear put or out of the state of Florida, every time you hear Pizarro talk, she always talks about going to somewhere in Florida. She's there. I mean, whether it's driving, well, obviously it would be driving and stuff like that or whatever. And this girl has like, I always thought that was like very sad because I'm like, you don't even know what the world outside of this little bubble that you've created for yourself. And you're mad at me because you haven't went anywhere. Do not brag about a relationship that you have with somebody when you're not when you're not he's not taking you anywhere. And not only that, but you clearly don't have any funds and stuff like that or whatever. You're focusing on what a lesbian gave you and stuff like that. You're focusing on what everybody else did for you, but I've never hear you say that Mr. Intel has bought you anything significant. The last time he bought her something, he went to the gas station and he bought her one of those cheap Valentine's Day gifts. And I swear we thought it was like some type of flower pot that you put on like a hearse. I mean, not a hearse, but on an urn or something. I mean, what do you call those things at the cemetery?
The urns, the
Headstone.
vase. Yes, so
Yeah,
yeah.
the headstone. And it was so sad, Tulsa. Like it was so sad. And this is a girl that's never been outside of her state. She ain't never been outside of her state. Let her tell it. She's been to California. How you been to California if you've never been on a plane? How are you going to get to California? So you're telling me that when you were younger that your people drove to California? But no, she says she's been on a plane before. Just the other day she was popped because um Pharaoh clicked the link. I forgot Duke Pharaoh clicked the link and I forgot what channel it was on. Um he clicked the link and he was at the airport. She said, "Are y'all at the where is he at? He at the store? Does that look like a store to you? It's an airport. You don't even know what an airport looks like." And that is so sad. It's so sad and so ghetto. And that's where me and Pizarro fall, out and stuff because it's this girl, she just pops herself every time she speaks.
But let me
And
help
I
you out
like
right
her.
here.
Okay.
But let's say this because first and foremost, Lady Nika has come out here and she's made a public announcement that she will be riding for Pizarro and she will be riding for pizza. How is it that you're riding for Pizarro and pizza goes on over to a guy, KRN, who exposed you, who lit you up? I mean, from top to bottom. Like, if you my girlfriend and you going over to support him, I'm gonna be honest. You and I our relationship is gonna be on pause because I'm trying to figure out who you working for, who
Right.
side you on,
Right.
because you claim to
But
be women empowerment, but you
mm,
go on over to this man's house. Go ahead.
exactly. I don't know what King Roman's thinking, but I think that with this whole thing of Pizarro wanting automatically to have a conversation, and then this doxing of myself being resurfaced, or whatever the case may be, of whatever went on with Brianna lying to me, and giving my photo to ODS, and then Yaya getting it and all this other stuff. um if anybody's thinking correctly, they should know that Pizarro always has an angle for what she does. Even if it doesn't make sense, it'll make sense to her. And I think that something went on behind the scenes that day when Pizarro threw Brianna under the bus about me, because that was something I didn't even know. I didn't know that Brianna gave ODS that photo. I didn't know that, because when I asked her and I confronted her about it, she denied it. So I feel like there was some sort of tension, something happened behind the scenes, and something happened. I don't know if it was an argument. I don't know if it was something, but Pizarro is now seeking outside of that group. Something happened to the point where she's now seeking outside of that group, for support, for whatever. Also, it could also be that because of this whole stuff that's going on with Diva or whatever, trying to, tomboy, wait, Diva tomboyish, it could also be that they're looking for someone to, they're looking for allies to help them with the whole Diva thing. But as ZX said, all you have to do is ignore that girl. And also, and because Diva threatened to dox Brianna's job. Pizarro is not afraid of Diva. Pizarro has already cussed Diva out multiple times. She's cussed Diva out multiple times. The thing is that Bestie is involved. Bestie can get, her job is on the line. Her, what, there's a lot of other things that are possibly on the line when it comes to Brianna. Brianna has, obviously has revealed herself, so it's not hard to dox her, and it's not hard to find out where she is or who she is and all this other stuff if you are a doxer. So Diva basically said, if I can get to you, Pizarro, I'm gonna go to Brianna. I'm gonna get at Brianna and stuff like that. Pizarro's protecting her bestie, the one that she's not even loyal to at this time. That's my theory. That's why she's thinking that King Rome, she's trying to get allies and things like that, so that they can have some type of assistance when if something hits the fan. But Diva was inaccurate when it came to her. She was inaccurate when it came to her doxing of Pizarro. So I don't even know why they're even afraid, or not even afraid, or even whatever. Because when Diva said that Pizarro lives in Louisiana, I'm like, Have you ever been anywhere?" Because you know that Pizarro's not from Louisiana. People who have traveled know Pizarro's not from Louisiana. You can listen to the way she talks. You can listen. You know her dialect and stuff
Yeah,
like
there's
that.
no accent. Right.
Yeah, her type of accent. You know what region that's from. And
The challenge.
yeah, and Diva got her all the way in Baton Rouge somewhere, and I'm like, no, this is not. This is nothing. And it's like, girl, you don't. That's not how you insert or that's not how you get in, or whatever, or have people respect you or like you or anything. You got to be witty. You got to be creative. You got to bring something to the table other than you think you're intimidating somebody. You're only you're pulling out information that has already been that's already been given out. I mean, you're regurgitating information that's already been put out in the streets. If you're not bringing something new to the streets, then nobody cares.
Yeah,
Why
it's
don't
kind
you?
of pointless. Yeah.
Yeah, her commentary is she doesn't have I mean, CX said it the other day. She's boring. She doesn't bring anything. So she thinks her only way for people to like her is for her to do this little go on this doxing spree. I dox people when they've done something to me, when I feel like I've been wrong, or somebody that I feel close to have been wrong, but it has to be make sense. And that's only to confirm things. It's not to ruin anybody's life. It's not to get anybody fired or whatever, even though that could have happened with certain individuals, but I don't do that because I always believe in karma. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want anything that I have coming to me in the future to be messed up due to what I've done to somebody. So yes, I'll find out about you, but I won't ruin your life. Diva will try to ruin your life because she don't have shit and she's broke and she's on here begging for televisions and shit like that. And I just can't respect that because her channel's trash and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I can't respect that. And a girl who is literally saying Pizarro somewhere in like Baton Rouge, somewhere in Louisiana, like that. Oh, why would anybody? I mean, that's already a dumbass dox. It doesn't make any sense. And it's like, there's no reason to reconcile with anybody because that was just a stupid thing to say in the first place with Pizarro. And there's nothing to be intimidated if you can't even say where Pizarro is correctly. Like at least get the state right. You know.
Right. Now, let me ask you this. How do you feel about Pastor J. Wilson? And we talked about this early on Dory's,
Mhm.
him being in the car, him being on Ness channel, and the questions being asked, and then him just losing it and calling. I mean, and then this is another thing, like Dory, that's my bestie. But
Right.
Dory did it kind of insert herself. And I kind of felt like, he was already in war. And so I kind of feel like the ammunition that he gave Dory, I think she was just a innocent bystander that was just trying to give commentary. But what are your thoughts on Pastor J. Wilson going off and going in on her?
On Dory, are you talking about that? You're talking about that day at Ness's?
Uh huh.
Um. Well, I think that Jay Wilson, you know, he likes to, you know, he wants people to think that he's an intelligent man, but I really don't think he's that bright because he should know by now that going over to anyone's channel where you have people that don't really, you're not their cup of tea, you should already know anywhere outside of your channel, just have that in your mind. Anywhere outside of your channel is in enemy territory. So he saw the people who were on the panel. He was in enemy territory due to the fact that Shakim was on the panel, Dory was on the panel, people he don't get along with at this particular time. So Jay Wilson, you know, he's looking for a fight. And one thing you're gonna learn is that Jay Wilson will cuss a woman clean out. He'll give a woman the business, but when it comes to giving that energy to a man, he cowers down. And I
Hold
can't
on,
ever respect
pause.
that. Mm-mm.
This heat. Now, when you say that, You see me out here. I done battled all types of men. I mean, I've even battled. We've soon rekindled our friendship, but I've even battled Malik. Like I go at the dudes hard. Like I don't hold nothing back. If I know something, I'm gonna say something. And so, why do you think that Jay Wilson holds back?
Well, why do I think he holds back with going at men?
No, yeah, going at men. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think
Hey,
that
Sierra, baby.
Jay Wilson is a coward. I feel like he's intimidated when it comes to men. I don't think he wants any smoke when it comes to men because if you think about all the guys that he has interacted with, um, who wanted smoke from him, I mean, Rick Reed said he sings off key. He talked crazy about Jay Wilson in the past. Jay Wilson ain't said a peep about Rick Reed. He ain't said a peep about Rebel dragged him, Rebel's son dragged him. Um, that was what, last year or not too long. I mean, he dragged him or whatever. um, there's been men that have came at him. Obviously, Treasure has dragged Jay Wilson on multiple occasions. Treasure's just waiting on Jay Wilson to just jump wrong or just to move wrong. And
Okay, this
Treasure,
heat
uh-huh.
right there. I want you to
Hmm.
put a pin in that. We're about to have we got to go on a quick commercial break. We got to pay the bills. I want you to stay tuned and finish up that thought when the DJ says the music is done. DJ, hit the music. We'll be right back, you guys. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, comment. Listen here, we got this heat up in here. This heat kept their word. We were on Dory's channel earlier. She said she would come by. And so this is a woman that you guys need to get familiar with because she do have a channel. She does have a lot of education behind her. Like, don't let the voice fool you. Yes, she's sexy. Yes, she's sweet, but she can really read you your rights. So, without further ado, Mo 3, Everybody Ain't Your Friend, featuring Boosie Badass. Let's go. Everybody ain't your pop. 1 second. Listen here. Listen here. We got Couture Bay in the motherfucking building. Listen here. Couture Bay is a black American beautiful woman. Listen here. We work on the prime time mixer together. This is a black woman and she's heterosexual. Never been an issue between me and her. Couture Bay, if you can hit the link. I just want people to know who you are, hear your voice, and be able to subscribe to you. Back into the music, DJ.
Passa.
All right, there we go. Listen here. Shout out to Couture Bay. I did drop her channel in the chat. Listen here, you guys, get on over and follow Couture Bay. She gives you the celebrity news. She gives you all of the things. Listen here. That is a black sister, and I love her, and I appreciate her, and I respect her. All right, let's get back into the commentary. This heat, go ahead.
Um, okay. What were we talking about?
Man, we was talking about these dudes that be out here doing the most up against these women, but when it comes to a man, they bow down
Okay,
like some chumps, you know.
right.
And like I said, I support y'all. And like I said, if y'all have any issues with these dudes, let me know because I'm willing to go after them. Like
Oh,
I'm I'm a different breed. Go ahead,
well,
beautiful.
well, I don't the whole thing, the beautiful thing or whatever. I'm a whole dyke. I'm a whole stud. I don't feel
Oh,
comfortable with that.
what
Um,
are the right words that I should say to you?
you could just call me Heat or whatever. That's fine or whatever. I know I'm attractive. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But
So how about
no
this? How about
disrespect.
the attractive, the attractive this heat, and we're gonna keep it right there. Go ahead.
All right. So I just feel like Treasure is waiting on the opportunity to. He wants to annihilate Jay Wilson, and Jay Wilson he's scary, and he's scary when it comes to certain men. The only man that Jay Wilson will go after will be like safe people who are safe, like Brian, Roe, Rodney. I mean, not he likes Rodney, but you know, people like that, people who are harmless, Jay Wilson will go back and forth with. But when it's somebody who actually has a back, has numbers, or somebody who actually can drag and stuff like that or whatever, or can give him a real run for his money, he he cowers down and things like that or whatever. So he only does what's safe, and it's always safe when it's a woman, when you're going after a woman and things like that, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. And that's why, even on his channel, he has to, anytime he thinks a woman stepping out of line or saying something offensive, he gets very sensitive about it, and he's like so quick to want to like cuss a woman out, you know. And he only likes people who are yes men on his team. He doesn't like people who keep it real with him. Just recently, I got blocked out of Jay Wilson's chat because I just asked a question. I was just like, why can't people disagree with you? That's what I said to him. I was like, why do you get so bothered by people disagreeing with you? And he couldn't take it. He couldn't handle it and things like that or whatever. He needs yes men around him. Vivian is a prime example of a yes man, because no matter how wrong Jay Wilson is, she'll somehow make what he says right, even when he's in the wrong. And as you said before on Dory's, I don't want nobody around me, or I don't know if it was somebody said, but
Yeah, that was me. I
I,
don't want nobody around me that's gonna be like, okay, yes, yes, yes to
yeah,
everything that I do.
that's not gonna
Challenge
keep it
me,
real, right?
like for
Yeah.
real.
Yeah, that's not gonna keep it real with you and stuff, because how are you going to grow if you're not told about yourself, and you're not told what areas you could be improving in and things like that. If people, and that's why a lot of people are stuck and they have not grown in life, because nobody's telling, no, some people are walking on eggshells when it comes to their so-called friends, because they can't tell them the truth, they can't keep it real. And I'll never be a friend to anybody that I can't keep it real with, and every time I try to be
But
honest
then
with
see,
them.
if me and
Mhm.
you are friends, if I can't tell you the truth, there's no need for us to be friends. Point blank in a
Exactly.
period. And
Exactly.
vice versa. If you can't tell me the truth and I, okay, you know what? I can improve on that. But if you're gonna call me out and then I'm gonna be combative, then that's gonna make you feel a certain type of way. Like, you know what? Damn, I shouldn't even said this. You know,
And it's
but
constructive criticism.
yeah,
Constructive can you take constructive criticism? Not something that's meant to tear you down, but actually it's actually meant to build you up. And you gotta know the difference between constructive criticism that is meant to build you up, that is no harm in what person's saying. They might be just telling you the truth about yourself, and so that you can make adjustments. But if it's just, oh, well, just tearing you down, then it's another story. But me, I'm the type of person, whatever I tell you is to improve who you are, and it's to build you up, because I want to see you do better. I want to see everybody win. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be, everybody's always saying, because I hear Pizarro and I hear other people say it like, what's in it for me? If you call yourself a spiritual person, a religious person, a Christian, whatever you call yourself, it should never be a situation where you have to, it has to be about, everything doesn't have to always be about you.
a
Sometimes,
monetary gain or a monetary
yeah.
gain.
And that's why some of these people, you'll see Pizarro, she don't be like supporting some people, or she's very selective with who she supports, whether they're giving to her or not. She's very selective. Like I said, she'll be at Lemons, dude cussing her out, calling her all kind of names. He calls her dumb all the time. We got the clips. He calls Brianna the biggest girl in the beef sector, the fattest girl in the beef sector, and shit like that. He'll talk about them like dogs, and they will still support that type of person. But let it be a Dory, she can't get shared out. She can't get you on her panel. She can't get her on her panel, but you at Lemons every single night to get cussed out, to get mistreated and stuff like that or whatever. But you can't give Dory anytime Dory would need her for something. She can't because she's with her kids. All of a sudden, you with your kids with Dory. You with your kids with people that you should be supporting, who support you all the time, who's on your
Yeah, she
panel all the
said
time.
she made that lie up earlier. Like Dory was live, we was all over there, and Dory was like, "Hit the link." She's like, "Oh, I'm with my kids," but you are usually live during that time, and your kids are not around. You can tell your kids to go in the other room. Like this woman supports you, and like you said, it's the male. It goes back to the male identified females out here this heat. I mean, you're a female, you like what you like, but at the end of the day, you still have your morals, your standards, and your values, right? And so I think that Pizarro, she is, I feel like she's a stud because she
Oh
moves
my.
like one. Yeah, she moves like a stud. Like she don't care about none of that girly girl talk. She don't want to talk about hair and makeup. If it ain't about going at somebody getting rah rah, she's not with it. What are your thoughts?
So you say that she's a stud because I'm sorry. Um what is it?
Just her mannerisms, her behaviors, like she's not a girly girl, right?
Oh yeah.
Like we know how girly girls roll, we know how the studs roll. She doesn't even fit in either one of those, but it's more of a masculinity thing. Like she's not girly girl.
It's very interesting that you said that because the other day Pizarro was like, I she was saying, she was like, all I wear is like, she was basically saying, talking about how she wears dresses and stuff. And I was like, I can't, even though we don't know what you look like, I can't picture somebody who talks like that in a dress. I picture her like wearing like pajamas and flip flops and a t-shirt, with
And a
her hair all
bonnet.
over the place. Yeah,
Or a bonnet.
right. You know, I don't know. I don't picture her in that light at all. You know what I'm saying? So that's interesting. But when it comes to her level of support, she has people on her own team that I pointed out that that's just now reaching 1,000 people in their on their channel. I mean, on their channels. When I first started like doing beef sector commentary and stuff like that, I got she was supporting me and stuff like that, but she was supporting me, you know, more than she was supporting her own people at one point in time. But in order for you to succeed, or in order for you to not even succeed, because I mean, you know, I do pretty well when I have my channel and stuff. But in order for you to Pizarro and Brianna, they want you, they want everybody around here, you're gonna notice, wants people that agrees with them. They don't want people that's gonna be honest with them. The conversation that we had at Dory's, we could have never had that conversation with Pizarro on the panel, due to the fact that every time you try to have an intellectual conversation with Pizarro, you say something she doesn't like, instead of her giving a rebuttal, waiting till the person is finished to give a rebuttal, she gets offended. She got offended by me saying that that, I don't think, I don't agree with the whole food stamps thing. I don't agree, and I mean, especially for you. I mean, I think it should be a cutoff. I don't think it should be a thing where you have it your entire life. I don't think. I don't think it benefits black people to have crutches or to be dependent on white people or to depend on their government. They don't do nothing but hinder black people. You know what I'm saying? So I was giving her
Well,
my opinion.
even pause, even
Mhm.
like in that moment, it eliminates the black father out of the
Right,
house because when you are getting assistance, they don't want the two parent home while you're doing that,
right.
right? If you
Hmm.
do it the right way, yeah, maybe because I remember my husband, he was on I think it was like Section 8 and I had to go through a process or whatever. But are they really being honest? And then the cash apps that she's receiving is showing that she's able bodied. So yeah, I totally get you on that one.
Exactly. And that's what I said to her. I was like, I don't think people, able bodied adults, should be getting government assistance. I mean, if you're not pregnant or something, medically wrong with you, you should be working in some capacity. And people, this generation is very lazy. Even us, us millennials, be very we're some of us are lazy, but even the generation after, after millennials, I believe, aren't they Z? I don't know, I forgot. But
Gen Z.
yeah, very lazy, have no, like, very lazy. So I don't want, I don't think it's never going to be beneficial for black people to have to keep using the government as a crutch. We actually would be further along if none of that stuff existed, because black people are so creative that they could create their own businesses. And when our minds get to working, we can come up with some crazy stuff, and we can get rich off of it. You know what I'm saying? But it's if you have but that's what their whole plan is to keep black people down and to keep them dependent on them.
But pause right quick.
Hmm.
Even when it goes back to slavery days, they took a pig and made chitlins and made a whole situation out of that, right? And when you talk about us and utilizing our abilities, which God has gave us all the tools to do, and I do feel like it's a crutch that they want to make permanent, right? Because I've known people that pass the Section 8 down to their families. Oh, go get you on some assistance. Oh, if that man don't want to be with you, you can get you some assistance. And it's like you have the system over your head and you can't really live the abundant life that you should be able to, right? There's plenty of opportunities, there's plenty of programs that can hook people up to where they can get a home, like Habitat for Humanity. That's why they made those places so you can experience being a homeowner. I'm a Habitat for Humanity. They built my home, but
Eh,
it's all about that generational misinformation. Let's talk about that.
right.
Go off.
And I think that, what are, like, even with Pizarro, because the family life, the home life, very questionable. But what do you think your children, and this is with any family that is on government assistance, what do you think your children think about someone who is sitting, who's literally, that don't have a job? I'm talking about the ones that don't have jobs or anything. That's just sitting at home all day. What do you think they're thinking? What are you instilling in them? What is what values are they growing up with? I wouldn't even want, even if I was on government assistance and I had children, I wouldn't even want them to know I was on government assistance. I would want them to think that I would have I would want them to think I have a job, due to the fact that I want them to grow up not even thinking about government assistance. I want them to be self sufficient. So if something happens to me, they know how to go and get it. They know how to, go and get a job. They know how to go and get a business, whatever the case may be. I don't ever want them to be dependent on anybody. I don't ever want my kids to be slaves. I don't ever want them to be anybody's bitch. And that's what I really think when people get on government assistance. Oh, I can only make so much because the government gonna take my Section 8. Who the hell wants to live like that? I want to make as much money as I want when I had whatever wherever I live. I want to be able to be free enough to do what the hell I want to do, and I don't want to have to worry about some cracker breathing down my breathing down, and looking over my
Breathing
shoulder
down
about
your
the money.
neck,
Oh yeah,
checking your finances, looking in your
yeah.
purse, checking your wallet. Right.
That's a miserable way to live just because we're no longer our grandparents, and we don't have that drive that our grandparents have had or whatever. Well, had because they're old or whatever, but we don't have that drive that they had. And that's one thing that they said that this new generation, they don't have that umph. They don't have that drive to get up and go and get it. They just don't want it. It's not, that's why I said technology. I think was it Albert Einstein? Someone said that the more technology we have in society, the dumber society will get. And it's very true, because if you're no longer using your brain and you have another device that's operating, doing the operating for you, doing the thinking for you, you're just going to be an idiot. I don't think it's smart to give kids even what's his name, the dude what's his name, Steve Jobs. He didn't give his kids iPhones. He didn't give these kids any electronics. He wanted them to be able to be smart and use their brains. He wanted them to be able to, it is gonna be crazy that when we get in our cars, we're dependent on
A GPS
a
instead of
GPS.
a
A map.
map or a compass. You
We
know
don't
what
know.
I'm
Yeah,
saying?
we don't know how to use them. We don't know how to use a map. So if all of our electronics, something happens, because we're dealing with all this stuff in these different countries, nothing is really homegrown at this time. I mean, a lot. I mean, especially when it comes to electronics, something can happen to our phones at any time, and our kids don't. We don't even know how to read a map. So we know our kids don't know nothing. So the generations are getting dumber and dumber. They're getting dumber and dumber. And the more technology that they thinking that it's, oh, we're so advanced. We're not advanced. We're dumber than our parents. We're dumber than our grandparents. I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. And my neighbor's horn is going off in this car. But it's like a cheat code, right? Like when we were back in high school or middle school, we would look for cheat codes. And I'm about to bring this up. When we had Ask Jeeves, see, I come from the sector or the time period where we was going to Ask Jeeves. It was no Google, it was nothing like that. But like you
Right.
said, everything is pretty much at your fingertip. And even dating, cheating, and scamming and all that is at your fingertip. So technology has changed a miraculous way, but you still got to read, you still got to educate yourself. Don't let the computer like think for you. That's why we have Siri, right? Siri,
Hmm.
where do I go? And then sometimes this lady be getting you lost. You
Right.
got to educate yourself, you know.
And the whole Siri thing, you absolutely right, because the whole Siri thing, it sounds nice, but that makes it makes you dumber due to the fact that you are dependent on some electronic device to educate you every time you don't know what something means and all this other stuff, instead of you taking your ass to a bookstore and reading a book so that you can increase your IQ, so that you can increase your your comprehensions, enhance your comprehension skills, enhance your vocabulary. The only way you're going to stimulate your mind is if you're reading and you're reading, and you're doing things, that brain exercise. Your brain isn't doing any work when you're with technology, with the technology doing everything for you. That's why you're not retaining anything. You're not learning anything from technology because you're not stimulating your brain. The stimulation is gone. And when I heard, even the schools, you wonder why kids can't read, you wonder why, kids can't count, and they're failing and stuff like that or whatever. Black men in California, like 75% of the black boys in California don't know how to read, don't know basic math. I mean, we can go down the list, and I in other states and stuff like that. you know when I'm hearing that kids around the world or whatever, when they can use their calculators and stuff to solve like problems, like basic problems. They're not, it's getting out of hand. It's literally getting out of hand and stuff like that. And I'm like, they're not growing. Their minds aren't being stimulated. That's why, and then there's a lot of things going into that. What are the kids eating? What are they putting into these kids' bodies and stuff like that? I mean, to so that they can sit and pay attention to what's being told to them while they're, you know, um while they're at school and stuff like that. You know, because if they have a whole bunch of sugar, if they have a whole bunch of sugar in their bodies and stuff like that or whatever, it's going to be hard for them to concentrate. It's going to be hard for them to
Hmm.
learn anything.
Hmm. And that's where you talk about the well, we kind of special ed, because some of our kids, and as we've seen in this sector, we have like special ed children, we have autistic children and things like that. And people, they just be want to argue about all the wrong things. But if you really think about it, like we have the tariffs, like on China, I think it's got like 100 and something% on that. So if you're out there shopping on Temu and all those sites from China, like you really about to feel it, right? And like you said earlier, as black people, we are smart as hell. Our ancestors, they were raising the slaves, what we call them, the masters or the slave owners. They was taking care of their children. So as black people, why do you feel like you dumb and feel like you can't accomplish nothing? Like God gave us, well, the higher power has given us all the tools, the utensils that we need, and y'all still choose to just not utilize it. What do you think about the individuals that are given resources and they don't utilize them? Because like you said, with the section 8 and things like that, I've noticed that family members be passing it off like, girl, you better get your section 8, you better get your voucher, you better get this, you better get that, you better get the easy way out. And they're not really learning nothing. And that's another thing, like even when it comes to our black community, there are generational misinformations that people need to get rid of. you know,
Right.
because when we talk about the white man holding me down, how many times have we heard a story from a black man saying that the white man is holding him down? But we got women, black women, are at the top of the chart, that are going out there, that are going to colleges, that are getting an education, and we still got black men saying that the white man is holding them back. What are your thoughts?
You know, I feel like some black people are.
Hey,
I mean,
why I say Queen Tulsa? Ain't it supposed to say King Tulsa?
Mr.
oh,
West, let's be kind. It's Miss
what
Queen Tulsa.
is he a part
Mrs.
of the community?
King Tulsa. King Tulsa, you're a man. King Tulsa.
Is he
Okay,
a part
baby.
of the community?
We we
Because
gotta let
it's
him
like a
go.
lot of, it's a lot of
He
like,
on some extra. Bye,
no, but
buddy.
it's a lot of like DL men or whatever, and like this. that is like you really coming to, a trans person's live to like think that you're like correcting them and stuff like that. Like you look gay. Like you look gay, bro. Like I don't know why, I don't I hope he doesn't think that was like a flex or whatever. I mean, because it looks really suspect. And these dudes are so gay looking. They are so DL and stuff. And, I'm in the community. I know a DL man when I see one. I know a gay man when I see
How
one.
you doing?
And he is this is just not hetero activity. This is not what heterosexual men do. Like, what are you like? Who got
Hey
time for
Tulsa,
that?
hold on, Tulsa,
He should be
because
he
I
should be
was trolling
chasing
you.
he
I
should
was
be
trolling
chasing
you.
women. He
Hold on,
should be
let her
chasing
finish, baby.
women. He should be chasing women. He has time to come to a trans person's channel to think that, oh, that makes me masculine because I'm talking about a trans person. No, it makes you look gay because straight men don't got time to talk to trans people. They
Right,
don't want to
right,
talk to
right,
trans people.
right.
You
Well,
look
let
gay.
me
So are
let me
you
say
gay? Are you
this,
like
Tulsa.
lemon?
Hold on, bitch. Shut the fuck up,
Nigga, shut your bitch ass up. What you talking about? You gay.
Listen, no, no,
I'm
no,
about to
no.
find
We
what
would not be calling this lady no
Tulsa.
bitch up on my channel.
Tulsa.
No, listen. I get that you are
he's in
all
the
of that,
closet.
Tulsa. I
but
said,
listen, we
I said
don't
because bitch. Let me just
disrespect black
explain what I just
women.
said. What I just
No,
said.
You
wait a
want
minute.
me to but you
Hold
but
on
you
one
act
second,
like you
baby.
gay. Okay.
We are not going to disrespect black women on my panel. You can do it
That's not a
anywhere else,
black
but we're not
woman.
gonna. It is. This is
No,
a sister.
have you ever seen her
Listen,
cam
we're
up?
not about to argue about it. You're not gonna disrespect her, and those are my rules. Those are
I have cammed up.
non-negotiable. Those are
Oh God.
non-negotiables, and you're not gonna cam up right now.
Hey,
So, Mr. West, what do you have to
just
add to the
because they are
commentary?
skin tone don't mean they are of us.
And I think
I
that you're
mean, but why
speaking.
you got all this time to debate with gay people if you're a straight man? Why
Who's
aren't you with
debating?
women? Why aren't you
Who's
because
debating?
you're over here trying to tell a trans person what you think that they are. Straight men don't have these type of thoughts. They don't have this kind of
Oh,
time. They should be
okay.
talking to women.
Well,
If you're a
last time
straight
I checked,
man, that this is not
you're not a
straight.
man.
This is not
You're not a
no,
man.
no, you don't have to be a man. It's about being
No,
intelligent, you idiot.
you're
You don't
telling
have to
me.
be a man. You don't have to be
You're
a
telling
man.
me
You don't
about
have
a
to be a
conversation I'm
man. You
having.
sound stupid. You
No,
sound
you
gay. You
sound
sound
stupid.
gay.
You
You
sound
sound
really
gay.
dumb
You
as
sound
fuck.
gay because you got
You
time
don't
to talk
even
to a
know me,
trans
goofy
person.
hoe.
You are on. That's why you talk about Lemon because you like him too, don't you? We keep your own sector has called you gay. Your own sector has called you gay.
And I would
So what you
pistol
talking
whip
about?
them in real life.
Oh no, 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 no,
Why are you
no.
on a trans person's live if you're a straight man? You're not straight.
Cause I'm chilling.
That's not what a straight man does. You're
I ain't got
gay.
nothing to do
You're
with what
gay.
Tulsa
And just
like.
He
What
welcome to
came
the
up
Tulsa
here,
like
community.
is what
Welcome
Tulsa
but
to the
like.
listen,
community.
That don't got
what
nothing
Welcome
to
to the
do with me.
community.
what this heat
Welcome to
is
the
saying is,
community.
why are you
You're not
bringing all that
masculine.
rhetoric over here? Like we just chilling. We were just having a
I'm chilling
conversation,
too. I'm wondering
Like
why
we're
but you
she's
having
so
a
came up
hard on
regular
me.
here.
conversation, and here he is over here like trying to argue with
You
you.
wasn't doing nothing but
And it's like,
rambling.
what are you
You was
talking about?
rambling.
You
You do
can't
that
tell me
all the
shit, bro.
time.
Like you don't even nobody even knows you. You're not even important. You're not even
Right.
this
You
sector.
just said I
So what are
came
you
from
talking
another
about? You're
sector.
not the sector. You're
They
not
know
the
me in
sector.
two
No, they don't. They
sectors.
don't know you. Nobody goes.
Ma'am,
You don't have. Do you have a channel?
let me
I
talk about
promise
your
you,
real
nobody goes to
life.
your channel.
Let me talk
I
about your
promise you,
real
nobody
life.
goes to your channel. If you knew about me, you would
You're
know people
single.
knows me.
You're
I'm more.
single.
You don't know
No
what I
man
am. You
wants
don't know
you.
what I am.
No
I don't
man
have a
wants
man.
you.
I'm in the
Your
community. That's
family
how I know
hates
you're
you.
gay. I'm in the
Your
community. That's
family
how I know
hates
you're
you.
gay. That I'm in the
Do you hear
community.
me?
That's how I know you're gay. I know that you like men because you got time to talk to
See,
trannies all
you're
night. You
you're
got time to
saying
talk to.
random
I mean, I'm
stuff.
sorry,
You're
talk to
saying
trans
random
people all
stuff.
night. You got time to talk to trans all night. That's how I know you're gay.
So this
No
how you
straight
know when
men. Straight
somebody
men
don't
don't
got a
move like
life.
this.
You hear
Straight men
this?
don't move like
No,
this.
Mr.
Straight men
West,
don't move
me and
like
this
this.
beautiful woman, me and this individual lady, we were just having a very
Like y'all are
She
intelligent
so
wasn't doing
desperate
nothing
on
but
conversation.
this app.
rambling. She was
He is
rambling.
gay.
Well, we were
You
we
and
were having
VX
a
are the most
conversation.
biggest homos I've ever
Hey Tulsa,
seen.
I'm gonna tell
I
you.
do
You
not
know her
know any
family hate
straight
her.
man that got time to
They don't
talk
talk to her in real
to
life.
talk to gay men
That's why she
and to
come on
talk to
YouTube.
bro. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't even know who the fuck you are. Nobody
Want me to show
We're,
gives
you
a
your
fuck about you.
Facebook?
You got a
we're
hit.
her
Want me to
family.
show you your Facebook?
I don't have a Facebook, bitch. I don't have a Facebook.
Right,
That's how I know you don't know me. You a
right.
dumbass bitch. I dox people. Are you stupid? I don't have a Facebook. What are you talking about?
You
Sound
might need to
dumb.
do your
Shut your
research on
country ass
me.
up, bitch.
You might need to do
Shut your
your
country
research
broke
on me.
ass up. Shut your country broke ass
Right.
up, bitch. You got time to talk to trans all fucking night like you a straight man. Straight men ain't on no panels talking to no trans person. You don't
Well,
look
guess
straight
what?
doing that.
I'm
You don't look
straight.
straight doing
I'm
that. You look
straight as
straight up
hell.
gay. You look
And I
gay.
would
You
spit in
look
your
gay doing
face.
that.
On
You look
God, I
gay
would spit
doing
in your
that. That's why you
face.
hang out at Lemons, because y'all
Yeah.
all fruity. Y'all all fruity and y'all all
They
DL.
thought we
Y'all all
forgot.
want to fuck each other.
Like I just said, I'm straight
Like
as an
this is like
arrow.
some
Don't let
Straight
that
as
people
an
broke
arrow.
country
bitch
And I
in,
ass
would
cause she
spit in
too
your
dumbass
messy.
dudes
face.
or
Who
whatever.
the fuck them broke boys with?
I
Get
would
out my
spit in your
section. Get out my
face. On
section.
God, I
Put
would
them
spit in
muscle.
your face.
See, I don't
Goddamn,
give a
too much
fuck about
flex.
anything you
Damn.
talking about.
Caught them
Bring
in
your stupid
traffic
ass
on
to
the
Los Angeles and
accident.
you
We
get
press.
shot.
Got them.
I mean, you
Smoking
get beat
Zaza
the fuck
every
up coming
second.
out
I be
here.
stressed.
Shut your punk
Ma'am,
ass
They
up.
I'm
ain't
You a
from
trying to
Los
be
bitch.
the
You
Angeles,
a
bucket. They
bitch,
dumb
bitch.
stretching
I'm
bitch.
in
through
Los
that. They
Angeles,
wipe
bitch.
their
I ain't in no
nose, but
country
that
ass
tissue
town,
I'm
God
bitch.
from
bless.
Los
Right.
You will get shot
Drop,
the
drop the
Angeles.
fuck up.
four, purple
No,
my
you
car,
I'm
that
not.
from
shit can
No,
roll.
you
Slauson.
not. I can
Think
tell
I
by
know
your
you
I'm
weak
niggas
ass
wanna be
accent you
me.
ain't
Slauson,
from
Go
goofy
LA,
love,
hoe.
bitch.
bitch.
You
I
ain't
got
from
the
no
gang
fucking
tatted
LA
on
with that
me.
country ass
Forever
accent.
gang.
Weak
Wanna
ass
know my
bitch.
moves and
You
all my
talking about?
spots,
I
but I
grew
move
up
clever.
You
in North
Move. Wanna know my
Carolina.
stash, how much I
I'm
got?
Yeah,
from
But
that
ain't no
means that
check.
Slauson.
you're not from
I
that
Push,
went
means you're
to
push
not
it,
from
work,
Crenshaw
do
Slauson.
it. Get that
If
High,
you
bag.
grew
you
up in
Come
dumb
on.
country ass
bitch.
North
Titanic yacht,
Carolina,
big
you're not from
enough for
LA,
all
you
my
dumb
niggas to
bitch.
jump on. I know
Moving to
she
LA
came
don't
with
mean
you,
you
but
from
she
LA,
looking for
bitch.
me to
Bruh,
go
So what
on.
you
Tulsa, turn the
talking
Don't let
music
about?
this
up so she
I'm
can
continue.
hear
from
I
me.
can
LA.
drink, I
Turn
used
the
to
I
sip
music
have
up.
I'm
on.
from California. You're not from California.
So I didn't go to
You're
Crenshaw
not from
High?
Scat, nigga.
California. You a country bumpkin.
Not
I didn't
raw.
That's
go to
all you
Crenshaw
are.
High.
We are not, you
Not
are,
quagging.
nobody would ever think you're from
Not
fucking
red.
LA. Please shut the fuck
Don't
Right.
let
up.
They
that
don't
broke
need
Dumbass
bitch in,
to,
country
cause
because
ass
she
the
nigga.
too
ones
Like,
that
what the
know
messy.
me
fuck are you
know me.
Who the
talking
fuck
about?
them
What the
broke
fuck
What
are
are
you
you
boys
talking
with?
talking about?
about?
Get out my
What are
section.
you
Get out my
talking
section.
about?
Just put them
We
muscle.
Bitch,
don't respect
are
no
you
Goddamn,
country
too much
dumb?
flex.
motherfuckers over
Damn.
here. You ain't got enough money for me to respect you.
I
You
just
a straight
told you
man
I'm
that's
from
on a trans
Slauson,
person's
goofy
channel.
hoe.
You a straight man that's on a trans person's channel. Do you
Right.
know how gay you look right now?
I don't look gay at
You
all.
better hope I
I ain't
don't
got
find
nothing
your
to do with what
information
he
because I
do.
will embarrass you.
No, I'm
And
gonna
I got
embarrass
way
you in
more. And
real
I
Yeah.
got
life.
way more. I will embarrass you,
They thought we
bitch.
forgot.
Hey, let's go.
I'm
Let's
gonna
work
embarrass you
it.
in real
Let's
life. I ain't worried about it.
Don't let that
Bruh,
go.
broke
like you
bitch
on here to
in, cause she
argue
too
with women
messy.
all fucking
Who the
day
fuck
like you
them
are a
broke
bitch.
boys
You are
with? Get
gay.
out
Nah,
my
I don't
Why
section.
argue
Get
don't
with
out
you
my
women. I
live
section.
your
argue with
truth?
stupid
Live your
hoes.
truth. There's a
I
whole
argue with
and I got
stupid
some
hoes.
homeboys in North Carolina too, and they gay and if you want me to hook you up with them, I can do that. Cause you seem
Nah,
like you
but
got a lot
hey,
of time to talk to gay men all
hey,
night. Seems like you got a lot of time to talk to
Tulsa,
Lemon. You are in love with Lemon. You always on Lemon's
Tulsa.
panel.
I'm gonna tell
You
you what's
always
crazy.
on Tulsa's
On East
platform.
Coast, when I find
Tulsa's
her,
a
I'm gonna
trans
slap the shit
woman.
out of
You
her.
got time for
Sorry,
trans women.
I
You
said
got
it.
time for trans women. You got time for gay men, but you don't got no time for women. You like men. You like
You hear
dick.
me, Tulsa?
You like dick. You
On
like
East
dick.
Coast,
You
when I
like
see
dick.
her, I'm gonna
With his
slap the shit out
country
of her.
ass. He's on the East
Remember
Coast.
this.
He on the East Coast. Bitch, shut your bitch ass up. You
Okay.
look at you, and you ain't got shit else to do with your fucking life. You ain't even fucking. You ain't chasing no pussy. You ain't doing nothing. The only thing you're doing is chasing dicks all night, and you want to act like you you
Right,
you doing something like you chasing penis all night. You on this
right.
panel trying to argue with women. You don't
Hey,
even know how these straight men don't even know
well,
how straight men
where
move
you,
Want you
where
anymore.
stretch
you
them
And
at?
he's
through
not
that.
even
They wipe
Where
straight.
their
you
That's
at?
the
nose,
So
but
my
crazy
that
thing
tissue
homegirls
about
can
it. He's
beat
God
not
your
even
bless them.
ass.
straight.
I
Even the
dropped the
men he
full
hangs
purple,
out
I
with
call
on
that
this
shit
platform
Kizwella.
are
Drink.
Where
DL
you
I know
men.
at?
you
You
So
are
niggas
a
my
wanna be
DL
homegirls
me,
can
man.
beat
but it's
your
That's why
levels,
you
ass.
bitch.
talking
I
about,
Hello?
and now
got the
you talking
gang
about
tatted on
beating
me,
up
that's
women and shit
forever
like that.
gang.
Bitch, shut your punk ass
My
up and bring
homegirls will
your
beat
ass
your
to
ass. Where
LA.
you at?
Bring your ass to LA. I promise you I will have a dude for you. I promise you.
Bitch,
I
I just
promise
said
you.
I'm from
I
East
promise
Coast.
you.
Are you
You're not
stupid?
you what?
I'm from 46 East Coast, bitch. Like I just told you, I'm
I
from
don't give a fuck
Crenshaw.
where you
Are you
from. I don't give a
stupid?
fuck where your country dumbass is from, bitch. You ain't your bumpkin ass ain't from no fuck.
Bro,
You
this
ain't
bitch
from
smoke
nowhere.
rocks or some shit,
I
dog.
don't give a fuck where you claim you from. You not from out here. That's all that matters. I don't give a fuck about no fucking
Where I'm
bum.
from, then.
I don't give a
Where
fuck
I'm
about no
from.
bumpkins. I don't respect no bumpkins. I don't respect no country bump. I don't respect no DL man. Live your truth. Live your truth.
How about this? You want to meet me at the
Always
Fat
the
Burger?
always. Oh, I
You
would
want to
love
meet
to
me at the
say the
Fat
F word
Burger?
culture, but I'm not gonna disrespect your
Do
parents.
you want to meet me at the Fat Burger? Cause I slap the shit
Shut
out of
your
you in
country
person.
broke ass
On
up. I
God.
don't eat meat. I ain't going to no fucking faggot.
Right. You pull up to that Fat Burger, I'll beat the shit out of you.
Man, shut your punk ass up,
God,
stupid
I
bitch.
mean,
You came up on here to argue with bitches. Like you are fucking lame as fuck.
nah.
Who
I
argues
put
with
you in
women?
your place
Who
like
the
your
fuck
daddy
argues
should
with
have.
women? Nah, nigga, I shoot
I
men.
put you
I
in
don't
your place
argue
like
with
your
men. I
daddy
don't
should
argue.
have.
I don't
Your
fight men.
father.
I shoot
But
men.
you don't know
I
your
will shoot
father.
men. I
You
shoot
don't
men.
know
I don't
your
argue with
father.
men. And
You don't know
I
your
got with my
father.
hands on men because I got homeboys and I got cousins and I got uncles.
You
So I
don't
don't
know your
have to
father.
get to know
You don't know
I
your
don't have to
father.
touch
So
the
my
man.
bad.
I don't have to touch the man. I never ever talk about putting my hands on
You're a
men. Like
bastard.
me and my
You're a
family wouldn't be
bastard. You
allowed
don't
me
know
to
your
do nothing
father.
like that. I wouldn't have to. I don't
You're a
have to.
bastard. You
I
don't know
don't
your
have
father.
to. You are a bitch. You come up here to argue with women all fucking night. We were talking. And here you are trying to diss us because you in love with Tulsa. You
It
faggot.
ain't my
You a
fault. Your
fag.
father didn't want
You
nothing
are
to
a
do with you.
faggot. You
Your
are
father
a
didn't want
fag.
nothing to
You
do
are a
with you.
fag.
Uh-huh.
You are a fag.
Uh-huh.
What you are? You are a fag. You up here every fucking night talking to trans people. You talking to gay people. You got a crush on women. I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. I don't even know what fucking sector you from. You're so irrelevant. Nobody even knows who the fuck you are.
Your father didn't
Bitch
want
ass
nothing to
nigga,
do
like
with
you a
you in
bitch.
real
You
life.
are a punk ass bitch. That's
You a
who the fuck you are.
bastard.
You a bitch.
You a
You a bitch.
bastard.
Country ass motherfucker. Like you ain't even on my fucking level. You
Uh-huh.
broke, bitch. You too
Uh-huh.
fucking broke. Sound
Uh-huh.
like your breath stink, bitch.
That's why she mad. That's why she turned gay.
Yes.
That's why she turned
Let's get
gay.
back to our conversation.
Your father didn't want you. Your father didn't
So
want you.
let's get back to our conversation.
How did it feel? How did it feel like a grown woman? Your father didn't want nothing to do with you.
I'm done talking to you. You
They
talk
got a
closer.
sub.
You talk to closer.
I wouldn't
I
want to
don't talk
live
to
no more.
nobody. I don't
I
talk to
wouldn't want to
nobody.
live. Your father don't want shit to do with you. Your family don't fuck with you.
I don't even know. You don't even know who I am, bitch. Why you arguing with me? Straight men don't argue. That's what girls do. Girls argue. You got a lot of time on your hands, bro. You ain't fucking no bitches. I already know that. Tulsa, let's continue our conversation.
For what? Why continue it like your father?
Bitch, shut
We
your
can leave the
bitch ass
comment.
up, nigga. Shut the
Sorry,
fuck
y'all.
up, bitch.
Tulsa,
I was over here
hey
nugging with
Tulsa,
you
Tulsa, let's
bunking.
continue our
Listen here.
conversation.
it got a
Let me
suck
just say
for
Let's
this.
your
Hold
father to
on.
give up on you.
Mr.
Your
West,
father
Tulsa,
Mr.
gave
let's
up.
West,
continue our
Mr.
conversation. I
West.
don't like to talk to men that want to argue with women.
Her
That's very
father
gay.
gave
That's
up on her,
very
Tulsa.
sassy. That's very sassy for men to argue with women. It's very sassy
Mr. West, we're
and it's
gonna
very
be
gay.
respectful over here. What we do is we respect the women, and that's the reason why I kept dropping you
I
and I kept
respect
my
women, not hoes.
listen. She's not a hoe, and if you're gonna refer to her as a hoe, then we can't have this conversation. But let's be productive. Let's act like we have some sense, and let's come on now.
I mean,
She
he's
don't
not
even
even going to
know her
contribute.
father.
He's a bumpkin. He's
She
dumb.
don't
I
know
don't
her
even.
father.
He's not even smart enough to contribute to the conversation. Tulsa, why
She
is he even
doesn't
up
know her
here?
father.
Why is he up here?
She's not like
I
us.
do know my father. What are you talking about?
No,
I'm
you
not. I'm not.
don't. No,
You
you
sound
don't. No, you
stupid.
don't.
Like, why do you
No, you
say
don't.
that? Is that why you like men?
I heard a
Cause
whole
you missing your
argument.
daddy?
I heard a
I'm
whole
sorry, your
argument you
father
had with
hasn't been
somebody
wasn't in
else.
your life.
Your
My
father
father
didn't
is
raise
in
you.
my life.
Your father didn't
So,
raise you.
and my mom is in my life. My parents been married for a long time.
All right,
I don't know
y'all.
what you're
So
talking
listen
about. You
here.
sound stupid.
Peep this out. We
I didn't.
about
I
to
don't
take a quick
like you say this stupid
intermission.
ass shit. Is that what black people say nowadays?
Your father hates you just like
Like you sound
everybody
stupid.
else.
Like shut your
Your
bumpkin
father
ass
hates
up.
you just like
We
everybody
don't
else.
respect country bumpkins. I
Listen
don't
here,
respect,
baby. Listen, we ain't doing no
bruh.
complaining. I want you to relax, grab your breath, and we'll be right back.
Wait, Tulsa. I would like to continue the conversation or whatever. I'm not
Yes,
here to
baby.
argue. I'm not here to argue with DL men. I'm not here to argue with men who are not comfortable in their sexual preference. I'm here to have a conversation with you. If he
Your
wants to
father
talk to you, that's
left your
fine.
mama.
If that's fine,
Stop
you
it.
so stupid.
Mr. West, like, stop. Come on, let her
Bro, she
Like
finish.
is he
trash.
drunk?
She
Is
is
he drunk?
trash, dog.
Is he drunk? I don't even know who the fuck this dude is.
Mr.
Mr. West.
West, you
Mr.
heard him,
West,
right?
have no. We about to let your ass go. We about to kick you from the studio. We not about to do
Like I want
that.
you to
'Cause we was
understand.
over here.
Like when I
But
come over
listen
to
here,
your
baby.
channel, when I
Listen,
come.
let's pause because
Right.
that was negative energy. Let's go on a quick
Wait.
commercial break.
I don't. Wait. Tulsa, I come here to
Okay.
have
Okay, baby.
conversations. I don't come here to argue
To
with
argue.
no undercover DL dudes, no undercover F words. This dude don't got. He ain't chasing no pussy. He ain't chasing no women or nothing like that. He got time to just talk and argue with girls all day. That is
But what I
so
tell you, I
gay.
gave you my promise. I'm going to protect you. Let's go on a quick intermission. I want you to gather your breath. Go
But
get you
I
something.
don't. But it's late too. I just want to be able to have the dialogue. I don't need a whole bunch. We don't need a lot of breaks because we don't want
Okay,
people to get bored.
got you.
You know what I'm saying? Or
No more
lose train
breaks.
of pro or lose a
Hit
train
sweet
of
one.
thought.
I got you. Go ahead, baby. I'm gonna mute and then I'm gonna let you go ahead and speak your thing
Well,
out. But
no,
before we
I
get into
want
that,
I
no
want to hear what you
man
want to talk
is gonna
about.
come up here and gonna disrespect my guests. We gave you an opportunity to kind of correct it and get it together. And like I said, I gave this woman and several other women that I would protect them. Whenever they're on my panel or if they're in my presence, I'm gonna go at you niggas. And I don't like the fact that you're going at this woman. She ain't did nothing to you. She ain't did nothing to you. But at
I don't
least
even know him. I just think that he's one of them fruity dudes that be at Lemon's channel all night, and that's the fruity panel over there. You know what I'm saying? So if he's fruity, he just needs to live in his fruitiness. I don't understand. He needs to live in his gayness, and that's all. Live your truth. Why are you up here arguing with women doing all this sassy ass shit? Because that's not what women like. Women don't like a sassy man. Women don't like a man that can out bitch them or out argue them. That is not the thing to do, bro. And it is very
listen,
obvious.
hold on,
Yeah.
pause from a heterosexual woman. Tell the people, tell the men in the audience, in the back, what do women not want from a man?
Well, who's the heterosexual?
Well, I do apologize. Well, I meant to say biological woman because you know these people they be doing too
Because
much,
I'm
right?
definitely not
So
heterosexual.
from
Yeah.
a biological woman, I mean, just from your stance, I mean,
Well,
even if you dealt with
me dealing with women, I know for, women don't like sassy men because that's not masculine. Women don't like men who wants to play who's the biggest bitch. That's what I said. Even men who click on links that want to argue with women all day, that's playing that game of who's the bigger bitch and stuff like that. And a heterosexual man don't play that, doesn't do that. He doesn't have time to argue with the women. He doesn't waste time arguing with the woman and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
but just
So,
keep in mind, if you was on another platform, those other content creators would let this man go at you. But guess what? I dropped that nigga. And guess what? You're
oh,
safe. You're protected here. And one thing that I can say is, maybe if I give you my word, that's all I got. I gave you my
what?
word. I'm gonna protect you. The nigga's gone. Let's take about. Can we take 30 seconds to kind of just like get that up out of here, and then we come right back.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, let's roll. Jeezy, no complaining. Let's go.
We gonna go in. Yeah. I like the way this sound though. Yeah. Oh, she sang it to me. Yeah. Look, I ain't doing no complaining. I done came a long way back when me and you was hanging. Yeah. I ain't doing no complaining. Back then we used to bound and paper towel to do the straining. I ain't doing no complaining. I done came a long way back when cuz them was banging. I ain't doing no complaining. Even dodged the Fed case back when what's the name was saying. That money talking like it's Chris Tucker, ballin' like I'm in the rucker. Every morning that I wake up, here go another sucker. Call me anything but an informant or a fraud. Yeah. These are God's players, damn right, that's on God. These haters obsessed, I got a mansion in their head. Damn right, yeah, and I'm living rent free. Y'all ain't learned y'all lesson, tryna block my blessing. Just imagine me stressing in this Bentley.
All right. So listen here. We over here riding in a Bentley. We ain't stressing about nothing. Mr. West is back. Mr. West, please
Oh,
keep
oh God,
your
is that what that dude
commentary.
looks like?
Mr. West, please keep your
Yuck.
commentary clean. I don't want to disrespect my female
Oh
hosts.
God, I'm
I love
I
covered.
them.
knew, I
But
knew he was a fat man, a fat, unattractive man with tits. I knew that's the reason.
Definitely not
That
fat.
knew that was the
Definitely not
reason. You need
fat.
to get in the gym. You are fat. I can look. I
Definitely
saw
not
you got a
fat.
double chin. You got a double chin. No wonder you ain't getting no pussy. No wonder you got time to talk to trans
Ma'am,
all day.
you
No
you
wonder
can't
you
even
got time to
afford to
talk
fuck
to
with me.
gay men. No
You
wonder you
can't
on
even
Lemons
afford to
panel
fuck
all
with me
day.
with
You
your
like
broke
men.
ass.
You got titties. You
Bitch, what
got
are you
titties
talking
and
about?
you got a double chin. chin. You got titties, double chin, and you 4 eyes. You got 4 eyes too. You can't see. You can't
Hey,
see.
I
You ain't
don't
got
talk.
you. Your
I don't
body
talk to
ain't where it
women that
needs to
fathers
be.
didn't
You
help
just
raise
look
them.
terrible.
Okay,
You just look terrible, and you got a Jay Wilson hat. Oh my God! Like what's really going on here? What is really going on?
I don't talk.
Why do you have a Jay
I
Wilson
don't
hat?
talk to
Why do you
women that
have
didn't
a
get
Jay
raised
Wilson
by their
hat?
father.
Why do you have
Okay,
a Jay Wilson hat? Why do you have a Jay Wilson
do
hat?
you hear me? She's a bastard.
Why do you have a Jay Wilson
I
hat?
have nothing to say to her.
I think
He
this.
got titties, Tulsa. He's
He
a part
does
of the
have
community.
titties. You got
He's a
titties.
part of the community. And a double chin. He's ugly as
Her
fuck. No wonder you ain't getting no
her
pussy.
father
No wonder
left.
you ain't getting no pussy. Oh
Her
my
father
God.
left
Now we
for a
understand
reason.
why this ugly ass
Okay,
country bumpkin is online arguing with women all day. That is so gay. That is so homo for a supposedly, I mean, for a supposed straight man to argue with women.
Heterosexual.
Like
That's
you're
right.
not heterosexual. Heterosexuals don't argue with women. They don't argue. You look so
They
feminine.
protect
You
women
look
like
so
I'm doing
weird
right now,
on panels
nigga.
with trans people. That's why that sector that you came from called you gay. I heard people in the Mo 3
bruh.
sector calling you
This is a
Zesty
black
Westy.
nothing
They
ass
called
bitch,
you
bruh.
Zesty
I
Westy.
have
That's why
nothing
you
to say
calling
to
me out
her.
my name because you know I'm telling you the truth. You on a trans person's
Definitely
platform.
not.
Come out the closet. Come out the
You
closet.
have
You're on a
nothing to
trans
show
person
for life.
platform in
You
the
a
middle of the
black
night.
nothing
You're
ass
in the
bitch.
trans person's platform.
You a
Come
black
out the
nothing ass
closet.
bitch.
You
What
and
are we
Lemon
talking
need to
about?
date. Do you want me to hook you up with Lemon? Do you want me to hook you up with Lemon? He likes men too. That's why you be on this platform. That's why you had to get him on your. That's why you had him on your mind and shit. What is that, Tulsa?
That's your
Oh,
daddy.
you said that he was on his mind. Lemon was on his mind. We just trying to put the photos up. That's really getting it.
That's
Okay,
her
because
father.
you was over here.
She don't know her father.
You was
That
taking a
could be
smoke
her
break,
father.
and we had to put
Nigga,
Mr.
shut your
West's
fat ass
photo
up,
up.
bitch. You got a double fucking chin. Tulsa, put those pics. I mean, put all of these pictures down, first of all. Like, this little extra shit you doing, I'm not feeling that shit.
Who cares?
All right, I won't do it
Who
no more, baby.
cares?
You
You
got
don't
this
care just
fag.
like your
You got
family
this
don't.
fag on this
Your
panel looking
family don't
like
Oh,
want
that or
nothing to
what?
do with you.
Oh, my bad.
oh no, no, no. Well, first of all, let's get this straight, baby. I'm here for you. We're gonna protect you. I need you to get in his ass. You need to say what you need to say, and then we're gonna drop this
But I'm
nigga.
not
Let's
here
go.
to. But I didn't come here for all that shit or whatever. I
Okay.
don't even know
So,
who
Mr.
this
West,
fat ass
Mr. West,
undercover
we're gonna
undercover.
see you on the next broadcast. Unfortunately, my host is just not feeling you, baby.
I
We
mean,
gotta
cause
go.
I don't feel comfortable arguing with a man that says that he's straight. That don't look right to me. I don't. The men in my family don't argue, so I don't know what that's about. Then his only his little drag that he has is talking about somebody's family, a family that he doesn't even know. Bro, I'm not. First of all, I'm not even fully black. So my both of my parents are still married. They've been married longer than I've been alive. So just because your father has been absent and that's why you have a yearning for a man is not, I mean, it's not, I don't know why you're coming at me. With your, take that anger out with your therapist. You know what I'm saying? I don't come up here to argue with dudes. I don't like that shit. I don't even like really arguing with women. But
Yeah.
I will argue with a woman before I argue with a dude, or at least somebody from my community. Now, when he comes out the closet, he's welcome to come back because at least he's living in his truth.
Okay, hold on one second. Miss Zesty Westy, are you ready to come out the closet yet?
First off, my name ain't no motherfucking Zesty Westy. Don't never fucking play.
Okay, Miss Zesty Westy is still in the closet, so we're gonna leave her ass in the closet.
So why is he on a trans person's channel? Why is he in the gay communities or LGBT communities? Like, why is he around? That's very
Let's see
interesting.
here. That's very interesting. Shout out to Miss Magnificent for helping us reach our royal goals. Listen here, let's thank her right quick, and then we'll be right back, and we'll get into the commentary of why these dudes feel like they can come at a woman. Do y'all think that Queen Tulsa is about to just let this fly, or do y'all think that I'm about to sound off? Well, let us know after this. Thank you all so much for supporting Queen Tulsa, the show, whether it's a like, a share, a subscribe, a Cash App, a PayPal, or a Zelle. Thank you for coming by and watching the show. And this is your commercial for being acknowledged for just being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Without you, who would be watching? Thank you for tuning in. All right, so just give me 1 second. Mr. Zesty Westy, would you be okay with just being respectful to
Dog,
my
don't
this
disrespect
is
me.
this is my
Don't
co-host.
disrespect me.
Listen here, I want to give all the ladies respect. Miss
He
Zesty
has
Westy.
breasts.
Dog, she doesn't even know
He
her
has
father.
Miss
What
breasts.
the fuck are we talking
He
about?
sounds stupid. Like he
Miss
don't
Zesty
even know me.
Westy, we
This
trying to
double
protect
chinned,
you and your titties.
Ma'am, I
double
We
hate you
trying
like your
chin. Oh
family
my
hates you.
God!
we trying
And
to
he
protect
got
you and your titties,
you
Mrs.
are
Zesty
ugly.
I
You
Westy.
hate
are
you like your
ugly
family
ass
hates you.
man.
Do
You
you
are ugly
understand
as
that?
fuck. You are ugly as fuck. You are ugly as fuck, bitch. And you got four eyes, fucking double chin and breasts. Don't no straight woman want you. You might as well go back. Might as well fuck a man. You might as well fuck a man because don't no
Nah,
straight woman want you. They
remember
don't
that
want a man that
face,
got
cause that's
breasts.
gonna be the
They
face
don't
that
want a
slap
man that
you when
got.
I
They
see
don't
you.
want a man that got breasts. They don't want a man
Remember
that
that
got breasts.
face, cause that's
Bro,
the face that's
I'm
gonna
in
No,
slap
no,
LA.
you.
no,
I'm
no,
in
no,
LA.
no.
That will
No,
never
no, no.
happen.
Listen, first of all, we not I don't condone none of that over here. You ain't about to
Man,
slap this
I
woman.
have
This is a
never.
woman. Hold on, baby. Let me protect you right quick. First of all, Zesty Westy, you ain't about to put your hands on this woman, and I ain't about to allow it. Okay? You still in the back chat, but I'm not about to allow you to put your hands on this woman.
Tulsa,
You're
I
supposed to be a
slap your
man.
faggot ass.
Wait, wait, wait. Oh no, we got to put you in the back. Listen here, you ain't about to slap no woman. Cause listen here, I would get up out of this dress. I would get up out of these pantyhose or whatever it is that I got on. Okay, I would get up out of it just to handle you. And one thing that I don't play with is a man hitting a woman because my dad did that to my mom, and I made my mama a promise that no man would ever hit her. And anytime a nigga stuck his hand up, I was right there to knock his ass out.
Your
Okay,
dad
so
should
we're
have hit.
not doing that. Okay, so we're not doing that. We gonna holler at you, Mrs. SC Westy. You gotta get your skirt, you gotta get your panties on, and you gotta run to another congregation. Maybe you can head on over to Pastor J. Wilson's where you can get you some dick. Go ahead, Miss Beautiful. I mean,
Yeah, I
I
think
can't
that.
call you beautiful. Hold on, attractive. This heat. What's up? Let's go.
Yeah, just you can just call me this heat man. But the whole thing is that this guy is, he's afraid to live his truth. And, one of the main things about men that's on the DL is that they are always talking about putting their hands on women. Even Beasley, he talks about he wants to put his hands because I put out that Beasley has green teeth and that he has flies stuck to his skin and stuff like that. He has a lot of nasty, disgusting pictures out there and videos out there, thanks to myself. So, those type of things, men get really upset with me when it comes to those. Oh, and Beasley also said he's another guy who claims that he's straight. He also said that he was fantasizing about ODS giving him head, and I had the clip. I have the clip on my channel that's hidden about him saying that. So that is what these men do. They want to fight. They want to fight girls. They want to argue with girls. Hell, they want to be girls at the end of the day, and I can't help them with that. Can you help them, Tulsa?
Listen here, my thing is like they have to go to counseling and therapy because like I said, I was a B, I was a G, the B before I was a T in the LGBTQIA. I was gay before I was fucking bisexual, right? And I've always loved women. You know, it's just me being with them, it just wasn't gonna go down that way. And shout out to my bestie because she already knew that I was into men. But like I told y'all, if y'all heard my story, like my mom burnt candles on me and shit, and she got close with my best friend. I mean, my mom started hanging out with my best friend, right? Like trying to get her to, have a baby with me and this, that, and the third when I had my whole life up ahead of me. And I don't want to be like one of these old lame ass black dudes out here that don't take care of their kids. I'm married. My husband had kids. So, it's only right for me to, like I said, when I married my husband, I married my kids. Like the same love I have for him, you know, is a different love that I have for my kids, right? But I
Right.
won't let them, go astray. I won't not protect them. I will definitely do my job as a trans woman to do the best that I can to give them the best life that I can possibly give them, right?
Mhm.
My growing up, it wasn't all that perfect, but I just said that, if I was a parent, I wouldn't do half the shit that my parents did. My daddy was a
You
pimp and all that. I got into that a little bit, but it wasn't for me. They was trying to force me into manhood, and that's just what my chromosome said. No, bitch, you just trans. Okay.
you know, I wanted to say that it's always the unattractive people that tells people to like cam up and all this other stuff. It's usually never the attractive people that want people to like cam up or whatever. And then when the unattractive people reveal themselves and they end up looking stupid because they'll end up finding out that the person that they asked to cam up actually looks better than them. That is like that's gonna be even harder blow because a lot of these dudes that be talking shit to me, I look better than. So and yeah, so I just all
Let me
and
just say
it
this. Hold on one second. Let me give you your praises. It doesn't matter how you identify. You know, you're a human being. You deserve respect. And I feel like if you're not being mean to people, people shouldn't be mean to you. And that's where we get it all twisted at because it just goes back to this thug mentality. It goes back to this hood mentality. Like, y'all, life is so beautiful. It's so many places in the world that y'all can see. They ain't on that type of time. Like, it's life is not about being angry, black people. Like, be happy, you know? But I have to, come in defense of Mr. West or Mrs. West, however she wants to be called. But when we think about it in our black community, I gotta say it: black men and black women don't receive us as human. They feel like, we are demonic, we are, an abomination and things like that. But when you really think about it, and these people that go to the Bible, God knew who we were before we were. Yeah, right. Before your mama knew who the sonogram was, God knew who we were. And respect is free. Listen, respect is
right.
free. You ain't gotta rock with it, you ain't gotta knock with it, you ain't gotta do none of that. Just don't engage. Like, this world could be a perfect place if we just didn't let our emotions and our feelings and the generational misinformation get to us. That's why I say us as adults, if you are 80s baby, we gotta be reprogrammed. We gotta be reprogrammed. Life is not supposed to be chaotic. It's not. Can you admit to that? This he life ain't supposed to be chaotic. Like, life is beautiful. Oh,
Um, well, yeah, life is beautiful, but um, life in itself has ups and downs and things like that or whatever, which is actually what makes life beautiful. So, but no, I can't say that I think that because everything is it's not meant to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? We would have never grown if there was nothing happened or something,
okay.
if
Put
we
a
didn't have
pause in
any
that.
trials or whatever.
Put a pause in that. TC, if you can hit the link, TC is a good friend of mine, a good associate, shall I say.
Oh, so what's
She
up,
has a
TC?
lot of knowledge. If you could just come up here and bless us with a piece of knowledge, that would really soothe my soul right now. What we are doing
What?
is we are just talking about Pastor Jay Wilson, his car chronicles, and how he is against, women, how he goes at women, and we're
But
just trying to
I
find a
want you.
balance.
I
Go ahead,
want
baby.
you to be able to have that. I would love to hear that dialogue with you and Jay Wilson about him thinking that it's okay that a man is sleeping with a man and really not letting a woman know. You know what I'm saying? Um, about his other preference. and things like that or whatever. I would love for tomorrow, if you click his link, I would love for y'all to have that conversation. Cause but just know that he will be offended. He will be sensitive about that. He will be sensitive about these questions. And it might be like a back and forth, I'm sure.
Yeah, but you know what? See, my thing is what my angle would be, and the chick gave me that advice. I would just ask him, like, what is your perception on men sleeping with men, but then they're also over here getting up into women? And see, this is the thing about that grinder app, y'all. It be people on there with HIV. Listen here, it be niggas on there with HIV, and they don't have they supposed to tell you, and it's a crime if they give it to you and they have sex with you and they didn't tell you. But it's a lot of people on there that does that. And my thing is, if we know that HIV is running rampant in our community, what are we doing to protect ourselves? Like, I know it can't be that damn good. You can't be that damn horny to where you don't want to wear a condom. Like, they made condoms for you to protect yourself. And we got individuals out here that say, "Oh, I ain't gonna wear a condom. I'm just gonna get up in this." Yeah, that 1 minute of damn pleasure could cost you a lifelong of pain, and that's what we need to talk about. And it's not even just HIV; it's herpes, it's other damn STDs and STIs out there that you could transfer. And what I feel is, if these women don't know what the fuck you're doing, you're throwing out their pH balance, and then you're subjecting them to damn diseases that they had no clue about. And listen here, ladies, I don't care how damn good that man is. If your intuition goes off and say this ain't right, you better follow it. Cause that's the higher power reaching down to you, saying, hey, sister, this ain't it. Stop ignoring the signs. Kaya Shimon, which is Kaya Thug Mrs., as y'all know her, she wrote a damn book about uh missing the signs or something like that. Check out that book. Stop being ignorant. Just stop. And I don't care how thug the nigga is. Listen here. This heat, why you on here? I'm gonna ask you. I gotta listen here. Let me go through my damn archives. Nigga that is in prison, right?
Mm.
Is a nigga in prison, and women. He got these women fooled. But I'm working on a case. See, that's why I'm so heavy on Lemon, because I've been working on a case behind the scenes. This dude in prison, he listen here. Let me read. Can I read you a few text messages? Would you be open to hear a little few text messages?
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Um, what I already know about, the men and the whole prison thing or whatever. Because, like I told you, that's
Listen
why
here.
I asked.
I got a nigga that sent me motherfucking prison pictures while he's in a damn closet. Okay. Do you know how they be in prison? They be doing cleanup. This nigga in a closet, this nigga that sent me pictures of his ass. I mean, he bent over. He is on his back. This nigga is talking about he in the shower waiting for a nigga to come in. This nigga then sent me a picture of his ass. And baby, he's bruised all up on his left ass cheek. You want to know what excuse he gave me? Hold
Mm,
on.
wait.
Hold on. He says, I've been spanking myself, so don't pay no mind to the abuse mark you seen. I'm okay. Listen here, it's niggas down in prison that y'all are sending money to that's in there getting swiped and getting spanked by dudes. Listen here. I wish I could show you. Here, hold on. Actually, I can show you. Give me 1 second. Hold on. What does that say? What does it say right there? What do you say? I need a. He said, hold on. He said, I've been. Oh, hold on. Oh shit. He said, uh, hold on. He said, I've been spanking myself, so don't mind the bruise marks you seen. I'm okay. Okay, now you can see right there the nigga draws is down at his ankles. I ain't making up no lies, nigga. I'm out here doing investigations. I'm the real reporter out here. Did y'all see that nigga's draws to his damn ankles? in prison. This dude is in prison. Do you hear me? Like, sisters, I'm out here trying to help y'all out. Y'all think I'm against you. No, hell no. I'm trying to help y'all expose these niggas. Ain't no reason why you should be laying down with a dude that's out there getting dick up in his butt. Okay? No. You want the D. And he want the D. That ain't a good match. Uh,
But see, that is exactly why West is, Zesty Westy is so upset because he wants a man and he is lashing out at women because he's suppressing his inner desires. You know, I don't, oh, hold on. I don't
that
want to
nigga got his
see,
drawers
oh,
down to his
okay,
ankles.
hold
That's a
on.
nigga in prison. You can look from the ground. This nigga's in
Tulsa,
prison. Oh, I'm sorry, baby.
Tulsa,
Go ahead.
I don't want to see no dudes at all. You know what I'm saying? I don't, you know, but I understand where you coming from because I know I have
But I gotta I gotta let the ladies know because they feel like, oh, my nigga down, he doing a bid, this, that, and the third. Baby, your baby is over
no.
there tooting it up, tooting it and booted for a nigga in prison. He's getting slapped all on his ass. You seen those text messages. Oh, you see the abuse marks on my ass. I've been slapping my ass. No, that was Tyrone slapping your ass, my brother. That was
Yeah.
big Tyrone slapping that ass while he was going in. Okay, I won't show no more pictures, but I had to give these people insight on what's going on. I'm a reporter. I'm gonna give you the tea. I'm not against women. I love you. I want to protect you. I want you to have a lifelong span of what you're supposed to have. It should not be cut short because a nigga that you done dealt with is out here digging up in booty and not being responsible and wearing condoms. You hear me? So this is
Right.
deep. That's why I was like so amped up over at Nessus because when they started talking about these DL dudes, like, you know what? I've been a hoe. I've been out there. I've been prostituting. I got money from niggas. Niggas coming in straight. I mean, you would never imagine that these dudes would mess around. But I'm trying to inform my ladies, baby, the nigga down in prison, that nigga down there getting waxed. Okay. Listen here. This dude told me that he deals with a white dude up in prison. So, ladies, your black niggas, they be down there. They will rather mess with a white dude because the white dude ain't gonna say nothing because they gonna put that nigga fear in them. And I'ma beat your white ass with my nigga hands if you tell. Listen here.
Mm.
People be trying to count me out, nigga. You wanna count on me. When you betting, count on me. Put your bet on me. Go ahead, DC.
Yeah, but I understand where you coming from or whatever. That's why I was saying, I have gay homeboys. So I said that, if he wants a boyfriend, I can hook him up with somebody from out here, you know. So
And listen here, it
and
can
some of
all
them
be
have been
so
to prison.
simple. But
What you
listen,
say?
peep this out. But is it does it give these niggas a right? Okay, they done went down to prison, they got some dick and that. Is it fair for them to come out and act like they all just this masculine man for the black woman and they about family, but they sit up here not disclosing the fact that they done ran up in some ass up in prison?
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Yeah.
So that's my biggest fight. Like, I'm not with the congratulating no DL man. What are we congratulating him for? Because the DL man, whether if y'all know it or not, the DL man is gonna divide the women. Let's just say this: the DL man is gonna divide the women, and the DL man is gonna divide the gay men and the women or the trans because they have a persona to keep up. It's supposed to be hardcore. And ladies, I gotta blame it on you a little bit. You be hard. You be a man. You be this. Instead of saying, baby, what is it that you want to do in life? Instead of us trying to put a jacket on our kids, baby, what is it that you want to do in life? Because you can be the product of your damn environment without you even knowing. Like unknowingly, you are sitting up here chastising your child to where they have to come out here and falsify things, right? And then somebody ends up hurt because you didn't have that conversation with your child. We got to love our kids. We may not accept everything that they do. Trust me. Some shit that my kid, man, if I tell y'all some shit that my kid then put up a sign on her back door. And I started to rip that shit down. But guess what? I can't go at my kid like that. I gotta talk to my kid. I gotta educate my kid. I ain't gotta beat my kid down because my kid is smart enough to understand what's going on. It's a small conversation. So it starts within the house. This is where it all started from. This DO shit, what goes on in my house stays in my house. Y'all initiated that shit for DL. Because you said what goes on in this house stays in this house. So guess what he said? What goes on with this dick stays with this dick. And don't you tell. What are your thoughts, baby?
Yeah, I'm still the whole this bump this idiot, this hick that I do not have when I come over to some, I don't like when the energy shifts, because when I come and have like a build with people and stuff like that, like that's what I'm coming for. If I want to argue, I know what platforms to argue at and things like that. I come over here to engage into the commentary and to keep things on the commentary. You know what I'm saying? That way you don't lose people. That way people don't get bored out of their minds and stuff like that or whatever, especially a man that's doing nothing but arguing with women all night and stuff like that, or confused about their own sexuality and stuff. you know, um, like I said, when it comes to gay men, I can argue with them all day because they're living their truth, and I have more respect for trans women and gay men, gay people in general, because they're living their truth. I can't respect a man that's on the DL. This is why I will never respect Lemon. I will never respect Mr. West. I will never respect Ghetto Intellect. I will never respect ZX. I can go down the list. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these guys are living lies. And, women don't want their sacred womb to be filled with shit. So please, if you want to sleep with another man, sleep with other men and be upfront with the woman so that she can make her decision of what she wants to do.
Well, I'm a piggyback off of that, and I feel like men should tell that because me as a trans woman, they want me to volunteer my information at the front. So what's the damn difference? I mean, if we're gonna get in bed, both parties should know what the hell is going on. The trickery, the fakery, and all that is played out. Like you don't have to live in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s and stuff like that. We're in 2025, baby. Listen here, come out, sashay up out that damn closet and just be yourself. But you sitting up here putting women at risk, and it's not even about the sexual, it's about the violence. Because when we think about, if you're dealing with somebody, you're dealing with another person, and they find out they're dealing with each other, then they gonna want to fight. Oh, you took my dude. Oh, you took my dude. But all the while, this nigga was lying to you, and this nigga was lying to you. So this is my thing. If I ever caught my dude cheating, I ain't going at that person that he cheated with. I'm going to his ass. I'm going to you because you knew what it was. You knew what it was. And for you to sit up here and step out, you did that. Ain't no, oh, she seduced me or he seduced me and this, that, and the third. Nigga, your dick got his own brain. And when that thing goes up, it don't want to go down. So you just need to take accountability on what you like and stop misleading people. You know, right now, when we talk about this heat, glad you're here because we got Donald Trump in the office. And what was his motto? Oh, there's only one gender, male and female, right? And then he riled up all the people on that little small situation. But what they didn't get is was DEI was going to be affected. Your damn civil rights was going to be uh, messed up, and then other things. But what did he do? He brought a controversial subject to the media. The media that he said that lies. They talk about them all for freaking wrong and stuff like that, but you out here, you use trans as a way to get your funky white ass, gingerbread ass up in office. And what happened? So all those white people that was with, oh, go Trump. We need one gender, one, yeah, those are men. Yeah, he got y'all, he lured y'all asses in with that. But guess what? The big surprise is, hey, black people, ain't no damn more protections for you. So while y'all silly asses was sitting up there going along with his rhetoric and his shenanigans, now you done found yourself in a tizzy. You don't even know if you got a job tomorrow. If you work for the federal government, girl, good luck to you, because guess what? They just signed a bill to where this nigga can take away all y'all jobs. Now, while you want to focus on a small situation about transgender, you forgot about your livelihood and how you was gonna pay your bills tomorrow. Go ahead, this heat.
Right. Actually, I'm not um the person to have that, cuz I don't have um when it came to the voting thing or whatever, uh I was never a Kamala fan cuz she has a really bad history in California of locking up black men from her past. Innocent black men at that. Some of them were innocent. So I'll never be on the team of Kamala. Plus, she's not leadership material. Um, yeah, that's another reason why the I'm not on that Democratic slave train or whatever.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that Kamala would have taken away DEI and put black people at risk for survival? Just a question.
I don't think Kamala, as she said, on an interview, she had no vested interest in the black community specifically. So who's to say that she wouldn't do the exact same thing as a white person? You know what I'm saying? Even when Obama was in office, did he benefit black people?
Great question. But we got to think about this. You know, they don't just make these decisions on their own. They got like handlers above them telling them, "Hey, you gonna make this move. You gonna make this move." And
Right.
I don't know who was in damn who was given the operations for Donald Trump to bring in the felon Musk, and I call him felon Musk, is because, for one, when you sit up here trying to take away women's rights and their birth and their bodies and things like that, I just kind of feel like you're overdoing it. Like, we're humans, we should be able to have control and say over our own bodies. But when you talk about the black race, because we're dominating, and the other races, they aren't dominating like we are, so they have to make up in so many ways, right, to eliminate black life. And as if we could see the black life that's being erased, look at what's his name, forget him, well, for right now, but Breonna Taylor, we got the what's his name, George Floyd. They took down their mirrors. I mean, these are people that lost their lives unjustly to the damn law. And so when you talk about Donald Trump getting in office, this nigga is thinking about running a third term. So when you say, will Kamala do that? I don't think that she would be leaning more towards that, to be honest.
Mm. Um.
And then
You,
listen here, let's take it a step back. Back in the day, Donald Trump and his daddy didn't want to rent to black people, but he's cool with black people. So you cool with me, but you can't rent to me? Like I'm having a hard time digesting that. So when we talk about people in their past ways, we got to remember that he and his father did not want to rent to black people. Okay, listen here. Is some white people out here be like, oh, I got black friends, but they're still damn racist. That's just like Donald Trump.
but
He was friends with Wendy Williams, but guess what? He still initiated everything that goes against black culture.
there's people, there's also black people who speak highly of him, and there's black women who've been pardoned by him, who speak highly of him. Black women. I would love to know, who did Obama, who did he pardon? Who did Biden pardon? The seems like Biden, he was all about locking up black people. He was all about creating bills to what do you call, to target minorities. you know when what who was in office when Bill Clinton was in office. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, people have to like really do their research, because when you determine who's more racist, you'll find out that the people you thought were the racist ones are not really racist. That the ones who you think that aren't racist are the ones that are smiling in your face and making you think that they have your best interest. Meanwhile, they're just using you so that they can make themselves look good. Meanwhile, they're making millions or billions of dollars and keep, locking you up, creating all these laws behind your back, and you thinking that you have a friend. Even black people thought that Bill Clinton had their best interests. You know, and a white guy asked me, he was like, "Why do black people think Bill Clinton like effed with them and stuff like that?" And I was like, I don't know. But you got to look at their track records. Look at their track records. Look at some of the bills that, you know, um, came to pass when a lot of these presidents were in office. I can't say that I dislike Trump, because there are black people that he has helped. I mean, even the lady Angela Stanton, she talks about how, she said, how can I hate Trump when he's the reason why I'm out of prison? And what is she doing now? She's doing political um things on her, she's talking about politics on her channel. She's trying to wake black people up, you know, and give them a different point of view when it comes to these politics and stuff like that. So, and he just also he recently, Donald Trump just recently pardoned somebody black, and of course people have
But
agendas,
let's
but because
pause right quick because they would use individuals like Angela Stan King because yeah, that was Angela Stan King. If you guys don't know who she is, she was the woman that was with Apollo, which is Phaedra from Real Housewives of Atlanta. She was in a RICO situation with them. They were doing like hot shit. They were scamming and things like that. But my thing is, even with her, she's a. I look at her sideways like because Angela Stan King, she's no angel, right? The only thing that she wanted to do was get herself clear, and she wants to come out here and do all these things, but then she's over here with Robert F. Kennedy, and she got herself into a tizzy with him and Donald Trump. And so my thing is, sister, if you're not gonna get in there and stand on business, like there's no need for you going in there standing because the only thing that she stood on was for him to help her. For him to help her get her record clear so she can go out here, so she can get these business loans, so she can go out here and show these people, well, you know what? I'm cool with Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? So she could get a pass in. What are your thoughts on that, babe?
Okay, my phone went dead. I had to hook it up to the charger because I just got in. But what? Okay, so what did you just say? Because I don't I want to make sure I want to drop
Okay.
down.
Gotcha. So
If
I
you
was speaking on Angela Stanton King, and pretty much, I don't feel like she's loyal to the black community. She was only there to get her kudos from President Donald Trump, right? And what did he do? Um, this nigga was into pussy grabbing. This nigga was grabbing women's pussies back in the days. Okay. So when we talk about a leadership, is he somebody that I want to follow? No. I mean, is his businesses on point? Sometimes, he's very successful, but at the end of the day, this nigga was just like any other black brother or any other white brother out there. He was buying pussy, he was doing the most, and he wasn't efficient. And I don't feel like he's right for this office. And I feel like that he would give up our information over to his motherfucking homeboy Putin over there, right? Because they were having a whole situation. They were buddy buddy. But I just kind of feel like with Elon Musk helped him win this election. I don't feel like he won it fairly. Those are my thoughts. What are your thoughts?
Angela Stanton isn't the only person that he has been he black woman that he's benefited. And if we're going to lay everything out, we need to look at who actually did more for black people. When we look at Kamala, she locked black people up. Trump is not, he's letting black people out. We got to look at that. So, regardless of what is for or whatever the reason behind it is, it's happening. You know what I'm saying? Or it happened. You know, there was some sort of there was some sort of reform I forgot happened, and there were like a lot of black people that were released from prison for nonviolent crimes under Trump when he was a president the first time. And I believe it was called the criminal reform or something like that or whatever. And there are were let a lot of especially black women, they were released because I mean, should you really do time for a non-violent crime? Do you really need to be locked up for something like that? You know what I'm saying? So we you gotta I mean Mike Tyson even said, he said something about, I don't know if Trump, he said something about how Trump did, he was the only person, I don't know if he said something about him something, it was when he was in prison or something like that. He said Trump did something for him, and he was like the only reason people started hating Trump when he became president, not before he became president. Nobody had a problem with him. He was in everybody. He was in a lot of rap songs. People. He was in a lot of reality television. Nene was saying, I'm getting me a Trump check." Now all of a sudden he's the big bad wolf. Now all of a sudden he's a racist and all this other stuff. I mean, who's pushing that agenda? Is it because Trump is unapologetic with what he says? Is it because he can't be bought? Is it because he's not poor like these presidents? See, the presidents that came before him, y'all have to understand that they could be bought, they could be controlled because they didn't have any money, they didn't have any backing, you know, their own backing, their own money, their own like funds, power like he had. So of course they will demonize somebody like that. I mean, think of the reasons why all of a sudden he's this racist and all this other stuff. But look up what he did in the 80s for black people and things like that or whatever, for what he did for Jesse Jackson. Look up what he did for Jennifer Hudson when she lost her family. So, and he wasn't even president then. What you know what I'm saying? So it I look at things outside of the box, and I always question, why is this happening now?
Hello, am I audible?
Hey, baby.
Yes,
Yes, you are. That's Voodoo Badu. He
voodoo.
has
Awesome.
joined the panel. Go ahead and sound off, babe.
No, I'm just listening to your conversation. Heat's up here actually. delivering facts, Fendi facts, because they're fancy. They are. Go ahead, Deceit.
I mean, what do you think about Kamala and or Donald Trump or Biden? I mean, and also Tulsa, what do you think about Biden? Did you think Biden did a good job? Because how, I mean, do you think he did a good job as a president? What did y'all think of him and Kamala?
I feel like he did the best that he could. And when it comes to Kamala, it wasn't like she just had a fresh start in her campaign. She actually had to just jump into action and fill in the shoes of, President Biden, because remember, he was going through some health issues and things like that. And I feel like if she had more time to prepare and things like that, she would have landed a little bit better. But when you talk about Donald Trump, I want to really dive into
So, are
the
you going to
so
answer that question, or do I get the answer? I'm trying to figure out how your panel runs.
oh no, so here, let me run this question by y'all. This is from Moran Kirby. She says, I think we should also understand the racism is totally different from to realism. President Trump was a celebrated in our community till he entered the election race. What are y'all thoughts on that?
They're right. He was a celebrity. Everybody liked Donald Trump. I used to watch the fuck out of that show, Apprentice. I learned a lot from that motherfucker. He's trash, though. We understand that, right?
Okay, does
Hello?
he?
Do I think,
Same question.
do I, um, yeah, I honestly think that Donald Trump is a realist or whatever. Um, I think that, yes, definitely think that Donald Trump's a realist. I think that he ruffles feathers. He speak, and I think that's the Gemini in him
Right.
because he
Like
doesn't.
Kanye. You're right.
Right. He doesn't think before he speaks a lot of times. And it's not even about not thinking before he speaks, but he's just unapologetic with whatever he says. He's like, remember that lady when the whole COVID thing happened, he was she was like, you can't say it's the China, I mean, you can't say it's the China virus. And he was like, I said what I said basically. And he was like, it's the China virus.
Yeah, I remember
He
that. He's
he's
very bold, the
hilarious.
president. Yes, he
He's
is.
hilarious.
Now
He's
listen
just
here.
he
Let's put a stick in that. So Moran says Biden gave Anthony Fauci a pardon. Can somebody tell me why, please? Now, since we're talking
exactly.
about the virus, he
I
was.
agree.
You get what I'm saying? Let's go into that. What are y'all thoughts on that?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how could you hate a man that's freeing black people, that's getting black people out of prison? Like,
Hmm.
how does that equate to being racist? Who did Biden pardon outside of his son that needed to be in prison and outside of this Fauci guy who is responsible for a lot of deaths? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's think about that. Let's think about the fact that Kamala she was not qualified. She
She
locked up,
wasn't.
yeah,
Hmm.
she locked up everything her whole I mean, here in California, her entire history is like tarnished. She literally did nothing positive when it comes to black people. She hurt them. She got it. I mean, she had a record for locking up black men. And we're over here talking about Trump being a racist. Why? Because he said something you don't like. He hurt your feelings. You know what I'm saying? So let's put that into perspective. Do I want the man in office that's getting my people out, or do I want somebody who's keeping them in and is probably getting a cut? And that's probably why these men are getting locked up at the race. They're getting locked up because who's to say that these presidents aren't getting a cut? Everybody's getting a cut.
Yeah.
When you get locked up, the worst thing you can do is the public defender is not really there for you. They act like they're there for you, but in reality, they get a cut.
Listen
They
here. They
getting a
working with
cut.
the state. They working with the
Right.
state.
So
Listen here.
let's
It's crazy. Go ahead, baby.
she was a oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's
Oh,
me.
oh no.
She
Okay. I
was
was just saying, this he go ahead, babe.
she was a district attorney for this, you know, and Kamala Harris here in California. She was a district, I believe, a district attorney. You know, locking black people up left and right. Also, locked up a black woman. Let's talk about this. Locked up a black woman who had a child for truancy. She locked up a black woman who had a child that had sickle cell anemia, and
Mm.
she had to be in the hospital with her child. And the woman was locked up for truancy because her child missed school because her child was sick. And here you are talking to me about how bad Trump is. Look at what your own people are doing.
Listen here. That's a great point because some of our people, they be like, oh, well, when I get in office, I'm gonna do this. But then when they get in office, they don't do nothing but take the the um the message that the previous person was doing, and then they execute it in their own way. So I truly appreciate your view on that. I didn't see it that way, but now it makes a lot of sense. But I think that what
What was Obama on the front lines when these black men were getting killed? I mean, ill by the police. Was he on the front lines? I mean, wow, he said a few kind words for Trayvon Martin, but guess what? He didn't do nothing about it. He just did what a white man would do. He didn't do nothing when it came to all those black men that lost their lives when he was president. He didn't do jack for black people. And at the end of the day, race comes before our orientation. You know what I'm saying? And I'm more concerned of what is being done for our people as a whole. If Trump wants to take away certain things that we don't even need because it's hindering us, I like that because I want black people to get back to we're going to be creative about it, and it's going to benefit us. Whatever ends up happening, we're going to be benefited from it. We're going to benefit from it. There's not, I mean, the only people who won't benefit from it is the losers that want to sit on the couch all day. But there's no reason why anybody should be broke in 2025 because you don't have to leave your home to work somewhere. They got call centers, all different types. I mean, they have online, a whole bunch of online jobs and positions and things like that. So some people just want to be lazy. And I hear Jay Wilson, who came from like a trailer, like poverty, he came from poverty, he came, you know, and things like that. He's always talking about food stamps and all this other stuff. He doesn't understand how that sets black people back. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I just want you to think about that. You know, look up the woman that Kamala Harris locked up for truancy because her kid was sick with sickle cell anemia, and she was in the hospital with her. And we hate Trump for what? Because he said, Africa, not Africa. He said what? Haiti's a shithole. He said all these places. Baltimore is a shithole. All the places that he named was a shithole is a shithole. If you've been to those places or if you know about those places, he was telling the truth. But that's he wasn't. It wasn't that he was being racist. He was literally telling the truth because I would say the exact same thing. He's talking about how California is having problems, how California has a homeless problem. New York has a homeless problem. But you got people like Jay Wilson, oh, and even the immigration and stuff like that. You got people getting Venezuelan gangs and things like that or whatever. Being a problem in certain states that I mean, taking over apartment complexes in certain states on the West Coast and things like that. And a lot of crimes happening. A lot of people have been killed from, I mean, sorry, a lot of people have been unalived from these some immigrants. People have been raped from these immigrants and stuff. I actually know someone who was raped from a person who was here illegally. someone who, or and I also know someone who was like hit, their car was hit by somebody was here illegally. Guess what? You can't, they what can you do? What can you do to them? They had to let them go. You know what I'm saying? So Trump is bringing order to chaos, in my opinion. Everything that he does, I don't agree with, but when it comes to getting these people out here that's not even supposed to be here, when people are living in tents, people who are American citizens are living in tents, we're not doing nothing for them. We got to clean up this country. You know what I'm saying? We're not helping the veterans who fought for this country. There's some of them are sleeping in tents, some of them are sleeping in boxes. We're not doing anything for those people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, when Jay Wilson's like, well, we don't, who's gonna pick the flower? Who's gonna pick the cherries? Who's gonna pick the berries? Who's gonna pick the strawberries? I'm like, shut your dumb ass up, okay? The work is gonna be done. We don't need foreigners, people who are here illegally, to pick. That's the most stupid. That those things are minute. We're talking about the crimes that are happening in this country. We're talking about the homelessness that's happening in this country that's being overlooked because we gotta feed Rosalita and her tribe, her family and shit like that. These motherfucking Mexicans ain't, these people aren't even supposed, some of them ain't even supposed to be here. So I don't care where you come from. If you're not, if you didn't do your paperwork, if you're not here legally, you need to get out and stuff like that or whatever. Get the hell out.
Listen here, I'm with you 100% on that. At this last location that my husband worked at, there was a illegal, and he raped somebody. So when you talk about that, I can testify that that happens, and it has happened. And then when we look at, it was on the news maybe a couple of months ago that Colorado, they were out there trying to get these illegals up out of there because they were ramshacking, robbing, unaliving and taken from civilians that worked hard for what they have. So, you
Exactly.
know, I think that this conversation is very much so well needed because as much as people want to, down Trump on oh this, that, and the third, but it's some things that we did need a changing in. But one thing that I don't agree with is him trying to run for a third term. What is your thoughts on that? Would you rather see him as a third term president?
Um, I don't know. I don't even know. You know, I'm really rolling with the punches when it comes to Donald Trump. Um, I'm rolling with the punches, um, because I'm trying to understand everything that's happening. Because I watch Joe Rogan and stuff like that, and I like to watch a lot of like down to earth type of interviews just to fill out people's personality. And I remember watching him or whatever before he became president this term, and a lot of the things that he was saying was like he had an answer for everything. And he was just like he had a plan for everything. So I'm like, he's not coming in here because he wants a paycheck that he don't, he actually has a plan for this country. And you know um a lot of, I haven't really did my research on him becoming a president the third time, I mean a third time or whatever. I don't really know because I don't know what's going to occur. I don't know what's going to occur during this time frame. But when he was the president the last time, guess what? Nobody lost anything. Nobody, none of their benefits was taken away. None of that stuff or whatever. And I'm not really a big fan of benefits, anyways. I mean, when it comes, not talking about like things like SSI or any sort of thing for like certain like practical benefits and stuff. But when it comes to like food stamps and stuff like that or whatever, people just popping out babies so they can collect the check. We got to put a stop to that.
Absolutely. We got TC HBCU Queen up in the building. Introduce yourself, let the people know who you are, and then sound off on the topics.
Good morning. How you doing, Queen Tulsa? Good morning. This heat. This
Hey, what's
is
up?
y'all having an excellent conversation. Good morning, chat. Um, this- I have um I have a lot of the very similar thoughts to what or both of you are speaking of, and probably some other folks that have been speaking on Trump and uh, Kamala, etc. But the system as a whole. And I do want to say this. I wanted to say something in reference to uh, term limits. I'm all about term limits, not only for the presidency, but for all of these particular positions. For some odd reason, I just don't think that it is a good idea that people stay in position. I think that they should be there, and then after a certain point, that would be it. I think that intelligence and energy is fluid, and sometimes you need new energy. You need a new mindset that'll come in and have a particular thought that is different than what used to be. We're still working. A lot of government, federal, city, and state are working on the way that they work is the way that they used to work almost 60, 70, 80 years ago. We cannot afford to run this country the way that they used to run it 60, 70, 80 years ago. That's crazy. You have technology that's available to us. You have a whole plethora of different types of governments and different types of quote unquote positions that have been opened up. And as far as so-called immigrants are concerned, or people who are not from this country, is just no way in this world you can't tell me that they can't be documented, and they can't get some kind of a number or something attached to them so that they can go ahead and start working and paying into a system. You can't tell me that we can't do that as quote unquote educated as so many of these people are supposed to be. um I just have a problem with that. I have a problem with the fact that we have so many folks that are coming from other countries that they want to work. They come here with the intentions of really and truly wanting to work and put in the work, but they also want to be able to be a part of the system. And I do also, listen, for whatever it's worth, there are folks in every country that, you have those people that are not good and those people that are good or not so good, whatever. Those people who are not so good, they need to be dealt with, if you will. So I do want to say something in reference to Kamala and Donald Trump. Both of them, they both have different leadership styles, and I think that both of their leadership styles are necessary in different ways and for different reasons. Um, when I have studied Kamala for a minute now. I've met Kamala. I've watched her, and I think I think she's an excellent leader. I have a problem with some of the Democrats, though. I have a problem with the way that they were in charge of the House, they were in charge of the Congress, they were in charge of Senate, they were in charge of the executive branch, and absolutely did nothing but sit on their behinds and did business as usual. I have a problem with that. They were in position of power and did not execute that. That's a problem for me. Um, Republicans, let me just say this. Those people that no, Donald Trump. Let me say Donald Trump because there's so many different types of Republicans. So Donald Trump is he's a New Yorker. Donald Trump has a particular I guess you could say behavior. And he's like bump it. Let's do it. Take a chance. He's one of those kind of people who is going to be like, look, listen, I have an idea. Let's handle it. Let's take advantage of it, and do it. And even if it doesn't work, he'll say, okay, it doesn't work. Go from there. There's some things that do need to go through a process. There are some things that don't even need to be thought of. There are already systems in place that are defunct. When I say defunct, there are already systems in place that are there to work and have worked. They just don't use them. They don't use it. I don't know why, but they don't use it. The government officials don't use some of these programs. They don't. And so when we talk about veterans, when we talk about different people who don't have certain things, it doesn't have to be that way. People don't have access to information for a variety of reasons. I do believe that the Democrats made a lot of people lazy. I believe that the Democrats, at the same time, they coddle, and that's not how it used to be. So I I'm not on one side, I'm not on the other. I see both sides, but I also see the fatality on both sides as well. There's certain things that I don't agree with Donald Trump about, no way, no how. There's certain things that rough around the edges. I think that he knows how to deal with the people around the world and get them straight. Sometimes you got to get somebody that can talk to those people around the world in a certain way, make them have to acquiesce to us instead of us always giving and giving and giving. And then taxes, then Democrats want to start taxing you on upon taxes upon taxes. And that's not the way that a government should be run. So I just, I have a little different perspective on it. Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm interested like in what you're saying and your thoughts. I'm Tulsa. While she was
Listen, I'm being fed. Listen here. I've been miseducated on certain things, and I'm just over here taking everything that resonates with me. I'm taking notes, and I feel like this is a great engagement because it's bigger
Hmm.
things going on when we talk about the tariffs and things like that. And a lot of people are letting letting this stuff slip by them, with the lower vibrational stuff. But we got bigger fish to fry out here. We got a whole government. We got changes going on. And it's like, black people, wake up, dig
Hmm.
into your box of talents, and I need y'all to get into y'all's bag of creating. Okay, listen here. If you look at some of our ancestors and the people that have come before us, Madam C.J. Walker, we got, you know other people, the guy that invented the stop sign, the stop light, or whatever the case may be. So
Hmm.
stop limiting yourself and stop letting society tell you that you're not shit. You are something. You are somebody. You just got to put the work in. Nothing is, I mean, if stuff is given to us, we can't appreciate it. So let's get in the habit of working for what we want. You know what I'm saying?
right, and I
And get
mean,
out there and vote and make sure you do your research, like TC was saying. I'm sorry, babe.
yeah, and there's so many things that are far more like complex that Black people have invented, and we have to, you know. Be familiarize ourselves with those things and things like that or whatever, even in the medical industry. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? The heart surgeons, the ones who created a way to store blood plasma, all the lives that Black people have saved just off of being able to save blood and things like that, know how to store it and things like that. I mean, we can go down the list. You know what I'm saying? So I if we start looking at things from the automotive industry, from the medical industry, from just your electronics game systems, I mean, we're everywhere, and I'm very proud of that. And I think that now we're in a generation where everybody, first of all, I'm a millennial. Want to say that again. But so I'm talking about my generation. And I'm not happy with my generation because it seems as though my generation forgot about those people who did all those things for their people and things like that, invented all those things. And now, when I was in school, I'm talking about when I was in like college, I remember like I went to school in Atlanta because I wanted to get that feel for that. I never, lived in the South or whatever. So I'm out there, and you know, I when I'm at the mall, doing like some getting some stuff or whatever, and I'm seeing guys and women my age trying to. Everybody wants to rap. They're doing stupid stuff. They're not thinking about creating things. They're not thinking about going this direction and that direction. Everybody was going in the same direction. I just want to be a rapper. I want to be famous. I remember, I don't remember, but there was a time where there was black people that wanted to be in the medical field, wanted to be chemists, wanted to be this, wanted to be that. Now everybody wants to be a reality star. People want to be rappers. People want to just do all of this stuff that's not really beneficial to their people. And I just don't understand that or whatever. That really like kind of bothered me because I knew that things were gonna go downhill, and I think my generation, I think we're responsible for what's going on in the world right now. You know, the millennials, I will say, because we're gonna be running the world soon or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it's scary. It's very scary, man, because things are not looking good.
Well, you know what, this heat, I'm not gonna take you taking responsibility away from you, because you're probably one of the only millennials I've heard say this. I do want to say this though, that
Hmm.
my generation, because I'm an X generation,
Okay.
because we started rap, because we started, this whole phenomenon, well, you all started the reality show stuff,
Yeah.
but the whole rap and I want to be a basketball star, and again, nothing wrong with those things,
Hmm.
but there are still noble professions that are out there that we have, I guess, we have drifted away from. And so I'm going to say that, number one, thank you. At least you're, like I said, you're probably one of three millennials that I know, and I know a lot of millennials because I have to work with a lot of millennials, because because of the balance that I have with millennials. Because you
Right.
all do believe in that work, work, having a, work, but having a good time balance. Yeah.
Hmm.
So that's how come I can definitely relate to millennials. But I do want to say that with us X generationers, we found that rap and all, we were trying to, I guess you could say, have an easy way out, then be friends with our children, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Um, and not be parents to our children. Um,
Exactly.
Hey, pause.
that kind of thing.
Pause right there. That is it right there. TC, I'm so glad that you came up because I was speaking about this the other day, and by us growing up, right? We know how we grew up. Everything wasn't perfect or anything like that. But when we had kids, we wanted to give them everything that we didn't have. Am I right or wrong?
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all cool and dandy, but we also have to teach them the how to work for what you want. You know what I'm saying? Because now we're in a different age. We got the computers, we got this, we got that, and they are so easily manipulated. We got these game systems, we got them. Now you can talk to people all over the world, but it starts in the home. Am I right, ladies?
Yes.
It
Right.
starts in the home. And
Yes.
that's what I was just tell somebody the other day. I was raised up a certain way, but guess what? With my life and my family, I wasn't moving into my to with my man until he put a ring on it. I'm not into
Okay.
shacking up because that leads that gives our children the wrong information. Oh, well, shit, daddy did it or mama did it, and then I get a pass. And so that's how the generation misinformation and all that wacky stuff gets into our system. So we have to start at home. We have to start getting ourselves in therapy. If you don't want to go to a
Hmm.
white therapist, choose you a black therapist, right? But the help is there. And I don't want our people to keep depriving themselves. You know, they always like to say black people crazy. No, we just been through a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? We've been no silver spoon was given to us. We had to get it directly out the mud. However, that's okay. But we still need some coping mechanisms. We still need structure, and we still need functional relationships. You know, we got to be okay with
Hmm.
disregarding the dysfunction. The dysfunction is not going to get you nowhere, but in a damn jail cell, in a damn what do you call it, out in the graveyard, or you
Right.
going are you just going to be out here battling for the rest of your life? So we
Ex-
gotta take charge. We gotta take back our community. Listen here, how many times do you go in the neighborhood and your black community and it's a damn Arab at the damn register? No, that should be a black person. Take your community back. And I'm a listen here, and God put it on my heart. My brother, this is my blood brother. My blood brother ended up coming up on some money. But when the nigga was down in prison, he would call my phone. He need $20 here, $10 there. Do y'all think that motherfucker called me when he got his settlement? No, he didn't. Am I pressed? Am I pissed about it? No, I'm not. Because my brother is now back in jail, and now he has to deal with his reality. That has nothing to do with me. And so this is my thing. We have those fuck ups out there. We have people in our family that just don't want to get it right. Separate yourself from it. Get yourself in order and start living a productive life. Life is not all about drama. Listen here, some of these people have never left the state that they live in. Get out and live. It's so much to the world. Y'all, please give it a
and
chance.
and so Queen Tulsa. So at some point in time, wherever there's a void, the void will be filled, whether or not it's is good, bad, or indifferent. And so what I am learning and what I am appreciating about folks that are coming in from other countries, and to be quite frank, many that have already been here,
Listen here,
and
beautiful
and
ladies. I'm actually give me 1 second. I actually have to make a run right quick. Can y'all hold down the panel till I make a run down the street and come right back?
okay,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second.
what I
But yes.
appreciate is that in my community in New York, we've had a plethora of different diverse backgrounds of people,
Hmm.
and just learning from those that come from, and understanding those that come from India, that are not Indians, if you will, from this side of the world, but India, from India,
Right.
the different types of India, like northern India, middle India, southern India. So
Hmm.
those people that come from the continent, those people that come from various parts of Europe, blah blah blah, et cetera, right?
Hmm.
And I must say, when we talk about the I guess you could say the medical field, well, I learned a lot from other people from Eastern medicine and Western medicine.
Right.
My mother was a nurse, and so she's retired. But the bottom line is that she learned a lot about things that oftentimes, when we talk about meridians and we talk about chakras, and my mother, she learned a lot from different daggone people all over the world. So one thing I love about this country is that if done correctly, there are people who want to come here, who want to work and gather information, and then possibly go back to their country and do some things, and keep a bicontinental documentation. They can be here and they can be back. They can be back home. I think that that's a wonderful way to live. I see
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that. Um,
Yeah. If they're here, of course. If it's a legal situation, of course,
Yes.
I don't have any problem with that. I just want that the people who are not supposed to be here, I don't mind them leaving.
Right. Absolutely. I agree.
Because yeah, yeah. And then to
I
go
agree.
back to, the when we were talking about the whole thing, when I was talking about the millennial thing, and I was seeing people like not having careers. I mean, not thinking about their futures, and well, they thought they were thinking about their futures, but they weren't when they were trying to like become rappers and singers and stuff like that. Like, I was thinking
Hmm.
to myself, do you guys understand that all of y'all, it's not possible for all of y'all to make it? And
Exactly.
I'm like, what? So, and then like, but they're thinking that, oh, no, 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 I'm going to the top and all this other stuff or whatever. And
Mhm.
I always told, like, even when I met, like, I had homeboys, in Atlanta, when I was out there, and I told them, I was like, you need to have a plan B. You can't be playing around with this music crap. And you got kids out here. You got babies that you need to raise, or you got a relationship, you got a girl that's pregnant and stuff like that. You got to start thinking about your future. You know what I'm saying? And
Exactly.
now, we're in a situation where we're no longer in our early 20s, and now, they don't have there wasn't a plan B. Now they're trying to go back and get their whatever, whether it's a degree or a trade. And I always tell people, in this day and age, trades are what's running this, is what's moving what you need in this country, because we don't live in a time where you need degrees anymore. You need trades. And it depends on what field you're going in, actually. But I'm
Hmm.
just saying, um trades are running the world. You got to think about the tech, I mean, IT.
Absolutely.
You got to think of automotive, though, the medical
Exactly.
field. There's so many different, there's thousands of trades out
Housing,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Construction, all kind of shit.
There's no
Infrastructure,
reason.
right?
There's no reason for us as black people, for anybody to be without money, without a skill set and things like that or whatever. So,
Hmm. Hmm.
yeah.
Without without resources, without an
Exactly.
opportunity, or without a couple of tracks. Because, like I
Right.
said, I have 2 degrees. I have a master's, and I mean, I have a bachelor's and a master's.
Hmm.
However, I was very clear, and my mother was very clear to explain to me that that's good. But when the time comes and an administration or government comes into play, and they don't necessarily need, or the time doesn't need your skill set at the time, your intellectual skill set, you
Right.
must know how to do something with your hands.
Right.
You
Right.
must know how to do something other than X, Y, and Z. You must know how to, be able to take care, maintain yourself, maintain your lifestyle. Uh, in case this over here, because that's what happens. Trends, things, first is this, now
Right.
it's that, and this
Mhm.
goes out of style or out of whack or out of, it becomes obsolete, if you will. And
Right.
then you have something else that'll come to kind of take its place, so you then need to now update, upgrade, etc., etc. So I'm always in a constant, like, we're constantly learning. It's always something to do. You can I look at Noble, I look at a couple other people, and I hear a lot of folks that are saying, they're going back to school, or they have certifications. Have those certs equal out to, well, more pay, better
Yes.
positioning, an
Yes.
opportunity to have your own consulting. or contracting business, or
Right.
become a vendor with the city, the state, the federal government, where you can get contracts again. And the ceiling for that can be astronomical if you
Exactly.
network and do it right. But again, you have to do the work and put in the work. It doesn't just come sitting in your lap all the time. And as one of my professors told me, the only time success comes before work is in a dictionary.
Exactly.
Okay, you have to work and put some time out there. And I think that we became an instant grit, instant oatmeal, instant,
Exactly.
microwavable society where, oh, I want it now. Okay, oh, I saw so and so, they got it, but you don't know the work that they put in.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And that's what I was saying like earlier. People are miss the Generation Z. I please, you know, I people are talking about I want to live to 100. I don't think I do. I really don't because I mean, I don't even please not with this next the next generation after the millennials freaking taking care of no. No. Or whatever, happens or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't want no parts of it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You said that you're from are you originally from New York or you because I
Brooklyn.
remember
Yes,
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Okay. So I worked in New York for a couple of years. I worked in New York for a couple of years, and it was a very interesting um, experience because I'm originally I'm from LA, and I went,
Okay.
and that was a complete, it was New York is a lot faster than California, and I lived in Queens though, but I did work
Oh,
in
nice.
yeah,
Okay.
but I did work in like what it would be considered, I guess it would be considered like it wasn't too far from I would say it would be considered like the what would be the Tribeca area, like lower Manhattan. I was in I worked
Okay.
in lower Manhattan.
Mhm.
So I just noticed that I just I always thought that I loved it. It was very easy for me to catch on and stuff like that to the faster paced environment because
Mhm.
California is slower, but it's not that slow. You know what I'm saying? And I always said that if you can work in New York and you can find work in New York, you can you will be able to make it anywhere. You will literally be able to make it anywhere.
There you go. There you go.
Because there's nothing faster in this state. I mean, not in
Right.
this state, in this country, there's nothing faster than New York. You know what I'm saying? And but the community that I lived in was a lot of Southeast Asians or whatever. Because I'm half Southeast Asian. My dad, is Bangladesh, but
Mhm.
so
Exactly.
when I was in Queens, um, the area that I lived in was a lot of like Southeast Asian people. And I remember that, the lines were always clean, the lines were
Mhm.
always freshly cut. They were, shoveling snow. But when you get into the city of New York, the one thing I did not like was the trash everywhere. I thought it was
Right.
disgusting. The rats. And I was like, of course there is rats and stuff like that and trash everywhere because yeah, the trash is on the ground.
Right.
You
Right.
know, so that kind of turned me off. And then it was like there's not a lot of sunlight. And where I'm from, there's a lot of sun there. But because of those buildings in New York, it's a lot of overcast and it's very cloudy there. I like sunlight, I like warm weather. So I
Okay.
lasted for two
Okay. Yeah.
years. I lasted for 2 years and then I went like back home. So
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah. But
And
you lived in Phil. Oh, I'm sorry. What was you gonna say?
no, I've lived in New York and then I went to college in North Carolina.
Oh, okay,
And
okay.
then I moved back, and then I moved to Philadelphia for grad school, and I've been
And
here ever since.
what made you stay in Philly versus like New York?
Because Philly is a place where you it's livable. It's
Okay.
not a
Right.
whole lot of people,
Mm-hmm.
and the hustle. I'm not into that type of hustle and bustle.
Right. Okay.
Philly Philly is not New York by no means. However, it has its own hustle and bustle. It has its own gangster, if you will. It has a history also, and so I'm in love with the vintage, the nostalgia of it all. I'm in
Right.
love
Right.
with, like you said, in southeast in Queens, there is a very prominent and I guess you can say powerful Southeast Asian community.
Right. I was on
Now
100 and like 60, some like near like 168th, like not too far from like the Jamaica states,
there
basically like
you
Jamaica
go.
States.
There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I
Yeah.
don't think, and I think it's a good thing. And I also think it's very interesting, but I don't think a lot of people know that, there is that type of a community there that
It was
has
a
been
shocker.
thriving,
Yeah.
for years. Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm.
um because my mother being a nurse, she met a lot of people, and so that was what, 1950 something or other, whatever. So I mean, prior even to that, there was that community. Those communities were in different areas of Queens, and some of course in Brooklyn that I remember. And a very powerful community, very quiet community, but worked nonetheless, and worked through the system. And like, I guess you could say I was friends and grew up with, certain families, and they're thriving to this day. They're like the grandkids
Mm.
that are my age. So if so the grandkids that are my age that are 50, so they have grandkids now themselves. So we're talking about six, almost seven generations in
Right.
that have been there. So the bottom line is, all in all, is that in New York, it's powerful. There's a lot of different people. Philly is a little different. Um,
I've been to Philly, but when I went, because one of the girls I was talking to at the time, she's originally from, I believe, South Philly. And
oh wow, okay, oh
yeah.
Lord, all right, yes, yes,
I believe so. Oh God, please. That was like some couple of few years ago, like probably mm, yo, it was a few years ago. But we she moved from South Philly to the just she moved from South Philly to South Jersey. And
okay,
I remember we went to Philly, we went to a club, and I remember that it was like it was somewhere downtown, but I seen like it was like a downtown. It looked like it was. I don't really know what side. I believe it was downtown because that's where the club was. I
okay,
believe, and it was
libations,
very vintage. It was. I mean, it was very. It gave me that energy that I thought about when I went to when I thought about what Philly would feel like. It gave me the same exact energy, like those type of, it just has a unique look. The buildings have a unique look, the downtown and stuff like that, or whatever.
exactly,
Like, yeah, because the way that the houses are built out here is like completely different.
right.
And depending on where you live and things like that. But what do you think about Brooklyn and the regentrification?
Mm.
Yeah, bed
Okay,
stuy.
yeah, yeah, do or die, Bed-Stuy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Back in the day, my father was able to purchase brownstones
Mm-hmm.
in Brooklyn and in Harlem.
Mm-hmm.
They were there for years.
Mm-hmm.
houses that were there just dilapidating, houses that were not, being taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Gentrification happens because anytime there's a void, anytime that there's a hole, that hole will be filled.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Black people could have easily have bought those places up and redone them. Um, and in some cases, because we did have people who were in office, go ahead and open that up to the community first.
Right.
Again, when you have, I don't want to just say it was just Democrats, because we have Republicans and Democrats. But when you have people that just don't govern properly and don't govern in a way that it could benefit everybody, you're going to have this gentrification. So now what you have is you have holding companies, you have, of course, big developers that will come in and then buy up everything, hold on to it, sit on it, let it blight, and then of course they'll buy, and then they'll start selling it for triple, quadruple the amount.
Mm.
What happens is the government doesn't have laws. They don't pass laws that keep up with the way that business people, the way that technology is thriving.
Right.
And so if we don't have people who have some type of, I guess, compassion and passion, some type of, at least, love for the community, so that we can all eat, what's going to happen is you're going to have developers, you're going to have holding companies coming in from different places, and they're going to take over, and then they're going to sell, and then they're going to make it so unaffordable to the point where it's going to stay vacant again, because nobody can afford to even buy the shit.
Mm.
Okay, so now government comes in, and now they have to take on the burden, and now, of course, now it's the people's burden, but now they have to give it back to the people, and now they've come up with, of course, programs, first time home buyers, blah blah blah, to try to offset or try to get back some of the money that they put in, because that's mainly most of the reason why they're broke. What I
Mm.
don't understand, because you mentioned it so eloquently, about maybe about 20 minutes ago, we have veterans that are out there that are living on what, cardboard, that
Mm-hmm.
have what do you call those things? They have their vouchers.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck are we doing?
Mm.
They have everybody's DD 214. They know who's retired, not in the service anymore. They know who's used their voucher. Get them in and get them in a house.
Right.
Get them in something, or get the voucher, get them in an apartment of, or somewhere that they can afford, maintain, because they may not be able to afford or maintain a house.
Right.
Take the voucher, and if the voucher is for 250,000, take the voucher, give them 100, and take the 150,000, and then do something else with it, and be able to spread it so that everybody can eat. Take care of that person, because they put in that time. They were a veteran, and they need a place to stay. They need to, have they need to have food, clothing, water, shelter, blah blah blah. No problem. Get them in, and then utilize that, whatever money can be left over, because they get a monthly, check, or retirement, whatever.
Mm.
Take some of that money and then spread it in other places. What I don't understand is why the hell motherfuckers can't think, but it is what it is.
Yeah. That, you know, when I was I remember going home when I was leaving Manhattan and going home, and I remember seeing like homeless people sleeping inside of the subway stations and stuff like that or whatever,
Hmm.
and it's like cold as ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, sn- well, it wasn't snow on the ground at that time or whatever, but it was about like 40 something degrees. I'm like, how do these people, and even when it was snowing, I'm like, how do these people survive this? How do they survive this winter? You know what I'm saying? And, you know, they're just sleeping like on a bench or they're sleeping in a corner. They
Hmm.
got rats crawling all over. I was just crazy. But um, it was definitely an experience. But I remember Chris. I asked you about the gentrification because I remember watching an interview with Chris Rock, and he was saying the Bed-Stuy he once knew is no longer that Bed-Stuy, and now you got people who are well-known people who are in the industry move into those neighborhoods, and then you also have that's talking about getting like these luxury I mean, I don't
Hmm.
know, you know
Hmm.
homes. It like they didn't just did the whole place up, and then Brownsville is no longer what Brownsville, and who would have thought, you know what I'm saying?
Very
So
true.
mhm,
Very true. Absolutely. Once again, we had an opportunity of a lifetime. And that's why I say certain people, here's the thing. When you're around people that have certain conversations,
mhm,
and then you have people that are around, and we take advantage of some of those conversations, we take advantage of the opportunities or something that's getting ready to come up, and we share it with other people. We could have Black people could have done a whole lot more. um but we can't blame it all just on the system, be only because I remember the conversations when they were talking about that these houses, these brownstones were going for $30,000. Seriously.
wow,
Okay,
oh my gosh.
20, let me tell you something.
Wait, but
20,
what decade was this, so that
it was 19
30,000?
1970s, maybe 1976, 1977.
Wow.
Hmm.
Wow.
About 20 to $30,000. Because here's how I know.
Mm,
My mom and my dad my mother took out her 401k
mhm.
and took out 100 grand to
Damn,
get
man.
to get five of them. You feel me?
Mhm.
And she said, this is for the family. This is for generational, you know. And I was like, what? What you doing? Wait, whoa. Okay. And her and my father, they took that, and of course then they went into Harlem, because Harlem was even in a worse situation for so many
Mm,
years.
okay.
Because after the roaring 20s, and after the Apollo era, and those the 60s, okay, nothing was happening in Harlem, nothing at all.
Right.
So so talk about after the 60s, wow, then that was happening. So they went ahead and then purchased some more, and I, five in Brooklyn, five in Manhattan, or in Harlem. um
Mm,
and so, knowing, being political and working for certain politicians. So Adam Clayton Powell was around, Bumpy Johnson was around, Malcolm X, all of them back in my mother in those days.
mhm.
This is what they talked about, and it's only certain people, only some people took advantage of that stuff.
Wow.
You know, so now you have it where, of course, real estate taxes have gone kaboom out the wazoo. But there are also programs that you don't once you're grandfathered in and you've had the you've had certain properties for a certain amount of time, and you taking care of your property, et cetera, your real estate taxes will not go up. They will stay at at this one fee every year for until.
Mm.
But
You.
you had to get into that program here in Philadelphia, because it's part of the Homestead Act.
Mm.
And every state has a Homestead Act, but it's different in every state. I
Mm.
know I heard you mention a while ago about education, and in education, California, to me, has one of the better educational systems, which is kind of
Oh
what.
God.
Well, here we go. When I say better education on paper,
Com-
uh,
compared to, I mean, if we're talking about Buckshot, Mississippi, I mean, yeah, but
yeah,
me be, I mean, you when I you think do you who do you think they have a better education compared to who though?
because California is one of those states who allows the state to run the education.
Mm, mm-hmm.
I am I know a lot of people don't like it, when they hear Trump wanting to disband the education. He wants to disband the United States Department of Education. I don't say, so I'm into words. Disbanding the United States Department of Education, I don't think is a good thing. I think that the authority that they have in some areas needs to be given back to the state departments of education, so that the state can take care of the people in those states. Um,
Mm,
yeah, that's just and maybe that's what he means, or maybe that's what he doesn't mean, but
right.
that's how I, just like I don't believe in defunding the police department. I do believe that the police departments all over the country need to look at how they're distributing the monies that they're getting, and they need to manage better, and they need to distribute better per each community. Everybody's community, just like you said, California is different than New York. Wisconsin is different than Florida. Certain states, certain cities are different.
Right.
And what we need here in Philadelphia, y'all might not need that in California or in Pennsylvania. Y'all might not need
Exactly.
that. You know what I
And
mean?
and every place needs to be looked at individually. That's what you're saying.
I yes, I do believe that. I
And
do. I do believe that there needs to be some type of regulation, just to make sure that people are doing what they're doing with the money. But I think the authority needs to go back to each state individually.
and that is something very interesting because I was watching the news or whatever, and I seen th- they were talking about misappropriation of funds in the state. Well, in the state of California, but specifically in Los Angeles, because there's a lot of homeless going on in Los Angeles, and they're like, we got a home, we have a fund for homeless people, we giving millions of dollars for these homeless people, but nothing's moving, nothing's happening. So who's
Exactly.
pocketing the money? Who's
Right.
pocketing the money in Chicago with all those homeless people? Who's pocketing the money in New York? So you
Mhm.
know if we keep, and then somebody said something very interesting. They said, well, if we keep these homeless people, if they keep the homeless people on the streets, guess what? The money's gonna keep coming. You know what I'm saying? It's like a little plan. You know what I'm saying? And I thought that was very interesting because I'm like, they're getting all these millions of dollars and nothing's happening. But if they do away with the problem, they stop getting funds.
Right.
So very interesting. I wanted to say with Philly, it gives me that, and this might sound crazy, but Philly gives me that Chicago vibe a little bit. The buildings I'm talking about, in certain parts of
Okay.
Chicago, it gives me
Yeah.
that vibe.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely. I agree.
yeah. Um, and you read, other people are, I mean, y'all are in Philadelphia, but that's very interesting because when I spoke with Trish, because she's from Queens, and she was saying that she didn't like a slower paced environment. Like she didn't like living in Florida because she said she was bored out there. It was boring because it was so peaceful. She's used to the hustle and bustle of, and
Hmm.
it's very interesting how you said you like it more calm and things like that or whatever, a little bit more like a little bit more slower pace.
Hmm. Absolutely. I do.
Mm,
I do.
okay.
Hmm.
And
Now, not,
mhm,
and don't get me wrong. I've been, I always go to North Carolina for my homecoming, and then I get an opportunity to, you know, I'll take a time off and I'll, visit family members, people who I haven't seen, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that type of that's a tad bit too
too
slow
slow.
for me.
Right.
It's just a
Now
little bit.
what
Ugh.
what part of um North Carolina was you in, and what did you like about it and what didn't you like about it?
I was
When
in Greensboro, North Carolina,
Okay, okay,
A&T, where A&T is. Of
okay.
course, what I loved about Greensboro was that it was an up and coming city.
Mm,
It had a lot of potential in terms of growth, in terms of making money. I saw where the houses. I saw where there were so many needs
wow.
because as a college student, we're out in the community. So their bus system ends at 8. It's like 8 o'clock, and I'm from New York, where we have 24-hour transportation. Like, what is going on here?
Mm,
And then it was like, needs of the people, like needs of the growing old of a city. You know, people were getting older, so you have people who were Gen X's, Gen Y's,
mm,
baby boomers who were starting to retire now. So what were their needs going to be? What kind of socialization would they have? So it was one of those cities that you could, you know, come up with a plan and pretty much be successful at it because they had so many needs.
mm,
What I don't like about it, um, I guess I can't say I don't like. It's just that it's still slow. Like,
okay.
I'm like, some the thought of the how they look at the world and them in the world is like, come on, guys, like we can wear black in the summertime. Like, just oh, it's okay. you know, I get
Yeah.
it. You need lighter colors when in the summer. I get it. I'm not against it. I hear you. But your world's not going to die if you decide that you wanted to wear a darker color in the summer months. It's
It,
okay.
yeah.
Gosh,
So
prioritize the importance as far as I'm concerned.
comparing that, because that's like a Greensboro is like a college town, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So, what is it called? Riley? Was that is or Raleigh?
Raleigh, North
Raleigh,
Carolina,
Raleigh.
this
Okay.
the capital.
So, yes. And I I believe I had a layover there, but I didn't get a chance to I did meet some people when I lived down south that was actually from North Carolina, but they weren't from Greensboro. They were from Raleigh, and isn't there like a Fayetteville or something like that?
Absolutely. Fayetteville,
Yeah,
where the
yeah.
where Fort Bragg is.
Very interesting. Very interesting. But one of the girl that I knew that moved out here, she was talking about how she just wanted to get. She was from Raleigh, and she wanted to get out of there. She was like, it was just so slow. She was from there, grew up there, and everything. She said, I don't ever want to go back there again. Like I was like, I know it ain't that bad. I mean, you know.
She sounds like my
So.
mother. My mother's like, I'm never going back. Not gonna happen.
And what made your family transition over to, you know, New York? Because did your mom, like, did she has roots? You said in the South, like in the.
Absolutely. She's from the
Okay,
South.
okay,
Yeah.
and
She's
so that made her
educated
go
in the
north.
South, but then when she came up to New York, of course, New York standards, educational standards. So she had to go back for about 6 months to get
Okay,
a certification,
okay,
and
okay,
and and that's how she started her nursing career.
okay. Because I remember you said that Harlem during like the Roaring 20s, the 30s, 40s.
Hmm.
New York was like booming during those times.
Absolutely.
Yes. So
Daggone right. Yeah, the baby grand, all the Harlem Nights, all of that. That
yeah,
it
because
was going on.
because I remember I watch a lot of like older like movies like 40s 30s 20, don't ask me why, but I do. And I
Hmm.
enjoy watching those type of movies. And I noticed that when I would read, I always read about like that. When I watch movies, I like to read about the actresses and actors. And I remember a lot of the blacks that a lot of them came from the South, and then they moved to New York. Like that was the place to
Hmm.
be, though, in during those decades and stuff like that. And it's very interesting how these certain areas like Harlem was booming and stuff like that at one point in time, and it went downhill.
Hmm.
Um, that's great. That it was crazy.
Now listen here, y'all. I didn't went out to the gas station, child, and I didn't pulled me two women. Y'all come on over and say hey to the audience. Hey. Say hey.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. Hold on. I
Hi.
didn't pick up me two females from the gas station. Hey. Say hey, sister. Hey. Listen here. These is black sisters in
Oh, y'all.
baby. We in here where? T-Town, baby. T-Town, baby.
Y'all
Okay.
better be good. Don't be being bad now. Listen, what y'all doing?
We just
Oh,
chilling. We chilling. We about to have a challenge.
uh-oh, shallows. Okay, okay. Y'all better
No,
be
but
good.
I'm back with y'all. But y'all go ahead and finish up the conversation. I'm just God has
Yeah,
been so, can I just say this? God has been so good. I was short a few dollars, and this lady told me that, hey, baby, I got you. And that's what Tulsa is about. You know what I'm saying? We definitely look out for each other. We have to. I appreciate
you
that.
got to. Yes, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. That was some of the things that like people say, like individuals like in New York, they try to give like New York a bad rep when it comes to, they say, oh, well, because it's so fast paced, they say like they're rude and all this other stuff or whatever. But no, I actually met like some of the nicest people I've met, like have been in like New York or have been like in the South. But I've met a lot of nice people in New York, like very good people out there, you know what I'm saying? And they just
Yes.
get a very bad rep, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to how quick things are, and you know they just get this perception, especially people from the South, they might get this perception that New Yorkers are rude because everybody's in their own little world, it seems like.
And what they don't understand is that there is a hustle and bustle. You got to make it. So you got to be on point with certain things, and you got to survive. Um, but yeah, I totally enjoyed the different migrations of the South going north. But then remember, there were several people who were also in the wars, and then they
Mm,
would go overseas and then come back home, right?
yeah.
So here you have again the situation where folks were leaving and then coming back. Now, how my father went overseas, when he came back, that's when he came back and went to college,
Mm,
because the military paid for his college and all of that kind of stuff. You understand what I'm saying?
right.
So, and then they would like, look, they would say, if you get a degree, you won't have to go back and front line and go overseas and go to war and blah blah blah. So a lot of folks were like, look, let me go ahead and get this degree, so I don't have to, I won't be a front liner. I will be a second lieutenant, or I will be an officer at that particular time. And then some
Right.
people were officers, or what do you call them? Doctors, um, all that kind of good stuff. Some people were playing instruments in the military. I have several. I have an uncle who played in the bands and in the military. So every time that there were special events, that's what he did in the band. You know what I'm saying? He played the
Hmm.
trumpet. So, um, I mean, there's just a lot that goes on, and a lot of opportunities. There are a lot of resources that are out here. I just say this: ask the right person the right question, so you can always get the right answer.
Exactly. Not, and then when we look at like the migration of blacks going either from north to south, or north to Midwest, or Midwest to the north. Because I remember watching a lot of like mob movie. I mean, not mob movies, but mob
Hmm.
documentaries on different mob bosses and stuff like that. And they were talking about how like a lot of them like some of them came from some of them came from a lot of them came from Italy, and then they settled in New York, and then they moved to like Chicago, and then that became like a
Okay.
big, town, like where a lot of crimes was happening, and or they did their stuff in New York, and in the in different areas of New York and things like that or whatever. And I always
Hmm.
find that to be interesting. I even find the prohibition period, I find that to be an
Wow.
interesting period and stuff like that or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So, you know
Absolutely.
I try to be like well versed, and I always wondered,
Hmm.
what was that prohibition? Why? You know what I'm
There's
saying? Why'd that
exactly.
happen? You know what I'm saying?
But you bring up a good point, because with that prohibition, so there's so many things that are going on all at one time, right?
Hmm.
So even though that there was the prohibition was taking place, you also had what was going on. The black movement was going on. So you had Marcus Garvey and his people. They were going on at that time. It was like a lot of stuff
Oh. Hmm.
happening all at one time, and all of these different groups are meeting each other and fighting for rights, and they're
Hmm.
supposed to. And so when you talk about the black people, I mean the Italian people in New York, so then there's a whole Italian immigration in South Philadelphia that people don't know about, and they will fight. The Italians here would fight the Italians in New York, because the Italians in New York came earlier, like the late 1800s. Then the early 1900s, then the Italians came, then a whole nother group of Italians from another area of Italy came to Philadelphia. But the ones
Hmm.
in New York thought that they were going to run the Philadelphia Italians. And they were like, I don't think so.
Right.
No, you're not. Okay.
Right.
We're here. and we had to deal with the Irish that are here, okay? And there was once again, the folks don't get it, but there was a small, very small Southeast Asian community from Bangladesh, from Malaysia, from a couple other places as well, and the sultans like Turkey, except all of that. They were also here already.
Mm.
So now you have to deal. Now they have to deal with those people when they left Italy and Portugal and Turkey. They left some of those areas because it's for some of the same reasons. Now they're hitting it here, and then they have to deal with the New York Italians who are telling them you got to do it the way we do it, and the Italians here like that's New York. This is Philly. So to this day, when the Eagles and the Giants play,
Mm.
that's the worst game ever because you're talking about a fight that will
Mm.
ensue. This is the only city that has football court on Monday. There's a
Wow.
court, a magistrate court judge. They have five of them that have to intervene in football stuff.
Mm.
When New York and the Cowboys, those are the two. New York and the Cowboys. Those are the two biggest fights.
Wow.
That's because it's old tribal shit. Um,
Wow. You
and that's why
know,
you can't get mad because I'll be like, you know what, y'all mugs ain't shit. You know, it's like, but I get it, and I can respect it to some degree. You're not gonna let the Italians in New York just because they were here, maybe came to Ellis Island maybe about 40 years before you did. That they have claims to tell you what to do. I don't think so. I get it.
exactly. You because you mentioned Philadelphia, and and then New North Carolina being like slower pace, of course, compared to northeast of the United States. Um, I wanted to say that. Do you know what place on the East Coast that I was bored out of my mind? It had to be Connecticut. I
Mm,
hated it.
okay.
Hated it.
Okay.
Uh
Interesting.
it
Interesting.
I was like, what is there to do here? Um and did she li-
True.
it yeah, it was like s- and wait, yeah, it was Connecticut. And it was just so boring.
Okay. I agree. That's where older New Yorkers would go
Hmm.
when that's where they have their, maybe a house. They would go there when they wanted to get out of the city, type of thing. Then you have,
Hmm.
of course, native Connecticutans um, that are from Fort Bridgeport. Um, very, very. That Connecticut is very interesting. It's a lot of money there.
Their homes
However,
are beautiful. I mean, at least
yes,
the one of the girls I was talking to or whatever, like her parents had a beautiful, like they had a beautiful home and stuff like that or whatever. And it was like I mean, I can't knock the homes. It was just nothing to do, and it was all that snow and stuff. I was like, I gotta get out of here.
yeah, yeah.
What do you think of Boston?
Oh,
Is it really
you know,
racist?
very racist. I mean,
Wow.
I find Boston to be more racist than some southern places. I don't know. I guess my endurance is a little different because I'm thinking of Boston as the North,
Yeah, yeah.
and I think I gave it too much
Hmm.
when I went there, and I got what I didn't I didn't get it, but yeah,
And I think we sleep on a lot of places outside of the South. that are actually more racist or as equally racist as the South.
Absolutely.
We look at where the KKK originated. It wasn't in the South, right? It was
Nope.
in what, the Midwest, I believe, in Indiana or something like that. Hold on. Uh,
Indianapolis,
right
Indianapolis, but
in
also
Indiana.
the Grand Dragon is in Connecticut.
Yeah. So it's very interesting
Yeah.
because this day and age, and even I mean, when I was in it, well, that wasn't too long ago. When I was in college in Atlanta, and even when we would go on vacations and stuff in the South, I never felt like so at home. Not like this felt like it felt like California, but I felt like these people are so things were just so chill. Even the white people, you know. I never felt what I would feel like in even in like a California or in like a place where there is racism. They want, there is race, I mean, in things like that or whatever. It's just the South was very welcoming, and Atlanta is just such a thriving city for Black people. And I didn't grow up around like a lot of Black people. You know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of culture out there, and I feel like that's what I needed. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, so I thought they wasn't as racist. And when you find out that the KKK didn't even originate in the South, why are we still referencing the South in this day and age as the most racist place? You know what I'm saying? We got to get out of that.
Exactly. But that's when you have people like yourself and others who are traveled. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, you have to be well traveled. I even with as well read. You know. Um, I, I love to go to different cities and, like you say, take in the architecture, take in the history. People don't know that Philadelphia was the first capital of the United States. Then New York, then DC. And so, because of the nostalgia that we have here, it it it, it's definitely a place where there's a lot of pride. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, there's a lot of pride here. And you have a lot of people, when you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. People don't get it. Um, but I like to talk to people about the different parts of the country, and what's going on there, what happened there, and my thing is like, how can we make some money? Shit. Like, at the end of the day, I'm a Capricorn. I'm like, look, let's get some money and see what's going on. Well, let's project the future and let's make it the fuck happen. I don't need to fight you. You have gifts and talents God has given you. I have gifts and talents. Let's put it together if we can, and
Right.
maybe do something about it. If nothing else, share information. If nothing else, I don't ever have to see you a day. I don't ever have to do anything. We don't have to put our money together for any type of business, whatever. But I do believe, if I know you're into something and I'm into something, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure, I'm like, hey, you know about this? Did you hear about that? Oh, check this out. Boom. The only thing you have to do is email, text, boom, and people will have it all over the world.
Exactly. Exactly. What do you think of Trump saying that because the era of the Jimmy Carter era, what do you think about him? I was watching an interview from a while back, and he was like trashing Jimmy Carter, and he was saying that that was the worst. He was like, he was an idiot. That was the worst president this country's ever had. I forgot, he said something
Mm,
about a decision that Jimmy Carter made that he labeled him like one of the worst presidents. He said he was just trashing him, and I was like, dang, like, because I was talking to some people, from like the baby boomer or generation X, and I was talking to them, and they were saying some of them said they liked Jimmy Carter. So I was like, I
Hmm.
didn't know, but yeah.
Um. Okay. So education wise, I adore Jimmy Carter. I also like Jimmy Carter because he was from the South. Very interesting. He was from Georgia. Let me put it that way. But um, as it pertains to some of his policy, um, uh, I liked his peace talks between Israel and Egypt. I appreciated that. That was a
Mhm.
hot mess at the time. His his demeanor as a man. Let's so Trump is and don't get Trump is not an alpha male. So I think what happens with people is that they get alpha male, alpha female mixed up. Just cuz you're loud, just cuz you whatever and you're egregious, just because you blah da 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 whatever, that's not an alpha, okay?
Mm.
So um to a male, let's look at the wolf pack. The wolf. So a male like Jimmy Carter, very congenial, non-confrontational. That let me tell you, he was a thinker, and
Mm.
he did a lot of thinking. He did a lot of maneuvers internationally. Okay. Um, Now, I thank him for the United States Department of Health and Human Services and how he broke that down because it was the United States Department of Health and Human Services, and that was education, that was the Department of Labor, that was like three departments in one. The,
Mm.
U.S. Department of Health and Human Services had like three in one
Okay.
during his administration. He said, "Okay, no, the education needs to have theirs, labor workforce needs to have theirs, and the state, the U.S. Department of State needs to have theirs, and we're gonna stick." And stay with United States Department of Health and Human Services because that was something totally different as well. They redefined it, and so I give him kudos for that. So as I hear, some people, Donald Trump, other folks looking at Jimmy Carter, he was not. He was. Let's sit down and talk.
Right, right. And
Okay.
that's the thing. Trump is a lot more assertive, aggressive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's a place for that. So I'm I'm with that. I'm with
And
that
what
gangster.
place is that though? What place is that? Is it okay to be that way?
Well, there's certain quote unquote leaders or I don't want to say oligarchs as some other people would say or
Yeah.
dictators.
Okay.
And so yeah, Trump needs to deal with those people
Okay.
and
Okay.
and and he needs to bring them back to life, back to reality as it pertains to the United States of America.
What's very
Um
interesting?
mhm,
I just sung that to Ness. That
mhm.
song, Back to Life, Back to Reality, when I felt like it was needed. That I was
Okay.
not I didn't sing it, but I actually just said back to life, back to reality. Let's get to this point. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Let's get back to the reality on this. Now, so
Right.
you're
Because
saying that
one last thing.
oh yes.
I just want to say one last thing. Don't get it twisted. I am all for. I am not for this whole. What do you call it? This fence or whatever it is he's trying to build down there in Mexico, because mugs is coming in from Canada. So come on, boo. Like let's rethink that. Okay. Um. In terms of Trump, rethink that because there's a whole bunch of folks. that came in to Canada, down into Montreal, down into New York, down into Quebec, down into Canada, from Ontario to Detroit. You know what I'm saying? So if we're going to do a border, then we need to do a border up top and on the bottom.
Yeah, I don't really. I'm not too from. I'm from very familiar with what's going on at the border near Mexico, but I'm not familiar too much of. You would probably obviously know a little bit more about what's going on up top. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the of course Canada and stuff like that or whatever. But people are we gotta like really start looking at the signs when it comes to these different presidents because you're not
Hmm.
gonna get you know when you have we have a Gemini president in office, we're not going to get tact.
You
Don't expect tact. Don't expect somebody that's
nope.
going to kiss your behind. Don't expect
Right.
somebody that is going to tell you everything's sunshine and roses and black people, everybody's going to get a brand new car. No. We're
Mm-mm.
going to be
Right.
straightforward, unapologetic, and take it or leave it. And that's what Trump, that's who he is. you know i I can't do nothing but respect that even a racist person, you know the ones that I knew, in the racist individuals that I knew, like even on the East Coast, when even in New York or whatever, they were straightforward. I like people who are straightforward about, that let you know, tell you, that will let you know up front that how they feel about, black people. I don't need to know who I'm dealing with. I'm not a big fan of wolf in sheep's clothing. And I felt like with a Biden, with a Clinton, that's what I got. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Of course, I
Hmm.
was uh probably a toddler during the Clinton administration.
Okay.
So I don't, that was like the first president. Was it the first president? No. Um yeah. No, it was the president before, it was like towards the
So it was
end of
Bush.
yeah, towards the end of his term, I believe. I was like a baby or something like that or whatever. So I don't
Okay.
really know crap. You know what I'm saying? When, about, oh, this was a good president and this was a good, I don't know. But I know from what I have experienced or whatever, when I became older and stuff like that or whatever, when I was able to, Obama and freaking Trump and these even the Bush before, I mean the Bush, the not the senior but the junior, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
He was very he just, he ain't really, he just disappeared off, not that he's not around, I mean, of course, but I'm just saying, like, he's not in the limelight anymore, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he just
Right.
really went off the grid, you know so, but I think that people are asking too much when it comes to Trump, because because that's not what it
Absolutely.
that's not, he's a Gemini. And we got to think about that. Look at Kanye West. He can't keep his mouth shut to save his life. He always says
Hmm.
the wrong thing. We don't have tact. I said we cuz I'm a Gemini. We don't have tact. You know what I'm saying? So we got to think about that or whatever. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
I mean,
I agree. I
you're a
mean, I
Capricorn.
don't. Oh, and so I'm a Capricorn, but so what I glean from my Gemini brothers and sisters, I get it.
Hmm.
The different personalities and all, I get it,
And you know
and I
somebody
like
that's a
that.
Gemini.
Huh?
You know somebody that's a Gemini, I'm
I
sure.
know many people who are Geminis, and plus my mother's a Gemini rising,
Okay.
so
Oh,
so I get it. And I love it, and because the air is light, because uh, because being an earth sign, a lot of times we are real serious, and sometimes you just have to take things with a grain of salt and just keep it the fuck moving. Whereas we plant ourselves in the muck and the mortar of a situation, and we have to find out we have to find our own way out of that, because it's sometimes it's not necessary to get so deep into it, to be honest. And so that's the reason why I love my air, especially Geminis. I do get along very well with Geminis. um I think that Trump, yes, he's, where is there attack? No. And that's okay, and that's the fuck okay. And I think you're absolutely right. I think that first and foremost, some of the American people, a lot of American people, because they don't know the system too well, they expect too much from him,
Yeah,
and they expect the wrong things from him. He is a businessman. This is a business. So
exactly.
to ask him about certain issues is out of order. That's not him. That's the governor. That's not the governor. That's the mayor. That's not the mayor. That's your fire chief. Please stop asking him, Trump, or Kamala or anybody else about stuff that is not in their wheelhouse. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And the thing is, because he's fucking narcissistic as shit. He wants to have an answer for everything. And mentally, me, I would be like, that's an issue for the judicial branch. Okay,
Okay.
that's an issue for your your governor. And so and this is not an issue for me as the president. Your congressmen and your senators are the ones who voted on that shit, and then I signed the motherfucker. So they the ones who put the shit in office, not me.
And what did you think about the? Because when Biden became president, like I can tell, even when I heard the way he speaks, I could tell there was a cognitive issue going on, and there was a
Hmm.
decline happening,
Yeah.
and you know they tried. I felt like the media tried to hide it. You know what I'm saying? Especially like in his the later term of his
Hmm.
term or whatever. um I felt like they were trying to hide, like this man was just falling and all. I was like, but I'm
Hmm.
like, are we really gonna, is this, do you think other countries, when they look at this man that's deteriorating right in front of our eyes,
Hmm.
do you think that they're looking at him as a threat, or that they're gonna respect a man like him? And I remember I was watching a interview with Trump, and he was saying no one's uh, sleepy Biden, because he's funny too, but I don't really take him seriously. But he was saying, you know, those presidents, I mean, those people and the leaders of the other countries, they don't respect Biden. They think he's a wimp. But they respect me. And he was basically, talking about how these different countries, you know,
Hmm.
respect him, and because he doesn't take any crap from people and stuff like that, and he means business, you know. Yeah. Oh, and I wanted to say, one of the presidents that I did when I was like doing research on the different presidents, I really do respect like FDR, you know what I'm saying? I respect
Hmm.
Taft, you know,
Okay,
just
interesting. Okay.
yeah, I even FDR, when he was like going through all those health issues, he still like did his thing. You know what I'm saying? Like when it came to, he was still, he I mean, true American. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, what did you think of Roosevelt?
Well, I love Roosevelt. I
Mm,
Yeah, I love Roosevelt. I love Eleanor. I love him. They had a very special relationship, marriage.
yes.
Um, and I must say that they poured a lot of money into HBCUs. So uh,
Okay.
yeah, they did. And Eleanor definitely poured in a lot of money into Spelman and other places. And I think a lot of times black people say, well, the white people were given, and so they should. God damn it. Yeah. Okay. You
Right.
damn right. Okay. Okay. Is everything perfect in the HBCU world? Absolutely not. I constantly have my issues with a lot of things. However, with those two, I appreciated them as a married, powerful couple, a married political couple who did things even outside of politics. So, they were very much into philanthropic stuff. Um, I just I like them for their time, for the time that they were in. I get it. I did appreciate them.
And what
Yeah.
do you think about, according to Morgan State University? Reading an
Mm.
article on their website, and they were saying that this year that Trump he vowed to prioritize HBCUs. What do you think
Mhm.
about that? Do you think he's
Um,
gonna do
I
it?
he did it the last time. Here's what
Okay.
here's what happened. You know, when you have too many of our people vying for who's gonna be the best nigga, if you will,
Hmm.
and not an educator, business person for the HBCU that they represent, there's gonna be a problem. Okay. So sometimes you had some of our people who were showboating, and shit didn't really get the fuck done. There was money that were sent to HBCUs. There were endowments that were put in place and
Okay.
at each of the HBCUs. Absolutely. Now, I'm not gonna take away from the fact that Kamala also created more endowments as well, and created the whole AI, the United States Space Force. A lot of people don't know that there's another branch to the military, the United States Space Force, and a lot of those, contracts, a lot of that building up the Space Force has been given to HBCUs. So Donald Trump did do some things initially when he first came on board. It didn't get the traction that it should have, because the people that were there at the time were there for their own personal gain. Some things did happen. He put some things in place, and he also put in money to the Congressional Black Caucus, which is a scholarship that I push and promote. I just pushed and promoted it in the month of March. Well, the end of February into March. And you know what the people from the Congressional Black Caucus Scholarship Foundation said? More
What?
money has come in because Trump.
What? You know
Because
what?
I'm
Mhm.
serious. I could have them come on and say it. And I did it. Well, one young lady, she came on and I did an interview with her when I
No, I
was in
believe
PG.
you. I
You know
believe
what
you.
I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
these are the questions that I'm asking, because I'm like, look, I'm out here pushing, promoting these damn scholarships, and if ain't no motherfucking money, then what the fuck am I talking about it for, right? Well, guess what? They were like, no, yo, TC, please, we got money, we have it, we need to spend it because we don't want it going back.
Mm.
You see, so so that's just one. I mean, I'm just talking about like one scholarship. There are some scholarships that Trump said that he wanted to, I guess take away. He had his reasons for it, but they're not going to do that. So I'm not even worried about all of that. That's sometimes some things are just for the clicks and the views of the politics, political propaganda at its best. It's for people to talk about some shit. You know how it is.
Yeah, that's the thing about you that you can see both sides of the fence, and you are intelligent enough to say, well, this person did this person did X, Y, and Z, and everything that they're, they're trying to paint him as, oh, he's just this horrible person and all this other stuff. Do you know how many racist presidents that we actually really had? I mean, how many racist presidents that were actually really racist that we will never know about, that were
Okay.
probably a part of, the Democratic Party? Because I know that's like black people's favorite party and stuff like that or whatever, and we just know how much they've done for black people. But when I hear people like, Jay Wilson, he'll do his segments and stuff, and he'll, everything is let's trash Trump or whatever. But it's like, the man, it's like, I don't want to listen to people like him or people like Ronnie Q if all they have is something negative to say every single day. You can't wake up and go on your channel and every single day you're trashing the president, because regardless, we're stuck with him for the next, how, what, three, we have, well, it'll be three
Three and a half
years
years. Yeah,
Yeah.
something like yeah.
So you just gonna be in
Three
this.
years, unless and he go ahead and go for another term. Because remember, I told y'all he's trying to go for another term.
Right. So what are you gonna do? You
Right.
gonna just wake up complaining every single day? Is that what your channel is gonna be about? Jay Wilson and Ronnie Q? The man could cure cancer and you'll still find a reason to hate him. Oh, he but what if he was giving you a check? What about that check that he's talking about? There's some sort of money that I don't.
Stimulus. Stimulus.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Uh
Which
$5,000 that
which
he's supposed to be sending out to the families.
yeah.
well, there's a stimulus. There's stimulus money that is coming. I'll put it that way.
So keep that check. Don't get that, whatever, if you are qualified or whatever. Everybody that's complaining and talking about how horrible he is, just keep your mouth shut and don't take the money and go about your business. He's racist. Remember that. You don't like him. Don't take the money. Go about your business
So right.
and figure it out. Because I'm like, dang, like, the what's the problem?
Well, you know what? Let me tell you something. Here's my philosophy on life is this: life is too way too short.
Right.
And I'm grateful for the fact that at least in the beef sector, you got Tulsa coming in here doing some things. You used to, well, I mean, you do your thing too, but you used to have some really good conversations as well because you used to have, you used to talk about different cities and all of that. I used to really, as a matter of fact, I was really looking forward to you having something in New York. I remember you were planning something. Um, and you have different people in the abuse sector that have different conversations. So I do like that. But I'm like you. After a certain point, he's in office.
Right.
I'm watching. Don't get it twisted. I'm watching every motherfucker. Okay.
Hmm.
But what I am not gonna do, I am not gonna stop.
You're
There's
not
things
gonna
that are
what?
happening. I'm not going to stop.
Okay. Okay.
Doing what I need to do.
Yeah.
I want. I have business. There's businesses that need to be constructed. There's students that need money to go to school. There are non-traditional students who want to go back to school. Where's the money coming from? There are seniors that our city is aging, and we don't have the proper infrastructure. You have young people who, me personally, I would love to see the damn Supreme Court say bump all the student loans and start everybody start fresh. Would love to see that. Period. So for me, I get it. I'm watching everybody, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna stop working and doing what I need to do to at least continue to help people, help myself, help you know anybody who asks me a question. We have to continue moving forward. We
And it
must.
it makes me think that, no matter who's in office, it makes me think that black people need something to complain about. They need somebody to blame. They need someone to
Mm,
point fingers oh, this is why I'm a loser in life. This is why I ain't made nothing of
Mm,
myself. This white man's holding me back. I can't do this because President Trump stopping this. President Trump doing no. President Trump ain't got nothing to do with why you a loser in real life. President Trump ain't got nothing to do with why you don't have a skill. You don't have a degree or a trade, or you on government benefits at the age of what, 40, why you pushing out all these babies and stuff that you can't even afford. But everything is, oh, President Trump. No, we was a loser before President Trump. And if you have a mindset of winning, you're gonna win regardless of who's in president. Hitler can be in
there you
president.
go.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
It's about your
You're damn right.
mentality. And, I hear, Pizarro, when I would have conversations with her, oh, she has an excuse for why she doesn't want to, why she ain't achieved nothing in life and stuff. And she's talking about the end of the world and stuff. And I was like, well, what happens if this end of the world doesn't even happen, and all this stuff during what if all this crap that you keep talking about, it's like I said to her, I said, it's like you want something to happen so that you can have a reason to do nothing with your life. That's what I said to this girl. So, I'm really getting tired of Black people looking for a savior, whether it's through whether it's through Jesus, whether it's through
Hmm.
Trump, whether it's through Biden, whether it's through Clinton. They need somebody save me. When are we going to start saving ourselves? What,
Ourselves.
just like you
Right.
said in those neighborhoods in Brooklyn, um you were talking about how Black people had the opportunity to do X, Y, and Z in the neighborhood, and they didn't take the initiative. I can't be mad at the white people that come in and see a gold mine and do what they
Right.
got to do. You know what I'm saying? Because we always miss the mark. We live in the land of opportunities, and we forget that. We forget that all of this stuff that we want in this country is accessible to us. We have not we have food that's accessible to us. We have opportunities out the ass. There is and sometimes I really think that what would do this generation good, I'm talking about like generation the Z, what is it, next after after the millennials is what, the Z generation
After
or
you,
something.
after Y, Z. Yeah,
Why?
Z and
Yeah.
Alpha. Right.
Yes. I really think it would do them some good to travel to an impoverished country, a third world country, so that they can be reminded of how good they got it, how good
All
they
right.
have it and stuff like that. And then that would get them off of their ass and give them some initiative, because a lot of the countries in the third world countries, they don't have the luxury of applying for benefits, and
Thank you.
you know what I'm saying, they don't
Section
have
8.
the
Section
section
8 and
8.
shit. The
There ain't
fuck?
no such thing. You gonna be in a hut.
Okay.
There ain't no fresh water. We take all this stuff that we have in this country for granted. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
Okay.
just like, y'all, what are we complaining about? What are we
Hmm.
as Black Americans? You know how many people are envious of us? Do you know how rich we are compared to the other parts of the world? And we're still complaining. We got literally have the world at our feet. People are killing themselves to come over here. People are
That's
building
right.
rafts and boats to get into this country. And here we are. We're born into this country, and we still don't want to do nothing with ourselves. It's retarded. You know what I'm saying?
It's
Next
like,
people, I mean, we gotta build fences to get these people out of keep these people out of our country and stuff like that. And I think that we forget about how blessed we are, and that's why we really have. It's important for people to get their passport and go to these third world countries. Take when we my I have some people in my family that recently went to Cuba. They went to like really bad parts of the Dominican Republic, and there was like
hmm,
people was on the streets begging. People were on the streets, poor, didn't have any money, needed it was just it was horrible. You know what I'm saying?
right. Exactly.
You know, and they didn't have fresh water. You know what I'm saying? Um the the things that we are the electronics and stuff like that, that we have access to, the Wi-Fi, just simple things like that. I mean, we are so blessed.
Thank
It's
you.
ridiculous. So I
And you know
yeah.
what and you know what this heat well, when I first when I first came into YouTube and I was watching Maddie and Kaya, my family, I tell the story all the time. My family was in the process of, getting reparations. Now, because people always talk about this reparations crap, and
Mhm.
we were suing,
Oh, I'm sorry,
suing the
TC,
family.
your phone cut off. What was you could you reparations?
Oh, okay, we suing the family that enslaved us,
Okay.
not the government, right?
Right. Hmm.
So because suing the government is a whole process in and of itself, and so but we knew because my great aunt had all that information, who the people were. We have bills of sales and shit like that, right?
Hmm.
So we started, we started taking them to court, and one of the things that the judge said to us was, "Can you prove that your people were enslaved?" And I was like, "What?" And he said, "You have to prove it." Now, at this time, remember, black people were talking about take all of that Confederacy stuff down, take all that, get the stuff out here. We don't want it, that and the other. Well, guess what? It was because of that stuff that was still up at the time. At that time, we were able to, take pictures. We were able to get documentation. We were able to get all that stuff to prove our case.
Hmm.
You see, and so when we're on here, we share this information that each and every one of us. So depending on, like, if you have a family that was in South Carolina, and those people built that family, those white people benefited from your ancestors
Right.
working for free, you
Hmm.
can, because remember, we were under the Confederate law, each state,
Right.
right?
Yes.
Okay, right. So each state had its own constitution, etc. So you can, depending on where your folks were from, Texas, whatever, you can go to that state, you can go to that city, that county, whatever, and you can sue that family for reparations. You can go to other countries if you know what country, your people. Some people stopped off in France, some people stopped off in Portugal, some people stopped off in England, Ireland, Scotland, etc. Right?
Right.
Depending, some people stopped off in the islands that were already imperialized by England and France and Portugal and Spain, right?
Right.
So you can sue those countries over there, because I found out through YouTube, not was it through YouTube or Facebook, one of these platforms, that um you, if we're black people here in this country, if we can prove that we are in our folks were indigenous or stopped off there and we have roots there, we can get land for free, no cost,
Hmm.
none whatsoever. Now, back to what you just said, we would have to, they don't have Section 8 over there, so we would have to build our own shit, have to build our own airport, our own irrigation systems, and so forth and so on. But we have access to it. Yeah. So like you're saying, we have, right here in this country, we've been blessed to be able to have stuff, and we continue to complain. And it just bothers me. Yes, there's some things that I don't like. There's some things that I think are mismanaged. I think that there's some things that aren't being taken care of properly. And I think that we have some great people who have some great ideas that we don't listen to. The ones that really have some excellent, excellent ideas. We don't listen to them. We listen to, and then we keep people in office that don't need to stay in office for, like after maybe 15 years. Like give it a break already. Damn.
And if I hear one more person talk about eggs and shit like that, well, the price of eggs, I'm like, y'all don't shut the hell up with this crap. I mean, is that what y'all are worried? Is it what you're talking about? Is that what we're talking about here? We're talking about the price of eggs, because I mean, the inflation. Where are we forgetting the fact that the inflation under Biden? Do we forget the fact? Look at
Oh wow.
look at like
Gas.
gas. Right, right.
Oh my god.
I mean, out here in California, usually the gas prices are like 5.50, $6. You know what I'm saying? But I remember the first year under Biden. It was it was
Went straight up.
it was like $7 our gas.
It went. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell? And we talking about eggs. Also, the interest rates on the mortgages or whatever.
Damn.
Because I'm even thinking to myself, like, we don't have like what people have to understand because we keep talking about home ownership and stuff like that. But what they fail to understand is that our generation is paying triple or whatever, triple what our
Hmm.
parents
Hmm.
paid. So we're
There you
not
go.
on an even playing field, um, especially if you're in a big city. If
Mhm.
you're in I'm not in North Dakota, you know what I'm saying, where a house is $5. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? I'm in an area where the house is, I mean, a good, I mean, um, a
Probably almost a half a million, right?
yeah, like yeah, half a million, 600,000.
Mm.
You'll be lucky if in LA you'll be lucky if you get a house for, I mean, if you can find one for 400,000, 450,000. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm working with. Now, and consider I
Mhm.
have to consider, do I even need this? Do I even need this? Because
Mhm.
I'm a single person. I don't have children. So all of these people from previous generations, the Generation Z, Xers, and the baby boomers that are trying to instill into the millennials and beyond that we need to have home ownership, that's not the direction that I would advise people to go in. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
Because the prices
Absolutely.
are
Absolutely.
increasing. And if you look up like the mortgage rates a few years back compared to what they are now,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
crazy.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I was like
Absolutely.
6 point something percent when I was looking, because I was like, do I even need this? You got to really ask yourself. Don't think about keeping up with the Joneses when you get up, when you think, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Think about,
Hmm.
do you need this crap? Because I don't,
There
I
you
don't,
go.
I don't buy um I don't need a status symbol and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And all of these things that black people think that they need, or they really don't. Here we have Jay Wilson. He lives in Texas. He lives in San Antonio. San Antonio is not a is a very cheap, it's a cheap place, very cheap. You know what I'm saying? And he is having trouble with his mortgages, with his payments and stuff like that or whatever. How is that possible? And then you are bragging about having a house for what he's paying for right now with his mortgage is a portion of what I'm paying for my apartment here in LA. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like,
Mhm. Exactly.
if we all lived in butt crack Texas, Tennessee, whatever the hell, we all would have a house, sure. But when you live in a place where the houses are starting at half a million, we're not on an even playing field, sir. You know what I'm saying? We not paying the
Yeah,
prices that
it's
are.
right. I agree.
You said brownstones in New York were 30. I mean, in the 70s, in the early 80s, they were 30,000,
Hmm.
$20,000. They're not like that anymore. They're what,
They ain't going
800,000,
right. They're not.
800,000, 700, six
They're
hundred.
a million.
Mil-
They're a
oh,
million.
even better. Look at what we have to have to pay compared to what y'all had to pay when y'all was growing up and stuff like that or whatever. You know,
Absolutely.
we it's harder for us. You know what I'm saying? And you have to really ask yourself, do you need this? If you're a single person, and I think Tracy's she went from a house to she says she went from a house to um an apartment because she came to the conclusion, even her Timothy Blaine, he was talking about, he was like, I don't need a house. What do I need a house for? It's just me. It's just me. And you if
Hmm.
they're really for families, in my opinion, and I think that houses are reason why I see a lot of black people in debt. You know what I'm saying? Because you throw in
Right.
all that money, it's a money pit. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, oh, well, it's an investment because you can own it one day. You never really own that your house in America. So you never really own it because they
Nope.
can snatch it at
No,
any
you can't.
time. You know what I'm saying? So we're
Absolutely. You're right. You're
if
right.
if we were in another country and you paid for a house, you would own that house. But out
That's
here,
right.
you got the property taxes and all these things, like, and you ask yourself, like, is it worth it? Is it worth it? And then some
Hmm.
lady recently, she had a mortgage. She had a mortgage or whatever,
Hmm.
that she was paying and everything was fine, and her house got snatched for like a 200 from the HOA. uh they snatched her home that she had with her children were living there, and they snatched her home or whatever. I forgot what the reason was behind it, but it was like for her not paying like a $200 fee, and she's been paying all these years her mortgage. Why do we have those things in place? An HOA.
Exactly.
We need to do away with those type of things.
Thank you. I agree.
We got people bragging about HOAs and things
Mm-mm.
like that or whatever. Oh, well, I want to live in the best neighborhood, and I want, and I want my property value. I was like, these people are insane.
I agree with you. Nope, I don't agree. These some of these HOAs, they can keep him. Definitely keep him. No,
And how
but
is
yeah,
that on the East Coast, like with the with HOAs and
they
stuff
like
like
a
that?
little mob. They look a little mob group. They
Right. That
just,
is the perfect way to describe. Yeah.
yes, God.
Like,
Oh,
who is over that? Is that a government type of thing, or
not at all. It is not. It's some makeshift ad hoc group of people who created their own quote unquote authority. However, quiet as it's kept, they can be checked by the attorney general of their state by putting in a complaint of a confidentiality complaint.
because that lady got her house like snatched up right from under her, and she was paying all of her, I mean, everything. She was paying everything, but it was some sort of hidden fee that she wasn't aware of, and they sent her a notice, and they were like, we're taking your house,"
See, that's some bullshit.
and she has
Yeah.
a family.
Oh, I hate that for her. Damn.
And I remember when the interest rates were like some 3% and stuff like that or whatever. And like, look how much they've jumped and stuff or whatever. So
Yeah, it's oh gosh. But they're gonna it's gonna crash or crush itself eventually, and then we wait, be patient. It's like anything. These trends have been coming and going for years. Coming and going for years. Now we're on the better side of it. We are. It's gonna come tumbling down like London bridges. And when it does,
Be at least, this is what I say to people, as you have your eye on the prize with all of these other people and watching them, just continue to take care of your own personal business, take care of your own stuff. Because when that day comes and they'll say, "Can y'all come down here?" or "We have this available, we have that available," they're only gonna advertise it for at least 24 to 48 hours. And it won't. And as long as you have your paperwork and you get yourself done and you have your, certain things in order, you'll be fine. You'll be able to benefit from some of this stuff that will prevail during your lifetime. It will.
Mm.
Hmm.
And what do
But
you say to
yes.
generations that, do you think the generations moving forward, do you think it's smart for them to invest in a home knowing way prices are going up and stuff like that or whatever?
Well, no, I agree with what everything that you said. I think that everyone has to assess their own personal situation.
True.
And yes, if you are single, you don't have any children. I'm with you. I think uh, I don't think that you I definitely don't think you need to have a house. Now, if you are a single person and you're not married and you have nieces and nephews and sisters and brothers, or maybe you're taking care of a parent or something like that, then those situations, yes, I can see that. I can definitely see that. You still fit part of family, and they're still your family. You take care of your family. I get it. But if you don't have to, and that's not your circumstance, then no, I don't think it's necessary for you to have to purchase a house if you don't have to. Mm-mm.
Exactly.
Me myself, I'm getting ready to. I'm gonna get ready to get on the Norwegian boat that we're getting ready to get in here. Um, you know how they say they had these new residents on these cruise liners. Oh gosh, I'm gonna check it out. No, Philly's getting ready to have a whole lot of stuff going on in 2026. In the Norwegian airline, the cruise line is one of them actually. So I'm interested because I definitely want to, this is good. I
All
don't have to
right.
fly to Miami, or I don't have to fly all the way. We have a boat. We have a port. We will have a port right here, going to different places. But
So
yeah,
beautifuls. Oh well, no, I can't call y'all beautiful. Well, I can call you beautiful, TC, but
why not? I'm,
well, TC doesn't like for me to call her
we
beautiful.
gorgeous. Who said that?
TC,
Who
this
said
heat.
that?
Oh, this heat. She didn't want me
Oh,
calling
oh,
her
okay.
beautiful. I said TC instead
Oh,
of this
okay.
heat.
Oh,
Well,
okay. Okay, gotcha. But
Yeah.
that I'm gorgeous,
I wanted to
beautiful,
say
everything.
before,
Beautiful spirits. I think we have beautiful spirits, but
right. I wanted to say before we, that um what that person in the chat said that $15 is a down. I mean, 1,500 is a um down payment for a car or something like. I mean,
cell phone.
no, I mean those 1,500 cell phones could be a down payment, but I'm saying a down payment for what? Because not for a night. I mean, what for like a mortgage? You can't. I mean, I know you're not talking about like no mortgage or nothing like that, or you're not talking about no car payment or whatever. Like,
Well, I guess what they're saying is that it's a start to saving,
okay,
towards, yeah.
I was about to say
It's
because you gotta. I mean, a down payment for a home out here would be like 20, 30,000, 40,000,
hmm
fifty
yeah,
thousand. Where in a lot of like states like, like Texas, it wouldn't be that much or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
right,
You
right.
get
That's what she's saying. Depending on where you live, it could be more, it could be less, it could be definitely more. Yeah, so you're right. Here in Philly is at least 20,000.
yeah.
Yeah, and
So
and and there are programs that will help you with that. But yeah,
yeah, and if a mortgage, if a home is like starting at 500,000, then your payment that ain't even gonna not even gonna do anything or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, it's definitely we definitely had some thought provoking conversation, and definitely stuff to think about. And I'm glad that you're open minded enough to see something good that the president has done, instead of like living in a funk for the next 3 years because some white guy is that we'll never meet or whatever, or never know, is the president,
Mhm.
as if that's stopping our lives and stuff like that. It's really not, you know.
Yeah, she said a VA loan
And,
can
and
be that low though, but she said you're in Cali though. It's high there.
Yeah.
yeah, it is. But and also knowing who you're dealing with and knowing what you're dealing with. Like you said, I've been on Trump for a minute now. We all have. Like, it's no big deal. We see that he he can come out his face sometimes. And then sometimes, like he made that statement. I don't think he said that he would grab the lady's pussy. I think he said that, if you were a certain type of a male and you were famous or whatever, that you could literally get away with grabbing a women's pussy or something like that. I think that's what he was saying. And then it got taken to a whole nother level. Um, People just had to listen. Just listen. I'm gonna go back to that clip and I'm gonna listen to it myself again. Um, because that's very interesting that he said that at that time, because we do see that there are double standards amongst people. Some people can get away with things and other people cannot, and other people can seem to dictate everything and others cannot. So it's not just Trump, or it's not just the people around him. It's not just politicians. It's everywhere.
What did you gain from this conversation tonight, Tulsa?
Listen here. What I've gained from this conversation tonight is don't judge a book by its cover, and uh uh don't let anybody influence you on what you believe. Seriously, like you guys said, that there's some things that we don't like about the current president, but there are some ways that he is helping us out. Um, you know, Make sure you're vigilant and reading up on your laws. Make sure you know who you're voting in. And then also going back to the Pastor J. Wilson, I mean, being honest and open about who you're dealing with. Um, I feel like when you don't give a person a chance, then that's a form of neglect. That's a form
Mm.
of, trauma, because you inflicting these things on people and you're not giving them a choice. That's what I got from it. What are y'all thoughts?
You said not giving someone a chance. Like, what do you mean by that?
No, no, I'm saying, like, when it comes to like dating and stuff like that, when you don't give them a chance to
Oh, okay.
say
Okay.
yes or no to
Okay.
what you're into,
Got it.
um, I feel like that's very heavy. And when you do people like that and then they find out later on, you're going to get a bad reaction and it may turn into violence. So to prevent all that, just be open and honest and upfront with people. Stop lying all the time.
Mhm.
Right. And we also learned that the DL men like to click on Tulsa's link, and that they enjoy
Oh man.
that. Um, and they also like to go to Lemon's channel, you know, and that's where they congregate. Um, we know that Ghetto Intellect is in love with Lemon, and he is the biggest cheerleader for Lemon. Um, and he everywhere he goes, he calls himself a lemonette, a
Oh
lemonaire,
my God.
and it's very suspect. And I just would like the guys of every sector, the black sector, the Mo3 sector, the beef sector, to be secure. I mean, to figure out what sexual orientation they are. And that's going to be important for 2025.
And I've learned tonight that number one, like you said, Tulsa, Queen Tulsa, this heat is a mess. Don't judge a book by its cover. Because I never would have thought I was gonna have this kind of conversation with you two at the same time. Now, I always knew that Heat was, at her, you know, s- ways in which to think about social norms and society and things of that nature. Because I hear you, especially when you're like reading somebody down. And Queen Tulsa, we've talked because we have our little HBCU connection. But I'm
Yeah.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful, and I'm thankful that we all like we could have this conversation and he that you were able to you man you asked me some of the dopest questions in history and that whole vintage that nostalgia. I love that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And just taking in consideration the personalities of all of these people that we're dealing with that we don't even know, no different than in these virtual spaces that we're in. It's the same way, like you said, if there's going to be some stimulus money being given out, if you don't like them, don't take the dang gone money. But
Go. I
that's
mean, they're
look at
free
it look
to.
at it in different ways.
Yep, they're free to wait until I mean, the next if there's a next president to give them something, I'm sure that next president's gonna work something out for them. And but yes, definitely don't take those funds. But I think it was a very interesting conversation with both of y'all. I like the fact that Tulsa is a very good listener, but I will say, like I said with to Tulsa, that Jay Wilson is not going to in like that conversation. I'm just preparing you because we already know, and I'm sure you've already learned his personality, that that's going to ruffle his feathers. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, I was just letting you know that or whatever. If you have that conversation with him, about that stuff or whatever. But I mean, TC, you know that this is environment that I take a break from, and this is why I don't have my channel is not up, because it can be very draining and very low vibrational. And when you got other things going on in your life, and you're elevating and moving in a different direction, a positive direction, you don't want to be around a bunch of demons all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I tend to take a lot of time away. And when I feel like playing in the devil's playground, then I'll come back. But, it's really, it's not, I mean, it's never really been fun to me because I know who I'm surrounded by, and I know that the energies I'm surrounded by, and that's the reason why you'll see me like have a channel and then I'll trash it or I'll hide it or something like that, because it's just not a it's not a I don't feel good. I don't feel good at the end of the day after I go to sleep, and I'm in this low vibrational like energy, and I'm dealing with these low vibrational people. And I appreciate your inner Capricorn not engaging with the idiots around here and not allowing them to get the best of you and stuff like that or whatever. And that's something that I need to learn as a Gemini, to shut up and walk away. But I haven't learned the shutting up part. So
Understood. Understood. I appreciate that. Thank you. You said a lot. And I like when we can talk in code, and I like because everybody don't need to know everything. And I will say this: if you need anything, and you have a question for me, feel free. Let's talk. Let's have this dialogue. And actually, you gave me a couple new good damn ideas tonight. Just talking to
okay.
you.
And
Yeah.
what sign is Tulsa? I forgot to ask.
I'm a Cancer baby.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's my boo boo.
But you're not
Cancer,
really,
Yeah.
you're like a
cancer.
very calm Cancer, because the cancers in this sector, you
Woo,
know, oh
yikes.
my god, like Zemisol is a Cancer. You guys are like polar opposites.
Yeah.
Yikes. Yeah.
Yeah, because we know her emotions are all over the place. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? Those water
you,
signs all over the place. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
You must have some other stuff going on there, but that cancer. But yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, so I got to tell y'all this. So, by birth, I'm a Cancer, but by me getting my Gohanzen, um, I have a birthday December the 15th. So that's my second birthday. So I am a July Cancer, and I'm also a December Sagittarius.
Okay.
Wait, how is that? Wait, what?
Eh,
You're in ascend. Is your ascending sign? Is that what you're saying?
No, I
Wait.
practice Buddhism, and when I got my
Oh,
Gohanzen, I got me. So when I went through the process and everything, I have a new birth date, so it's 12/15. So it's actually on the late Kim Porter's birthday. That's her birthday.
Okay.
and you might be a better
Okay.
person to do like a court show over here, Tulsa, than the Miss Soul, because it seems as though she gets offended by everything, and yeah, it's hard to get things done when you're overly emotional. So there's definitely shows that I'm sure that will
Yeah.
be in the works for you, um surrounding like when you do B sector commentary and stuff like that, or any commentary for that matter.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Or
I try to
do
give you guys a variety. Go ahead, babe.
variety. Exactly. And I was gonna say that the way that you and he were talking, before I came, your conversation, it was very fluid. It was on point. You're very organized. It wasn't here and there everywhere, like woo, 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 all that. But and you were talking about a lot of things. So that's when I was like, oh, okay, let me come on up here. They're talking about some stuff and talking about some other things, and you were able to stay on task and on point. I think that is a very strong mental that's a very strong mental personality when you stay on task and then can segue into other conversations without flipping and flopping like crazy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think a lot of supporters they be getting a little frustrated when they be on panels and people be just yelling and doing all that and they can't really hear what's going on. And that's why they're there. There to give you viewership. So the content creators, like I was helping out Ness earlier, shout out to her. Shout out to Shakim Roth for sending us the redirect. But just keep in moderation. We just got to think moderation. Don't do too much. Don't do too less. Uh Jay Dunn says, stop trying to give away TMO's court show ideas. First of all, I've been running my court show before I even knew TMO. I've got my robe, I've got my gavel, I've got everything. So I've been on this. So nobody's stealing anything from anybody. But Jay Dunn, you're more
Hey,
than welcome to hit the
Jay
piano if you want.
Jay Dunn,
Hey, good morning,
um
Jada.
first of all, we can do whatever we want, and the missile does not own court show ideas. Everybody can have a chance, everybody can have an opportunity to do what they do best. And you know um eh, I think that Tulsa will be perfect, to do something like that, because she's not bringing her emotions in it when people are having a back and forth. And yeah, there's just more stability there mentally when it comes to Tulsa compared to the MSO. And yeah. Hmm.
And you know the
Just
craziest thing is I actually reached out to her. I gave the lady my number. And this lady sat up here and played in my face like she was gonna work with me and all this and that. See, I'm not with all that flip floppy shit. Like if you want to do some work, let's get into it. Let's if you want to bring some cases, because what I had told her, we should bring these people in the beef sector and bring, the drama and stuff and take it into court. She likes to do her thing. I like to do my thing, but yeah. I mean, more power to her. We're not taking anything from her. When you look at court shows, you got Judge Matthews, you got Judge Judy. Ain't now one of them arguing over, oh, you doing this and doing that. And see, that's the thing. Remember when I said the generational misinformation? We gotta reprogram ourselves. Jay Dunn, we're gonna send you to therapy and I'll see you back in 30 days. So
You
ordered.
know, that is, I think that there's enough, and that's the mentality that I think us, as Black people should have. I think that we should have the mentality that there's enough pieces of the pie for us all. Everybody can eat. And then when we have that mentality, we're not, the crabs in the barrel, mine, me, and that is just so people around. And that's another reason why you don't see a lot of people support each other in these parts. Because they're so afraid of somebody getting more numbers than them, because this is their high school again, and they, because they wasn't shit in high school, so this is their popularity, this is their piece taste of the pie that they wasn't getting, or the intention that they didn't get when they were growing up. So don't you take my numbers, don't you take my attention, idiots. And that's why I walk the hell away from this crap, because I don't need this shit. I don't need to be validated by your numbers and all this other stuff, virtual numbers and all that crap or whatever. But the people
mhm.
who didn't get validated growing up for whatever reason, or didn't feel validated, that's what they need or whatever. So, you know, it's interesting. And also Limaso is not consistent, you know, so that's why her show is up for grabs. She's not consistent. She goes live like every what, once a week, twice a week. That's not gonna cut it. We got content out here. We got stuff to talk about. What is going on? And if she's not gonna take this seriously, hey, move on.
I agree. Any closing words before we close out the show? We've been here for 5 hours
No,
and
I'm
20
I'm getting
minutes.
Well,
J-
the
just so you know, I'm going to be celebrating some ladies here in Philadelphia. We're in April, damn, in May, um, and it's a virtual award show that I've been doing since 2022. Show yourself approved. I would love for you all to. I haven't decided where I'm going to have it yet, but I will let you. It'll be somewhere in and around Beef Sector. So I
oh,
would love
okay.
for you all to be in the building if you
Yeah,
have the
You
time.
let us
you
know
have a
so we can
channel?
support.
You have a channel?
I do, I do.
Oh, okay, okay. Um,
But
yeah.
I'm gonna be using somebody else's channel to do it because I'm collaborating and bringing channels together, that kind of thing. We're gonna have some black women and a couple of Latino ladies and just different mixture of women from Philadelphia, and just honoring them and the things that they do have been doing. So you're gonna find it interesting because it's actually a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
I would like my closing words to be to Jay Dunn. Just two words: shut up. That's it.
All right, TC.
All right, now y'all have a good one and good morning to your chat. Again, thank you, Queen Tulsa. In this heat, we had a good conversation. This was good.
All
Let's
right.
let's let's
Eh,
have this conversation again.
Definitely. And Tulsa, thank you for having me. I enjoyed this. And I definitely enjoyed Jay Dunn, stopping by. I'm glad she enjoyed the show. and I hope she have some champagne when she steps out.
Absolutely. Listen here,
I
I
like.
want to thank you. I want to thank TC. I want to thank everybody who showed up on the panel tonight, even you guys that are watching, even those that have sent redirects. Shout out to Shakim. Shout out to Ness. Shout out to my bestie Dory. We got some great things coming for y'all. And this is the conversation that I like to have with mature adults only. And this concludes our broadcast. It was a great broadcast. I hope you guys found something that you can resonate with and utilize it in your real life and do something great for your community today. On that note, I got to drop you off in Queen City. I love you all and thank you so much. Oh, shout out to shout out for our super stickers. I know Wani11 dropped us a super sticker. I know Miss Magnificent helped us reach our goal. So we definitely want to thank you all so much. There's Miss Magnificent right there. She helped us out. And then we have Wani11. If I can find his. He helped us out tonight. So we really appreciate you guys. Thank you for pouring into me um, in the show for the people. This show is for the people. Y'all have a great night, great rising on purpose. Today is Wednesday, April the 9th, 2025. The current time is 5:06 a.m. Central Time. Let's go ahead and get on with our day. So long.